check 680. On 680, pages will remove, means they will be hidden, or on 681 they will be visible. Instead of this, you have to show a menu icon that till now you haven't found, right? This is how you make the responsive websites. So let's start designing the main component now. Header is responsive. Understood how it is responsive? Cool. So if you want to display the main app, so you just have to go to app component after the header. Just mention, just keep one HR tag here, and then app hyphen main, right? Header I'll close now. This is also I'll close. So main content is coming now. Now whenever you are designing this, whenever make each and every component responsive. Each and every component. Why I'm saying this part? When you are going to the smaller screen now, see header is responsive. Header is coming properly. This content is not coming properly. Charminar pic is not visible, and it is also scrolling left to right. So let's design these components. So the first component only we will do now. Okay, only the first component we will make it responsive. For that, let's go to the main app and open its HTML file and the CSS file. In HTML file, remove, for of now I'm removing the about section, and let me keep it outside somewhere. Whenever you are deleting some code for making some changes, make sure that you are having backup of the code somewhere in Notepad or WordPad. Otherwise, you have to write the code for 15 hours. Personal experience. Okay, so now there is only the first section that you need to make responsive now. Okay, check it. So it is coming like this in laptop. Check its responsiveness. See, after this particular part, the pick of Charminar is going away. Check. Everything is heading is responsive. Paragraph is also responsive, but the picture means the background picture is not responsive. So open its CSS. Once you open its CSS and check how you are doing. Background image is there and lots of things are there. So if you're writing that background attachment will be fixed. Background attachment fixed. What it will do? Background attachment fixed. What it will do? If you're writing in this way, what it will do? Background attachment fixed. See, fixed means the background is fixed. Content will scroll. Background will not scroll. That's what we don't want. We want the background to scroll. So remove this part. Now what you want is whenever you are going to the smaller screen, whenever you are going to the smaller screen, then you should be able to decrease the size. See, whenever you are writing the size in pixel, pixel is a fixed size. You are saying that every time it will be 600 pixel. Height I'm talking about. Every time, right? Every time the height will be 600 pixel. Whether you are going to mobile, whether you are going to laptop, whether you are going to be on a tablet, right? That's what we don't want, because generally the height will be less in case of mobiles, and laptop will be having more height. So how to adjust this part now? It's up to you. Header responsive, coming fine. In this, welcome to Hyderabad, the city of pearls, that is also fine. What I want is this background image. So for that, let's write media queries, where just check at which width this is not looking good. So for that, I'll show you. See, till here 947, after 947 it is going this way. Check. Okay, so let's say till 940, till 940. So try to write its media queries. So go down and write at the rate media max hyphen width colon 940 pixel. So you are saying that 0 to 940. To whom you want to write the CSS? First, dot first. Call it there. So directly write dot first. Now what you will do? Just say that its width will be 100 view width. I want to show it. This is not the solution. I'm just trying to show you something. And height also, just give view width or view height. So whenever you are hitting 940 now, this is what it will come. But again, here also it's a problem, right? It's a problem now. Now till 940 it is fine. Till 940 it is fine. After that, again it is going. Now you notice one thing. Why it is going? See, here it is fine, fine, fine. It is going because of this heading now. So the designing of first component is in this way. There are lots of BR tags and then heading and then paragraph, and nothing is there. So now you have, wait, we need to design this first one. This one. First is the complete parent. Okay, inside that we have 2, 3 empty divs. Okay, got it. So if you remove these empty divs, this is how it will look in. laptop, let me do it first. In this way, the content will come in center. If you check it in mobile, so check it, content is again not responsive. See, okay, content is again not responsive. So what approach you can follow here to make it responsive? Creating the website is very easy for laptops, but it is very difficult for mobile. Think it. Provide your suggestions here. What I'm assuming is, let's say this heading is in center only. Take it guess that this will be in the center only. Now you want to make it responsive. How you will do it? This is how it is looking. See, 870 is fine, 852 is fine, 846. What you will do after 846? If you are, I'm removing that CSS that I have written, media queries. I will remove this and check. Is there any technology or is there any command that this background image should be stable? Like whenever we are decreasing the size, it should also decrease its size. For that, I'll show you one thing. Try to write it in this way. Give it a height of 90 view height and width of 100 view width. See, now it is coming in this way. Check it smaller on smaller screen. See, header is responsive. There is no problem with header. But again, this is what it is doing. Now at 680, 680 is the size of mobile. After this, mobile is starting. After this, mobile is starting. So see, now everything is proper. So at 680, you need to change something. So write at the rate media max width 680 pixel. On 680 pixel dot first. Dot first will be having a width of, at what width it is having in the normal CSS, it is 100 view width. Just say that you will have only 80 view width, and that content size is removing, that particular content size is removing. So here let me write 100 view width and check. 100 view width will not change the background position, right? 100 view width will not change the background position. So I am writing this thing to just let you know that it is not because of a view width or view height, it is because of background image. You have to do something with this background image now. So background image is cover, or instead of cover there is one thing that is called contain. You know cover and contain? While you are setting the background image, there are two things, cover and contain. Contain will do like this. Okay, contain is doing like this. Now check it, responsive. But picture is repeating. Picture is repeating. Just try to say background repeat, no repeat. Don't repeat the background. Now let's check it. So welcome to Hyderabad is coming, and that image, the city of Pulse, is not coming because we are writing lots of BR tags. So try to remove them and check. Welcome to Hyderabad is coming here. The city, how it will look in laptop. This is how it will look in laptop. So some solutions are there which are available for laptop and some are for mobiles. So we have to merge them. Let's merge them. No need to do anything. Just get their CSS back, and here just write cover only, because for laptop cover will important. But when you are going to mobile, then make it contain. When you are going to mobile, so background size contain, background repeat, no repeat. Check it once. So laptop looking good. Try to switch to the smaller screens. See, at 680, check. Again coming properly. But what is happening in the mobile? Those two empty divs are working, right? Image is coming properly. Welcome to Hyderabad, the city of Pearl. They are going out of the size now. They are going out of the size now. So do one thing, give them a ID. So here both of these H1, they will have ID as first text, and this is also having the ID first text. You can change the size in mobile. So here in mobile, when 680 is hitting, I will say hash first text font size. I will decrease their font size to around 20 pixel, and you will see like this. Let me refresh it. Paragraph by default have 16 pixel only. but heading has 36, so keep it 16 pixel. Heading size will decrease. Now let's check it in mobile. Refresh it. Here I'll keep 681. Now it will change on 680. So there is no difference in the size. We check H1 first text. So here we are actually inline style is preferred. So remove this and let's check in mobile. So this is how it will look in mobile now. Okay. So again we hit the responsiveness. Generally you check it till 648. If it is responsive on 648, it will be responsive in mobile also. That's it. So it is looking in this way. We are writing two CSS. So ID first text. Font uh, PREM. For laptop, size is more, but for mobile, size will be less. At what screen size? 680. So on 68, 681 bigger size, on 680, Charmia pic is also changing because we are writing contain. Now the pic will be contained by the system. Now check it. Okay. So generally you can scroll it till 420, 450, something like that, and it is fine. Till 400 it is fine also. It will be fine. Right? Now, let me get back this about content. So this first part is completed now with along with its responsiveness also. Okay, along with its responsiveness also. So close the first part. First header is responsive. First part is responsive. Now talk about the second part. Just look at once that how it is going to look in the mobile. At first there is a lot of space here. Why there is a space? Why there is a space? Because there are two empty divs that are working here now. There are two empty divs where in the first section these are the two empty div. Um, First let's remove this about 3 section. Just keep a simple div class about h1 and p. And now again there is a lot of space. Is the same space on laptop also? No. In laptop there is no space. When you are going to mobile, heading, why don't we kept an empty space? Heading coming on image. Dhanush, because our image is the, now you can check on mobile that empty space is coming because of this part only. You can check because of the first part only creating the empty space. Why it is creating the empty space? On 681. So right here 681. On 681 there is no empty space, but whenever you are hitting 680, the empty space is coming. So just try to check who is creating this part. This part is done by these headings, I think. So just write their CSS display inline. Again, okay, let's check the code of first. In the first there is this much of first one. Flex direction column. This is the problem. You remove this part. You have to start checking it the content from the starting only. Otherwise it doesn't work. So welcome to Hyderabad, the city of pulse. In laptop it is fine. Once you check it for mobile, also fine, but the space is coming that we don't want. And why this space is coming? Okay, not because of heading, because of that div. Okay, so let's query height. So decrease the height here. Done. For mobile, we have decreased the height of first section, and this is how our content is looking now. But when it is going more or less, we have to decrease the height more. Now again, where it is leaving the space, where it is fine, till 636 it is fine, 35 also fine. After 35 till 30 it is fine. After 630, you have to decrease the height of first more. So write one more CSS at the rate media and write max width of 630 pixel. Now you will write it for 630 dot first and decrease its height to around 50 view height. Check. When you are decreasing the height, content is coming in this way. Again, if you check it, till now it will be fine, and after that, again it will leave the space. So these are the things that you can use to make your website responsive. But again, there is a little inconvenience in this code. I'll tell you that inconvenience. Is it responsive here? Decrease the size more. Responsive means everything is looking good. No content is cutting in. Any chance to implement authentication system? Angular is for creating front-end application. You have to embed other libraries and packages to it. So here it is fine. Here it is fine. Everything is fine till now. Here also everything is fine. Here also everything is fine. Fine. Everything is fine. Scroll it more. Fine. 681. Fine. 680. On 680, this background left a width here. Right? This background left a width means it is not coming on the proper screen. On 680. So check its media query. We are not because we are decreasing the height. Don't decrease the height here. Let it be how it is coming. Check. If you are not decreasing the height, this content will leave the space. If you are not decreasing the height, this content will leave the space. Now, forcefully you need to give. Either you have to force the first section to come properly, or you have to force your second section to go at the top because of this white space in the mobile. Here everything will be fine. There is no issue. Same code is the same CSS. It will be followed here. Let's check it again. See, this is the problem. That div first is taking these many things. Heading is not taking the space. Main div is taking that space. Main div. But why main div is taking this much height? Because you are writing the background here. You are writing the background here. If you are removing background, repeat, no repeat. Just say here that repeat the background and check. This is the problem, right? Image size is not proper. Image size is not proper. That's why thing is coming in this way. So go back and here make it to contain and just write background repeat, no repeat. Contain means this is the problem. The image size is not proper as per the web size. The image size is not proper means this image is not of the exact height width that is required for a web. What is the width of web page? What is the width? Height is infinite. Height is infinite. You can scroll it. But what is the width of web page? It depends that on which machine you are using it. In my case, let me show it to you. So in my case, it is becoming 1366. In my case. So the width of this picture is not proper. The width of this picture is not proper. Try to adjust it now. How you will adjust? Check it in mobiles. See, for mobile, these things are proper now. Image, object fit cover, height width 100%. This is also a solution, right? That you can fit the content. First, you tell me one basic thing. Do you know what is background size, cover, and contain? No or not? No? Okay. CSS is completed, right? Then I think first, second, or third class of CSS. First thing we teach in CSS is like setting the background of anything. Max width, 100% height auto. Yeah, this is all. There's a lot of solution, lots of. Let's try to implement this one. But there is some problem in each and every solution. There is not even a single solution which can fulfill all of your design needs. Means it will work fine for mobile and laptop both. It will not. Now here, if you're writing that max width of 100% and give the height as automatic, that automatically try to adjust. This is what you will get. Adjusting, but image is not coming properly. I said now, it doesn't work. For if you're writing in this way, it doesn't work. Okay. Not even a single solution is there that can work for both. In this way. How it will be looking for mobile? On 680 we are changing it, so go with 681. Check. Even the picture is not available now. Picture is not available now, right? In this way. In mobile, even this part of Charmin will be hidden, not even visible. Check. When you are hitting 680, then only it will be visible. On 681, nothing is there. Content is coming properly, but there is this one. The city of Pulse is written wrong. Okay. Samar, don't copy paste the solution from ChatGPT. That will not work in the real life. Replace with your desired ratio, object fit cover. Do one thing. This is the solution that everyone is pasting in the chat box. Let me do that. For this image, I will say that object fit cover and remove the height width from here. Once you are removing it, see. Check it for mobile. See, I'll tell you one thing. If we are copy pasting your solutions from ChatGPT, it will not work. 90% of the case it will not work. There is a reason behind it, and the reason is that ChatGPT is working on the data which was given to it in 2020-21. First thing. Second thing is, don't try to give the ChatGPT solution to me. I was the training engineer of ChatGPT, so don't try to use those solutions on me, right? When we were giving the means, I was a training engineer for ChatGPT for 2 months, especially in React, front end, and Angular. So don't do, right? Generative AI engineer, that is called, like to generate the data, right? I did it for 2-3 months, so don't use. Think there is nothing bigger than the brain of a human, not even ChatGPT, that can make your work fast. Every time I say that if you are writing your code using ChatGPT, why your company needs you? If you are generating your code using ChatGPT, your company can also generate the code using ChatGPT. Why they need you? Don't use ChatGPT for anything, especially for generating the code. Try to fix your code using ChatGPT, but don't ask anything to ChatGPT. I never use ChatGPT for coding. Never. For even I have trained the ChatGPT, but never use it for my use. Never. Go to ChatGPT and search tic-tac-toe in React or Angular. The code it will show you, that is my code actually. I have provided the code for tic-tac-toe and I know how it works. So think of your own. Don't go deep into anything to ChatGPT. What you will do, you will totally rely on that. You will totally rely on that. I have seen people copying everything from ChatGPT and then you are using it. I was taking an interview. So in Z, I was a team leader also. So I used to take technical interviews. I saw one candidate's resume. In that, he has written some lines. He forgot to remove bracket your name. ChatGPT generate the dummy data. That brackets means he has to change the name, copy paste. And what happened? Rejected. You are giving a privilege to ChatGPT to work. If ChatGPT can do your work, it can do your company's work also. Think it. ChatGPT cannot teach you, right? That's why we are here. We are free. But if you are using ChatGPT to generate your code, same ChatGPT can generate the code for your company also. Why they will hire you? They will simply say, no, no, we will use ChatGPT. You know only ChatGPT. I know 10 of them. Ask me, I will personally tell you. Perplexity is there. You know Perplexity? That is more smarter than ChatGPT. There is a ZZZ code generator. You can ask me, I will tell you more 10 other than ChatGPT, which are more important and more intelligent. Black box AI is there. You know black box AI? Black box AI is that much intelligent. You just send a picture, it will convert that picture to code. Black box AI. You ask me, I will give you the AI tools. But there is no need. At least try once to write your own code by yourself. Right? Now, solve the problems. It can take 10 days. Let it take. Better late than never. If you are get late, doesn't matter. Instead, you have never got it. So, better late than never. Be late so that you can get it. Now, what you need is the second part. Right? If you are having confusion in this, see, someone has actually pasted lots of AI tools. Read it aloud. I'm just reading it out. Who sent it? Rakesh. Perplexity, Blackbox, Google, Gemini, Copilot, GPT-0. See, GitHub Copilot is there. Google Gemini is also good now. Initially, Google Gemini was not good, but now it's good. But you are using it for completing your assignments. There is that, okay, fine, understood. Tell me one reason that your company will hire you. Right? Tell me one reason. Can you check responsive of my website? Sure, we will check. Netflix. No, it is not responsive, Gaurav. You can check where email address is coming and get started is coming. They have to adjust. But except this section, these pictures are compressing. This trending now picture, these are compressing. Everything else is responsive. You have to give the time. And when we are saying you have to give the time, I'm not a person that will say, no, give at least 1 hour to coding. No, give 10 minutes. But give those 10 minutes. Don't take anything from those 10 minutes. There is a block time in my entire day where my mobile will not be with me, only my laptop. I will not be putting on earpods and nothing will be there. Everything will be switched off. Everything will be silent. I will be peacefully doing my work. And if you are doing work in that way, 10 minutes are fine. What you are doing, side your social media is running. You are writing the code. I think God gave you two brains, like one on the left side to manage social media, one on the right side to write the code. Is it like that? You have only one. You can do this. There is no issue because writing something is already fixed in my brain now. That okay, I know what I have to do here, but not for you. You have to give it a time. And if you are giving time, give it. Don't ask any second from that time. Do it continuously. Try to improve your code. If you really want to be in the coding field, I know that coding field is not for everyone, but it is for the someone who can fight. It is for the fighters. If you think that errors are not the part, here errors are equally important. If you are getting error, no, even I do get the errors. In programming, if you are getting error, it means that you are trying to do something new. If you are not getting the errors, means you are not doing anything new. You are just simply copy pasting the previous things. So you are not improving. If you are getting error, accept it. Try to solve it. I have spent 8 days to find a solution of single error in development. 7, 8 days. And that is the minimum time that you have to take. I have seen lot of days that I am going to office, opening laptop, starting to solve that error. Night I am closing the laptop, error is unsolved. An entire day I haven't done anything. It is also like that. 7, 8 hours, like 5, 6 hours, I'm just searching for that bug only. How to fix it? It is not working. If we are fixing that thing, something else is getting erupted. Like this here is happening. It is possible. So if you are a person who easily gets bored, so coding is very boring. It is very boring. It is not at all. How many of you are done with backend? Our backend classes are going on. Going on. So in front end there is something fine that colorful things are there. In backend there is only one thing: black screen, white text. That is more boring. That is more boring than this. Same as with the database: black screen, white text, no colorful, no image, no video. Nothing is there. It is very boring. Now let's try to solve this. First you have to, now let's say if I was the developer of this website and I am facing the error. I am facing the error in this website. It's not working fine. What I will do is, let me keep this thing aside at first. About section, I am removing. The first section will only be there now. The first section will only be there now. And I will remove this part also. I will solve everything from scratch now. What I will do is, I will solve everything from scratch. Nothing is there. No media queries, nothing is there. Because this is the starting of development only. There you cannot even remove the code. So we have created a div class as first. And what we need is, we need the picture of Charminar into it. Keep it. So div class is first. I will call it inside the CSS dot first and try to set the background image URL, that is ch.jpg. When you are doing it, nothing will come. Why nothing is coming? Because div is just a container. When you are keeping some content inside it, let's say you have kept some heading here, heading as hello. So heading will cover the size and then it will take the background. It started taking the background and headings are coming here. So div is just a container which don't have any size. You have to give it a size. Now second thing is I want to fit the image inside my div. So do one thing for this container, just say that background size. Background size will be cover. If you're writing cover, the background image will cover the visible size. Which one size is visible? It will cover it. Content is not there. Now what you need to do? Try to give it a height. So height, you have to let me give auto here, and maximum width I will give as fit content. That fit the content only, that much width I want. Again, see there is nothing inside. Now let's write the headings again and check. This is what you are getting. Content is getting fit here. Content is getting fit inside the small content. Again, these all are the rubbish solution. See, I can easily write those two lines that will fix the code. I want you to understand the meaning of each and every line because I know your CSS level now, right? It is not a taunt. It is just a learning path. Take it seriously. Background image we have already set up here. Here I will write the height as 600 pixel and width as 600 pixel. Take it. 600 and 600. So image is coming in this way. Image is coming in this way. Increase its width. Make it here 1000 pixel and you will see that 1000 pixel is this much. Keep it 100%. Okay, instead of pixel, write 100% width and check. So this is 100% width. Height is 600 pixel. Write the height as auto. That we are not giving any height. Automatically you take it. This is how it is taking automatically because there are 4 heading inside it. 5. It will take their size only. Automatic. Right? Automatic size is this one only. You can give the minimum height to fit content. That at least fit my content. No change. If you don't know these minimum height, maximum height, please go to home today and wherever you are staying, check these things. Here write the maximum content and check. Nothing is changing. Height you need to add. What I will do is let me write the fixed height. So height I will write as 100 view height. Just take it guess. This is how your image is coming now. What we have written for image, just the URL. Now how image is coming. So write the background size. That what will be the size of background. If you are writing cover, cover will cover the height width of the parent. So image is getting fixed inside the container now by using cover. Check its responsiveness. So yes, there is a responsiveness till now. Check. After this, no responsiveness. Our header is responsive. Right? Our header is responsive, but not this picture. Now let's understand the contain. That what is contain? Contain means your picture. See, it started repeating here. Check this MRAH. You can see the list section. Here it is. This picture getting repeated now. Let me write background repeat, no repeated. Don't repeat my background. Check now. Contain means the actual size of the picture will be going. If you're writing contain, the actual size of picture will be going, not the edited size. So this is the actual size of this picture. Check its responsiveness. Now it is responsive for mobile, but not for the laptop. Not for the laptop. See, check here it is responsive completely. Everything is coming fine in this way, but not in the laptop. Now you can do one thing that here we can write cover. Here we can write cover. For laptop, we are writing cover. And wherever it is not responsive for mobile, we will write contain. If you're thinking in this way, let me sort it out. So it is not responsive after 1606 at first, or let's say 1430. So write a CSS that at the rate of media max width colon 1430 pixel. And what you want dot first, and its background size should be contain. Check. Now after this background size will be contain. This is how it will look in mobile now. Responsive. Generally, you will not have any mobile with this much width. So check it for 450 something. Check it with at least 450 because generally this is the width of mobiles. On 450, everything is fine except this hello heading. Except this hello heading. We will adjust this also. We will adjust this. First, you check the responsiveness. Background size cover if you're writing here directly. This is what you have to do. Check. For mobile, it is responsive now. And here it is. For mobile, just give background repeat, no repeat. For mobile, yes, it is responsive. This is how it will look in iPhone 14. That is fine. That's how we want. But in laptop, leaving the space. Why it is leaving the space? Because here we are writing cover also. Here we are writing cover also. Remove it once and check. This is how it is coming. And you might be thinking that what is this class, right? We are not even able to adjust the image, right? That's the reality. That you will not be even able to adjust a single image properly. Check. It is repeating. That's what we don't want. Check. Let me remove all these other CSS not needed because we should be able to adjust this part first. This is how our picture is coming. Check it in mobile. So here it is fine. It's fine in this way. But for a laptop, what is the width you are writing? Here we are writing the 100% width. Instead of this, if you are writing 100 view width, check. Image is not taking the 100 view width. Write the thing says background size cover, not covering the size. Write background size contain here also. Contain is also not working now. Change the or remove the width here. It is showing the output. Remove the height. Now it is not showing the output. Keep back the height of 100 view height. Working fine. Now width is not required. Right? Width is not required. How it is working? Complete confusion. Complete confusion. Because whatever you were doing till now was just to write some text, adjust it by giving margin minus, top padding, whatever. You never ever checked it on the responsive section also. I can bet that you are not going to be hired if you don't know how to make it responsive. No one will teach you, right? They will expect that you know how to make it responsive. And here we spend 1 hour in making one thing as responsive, that to a single image. That to a single image. Let's write the media query, remove the media queries from here and check. Now here, just write cover. Fine. Here it is. Fine now. Let me give you one more hint. Height is of 100 view height. Understood. Background size cover. Simple thing we are writing. Let's check it responsiveness now. How it will look in some mobile or something. This is how it is looking now. Change it to mobile. This is how it will. Our header is fine. Right? There is no problem with header. Change it other mobile also. Samsung S20 Ultra. Header is fine there. Pixel 7. Fine. Z Fold. Fine. And 12 Pro. Fine. Now adjust it. So here what I want is, let's say after this you change 1073 pixel. And again, fine. Check. 680, after 680, header thing removed. And this time image is looking good, right? This time image is looking good. Let's check. So after 680, image is actually not looking good. That is what I said you yesterday also, that after 680 generally we change our screen. So I will say here max width colon 680 pixel and dot first say it that background size will be contain now. And background repeat, no repeat. Background repeat, no repeat. Now let's check. Laptop fine. Go to smaller screen. Fine. Everything is fine. Fine or not? Fine. Finally. Let's keep back those two things. One was heading. Welcome to Hyderabad. And okay, one more thing. What I would did is I just created a H1 tag. Inside that I have written welcome to Hyderabad. And after that, I directly came to the next line. Generally, what we do is like this. You know how to directly come to next line if you are stuck there? Means instead of writing this way, if you directly want to come to next line, here if you are pressing the enter, H1 will come down. If you want to directly come to the next line, know this or not? Control enter. Again, I will show you. See, you are here. You want to write a next tag. This is how you will go with arrow left, right key, then press enter. No need. Write it and control enter. Directly you will come to the next line. So now these things are coming here. Welcome to Hyderabad, city of Pulse. For this first, I will say that your color is white. So color is white. Welcome to Hyderabad, city of Pulse. Again, you need to adjust this. How you will adjust this? Let's say you want it in center. BR tags. Coming. Let's check its responsiveness once. Fine, fine, and fine. Okay. Check it in one of the mobile. Welcome to Hyderabad, the city of Pearl. Fine. Looking good. That's what we want. Here, I will say that the font size is 3 rem. And here I will say that font size is 1.2 rem. So welcome to Hyderabad. Okay, 3 rem got actually very big. So keep it 2.5 rem. So welcome to Hyderabad, the city of Pulse. Check it in mobile. In mobile, our size got reduced. Okay. On 680, it will change to contain. Just changing. Let me quickly deploy this project so that we can check the live link. Now you tell me, is there any issue in this code? According to you. Yes, there is. I'll show you. So yesterday our link was on this way. I think Hyderabad hyphen bees. So till now only header is coming because it will be deployed again. So wait for the deployment. It will take some time on the live link to change. So on link it is coming. Let's check the same thing in mobile also. Type it once Hyderabad hyphen bees dot versal dot app. And check the problem in your mobile. Check the problem. How it is looking in your mobile. Looking fine? No? But definitely it is not looking like this in our mobile, right? Tomorrow we'll solve this problem. Okay, from tomorrow we will not be giving too much time because we have to develop these things, and we are teaching you that how you can make responsive. Once you know, after that we will just write the queries. Okay, if you have any questions, just let me know, guys. So today at first we are going to discuss how we can use images in Angular. Like how many ways are there? Simple way. So we are going to discuss how to use images in Angular. And there are lots of ways of doing it. And using images in Angular is different for all of the version of Angular. If you are using Angular version which is less than 14, you can keep image anywhere. Just write its relative path. It will work. If you are using Angular 16, you have to keep it in the public folder or the main folder. You can access it. But as of the latest version, Angular is improving the performance. For that, it is adjusting the uses of images. So if you are unaware of the problem that what we are talking about, so this is the header component, and this is the HTML file, and this is the corresponding CSS file. In this, we are just displaying a menu icon as an image, and we are supposed to get this image. But to be surprised, we are not getting this image. Let me show you this also. What do you mean by ng? Angular. Very good. For the smaller screens, we are keeping that. Now for smaller screen, this is what we are getting. For smaller screens, this is what we are getting. Like image is not loading here. And in the console also, you can check there are two errors. The first error is this one only, that it is failed to load menu.png, not found. But we are giving the right path also. Menu.png is in the same component. So there are ways of doing it. So the first way is we can use images in Angular by calling them in CSS file and then giving the URL. So you might have noticed that wherever we are giving URL, images are coming, right? For background images, we are writing background hyphen image URL, and then we are writing the URL and it is working fine. So first way is this one only, that if you need to write it, but for everything we cannot go to the CSS. Now let's say if I want to use this image using CSS, so let me remove the SRC from here. ID is menu there. Open the CSS file. Now how you will write the URL of this? How you will write the URL of this background image? It's not a background image here. Everything we cannot write in the CSS file. Now how we can write the image link in normal HTML file? And this is the thing that you should understand properly. For giving the static path of images in a HTML file requires several steps. Now what are those steps? At first go to your index.html file, whichever file is going to the browser. So this file is going to the browser. Here you check that base href equals to hyphen. Base href equals to hyphen. It is coming. What do you mean by href, base href? It means that if something is directly available in the base folder, you can just write hyphen. Let me give a clear glimpse of it. Now let's say this is your folder structure. You have a app folder, and then you have a public folder, then src folder, and then you are having a index.html file. Along with it, you have menu.png. Now, what is the meaning of this part, that base href equals to hyphen? It means that if you are trying to use a file which is your sibling or which is the child of your parent, you can directly use it by slash. Let me tell you how. Let's say in this index.html file, you need to give the menu.png as image. So I will write image src equals to menu.png, and which is not working, we know. Base href is hyphen. Now, what does hyphen means? So if you are writing hyphen menu.png or simple menu.png, it will work. This is meant by this. If base href is written in this way, let's say base href is written in this way, dot hyphen. Now it means that you have to keep dot and slash to check your parent folder. You need to keep dot and then slash to check your parent folder. If you want to go one more out, dot dot slash, then you can check. So this is the rule. By default, it should be set to a simple slash, and it is slash only, which is fine. After that, let me write the steps. In the first step, create an assets folder in src directory. What we need to do at first, we need to create a assets folder where in src directory or simple src folder. So do it. In the src folder, I will create a new folder and I will name it as assets. What do you mean by assets? Properties, right? Let's say you have a particular farmhouse and all these things are your assets, right? So at first you have to create a assets folder. Now let me keep that menu icon in the assets folder, right? So you can check menu icon is there. How you will use it? If you are thinking that directly you can use it, you cannot use it actually. If you are writing here menu.png and if you are thinking that by keeping one slash here it will come, so it will not come. Let's check it. So it is not coming. It will not come like this. In the next step, there is a second step here. Configure your angular.json file to tell the path of assets. To tell the path of assets. Now you have to tell your Angular also that boss, I have created a assets folder. Now if you want to use any image, please go to that folder. You have to tell your Angular. Previously it was not like this, but now they introduced in Angular 17, 18, 19. Like from last 1 year, we have this thing. Now let's check. First we have to find where is angular.json. So it is here, right? Directly you can open this file angular.json. It will open something like this. Inside this, search where is the assets part. So you can press Control F and write here assets. So assets is coming here. Now check how assets are written. It is saying that assets are taking input from the public folder. Assets are taking input from the public folder. What does it mean? The assets will be taking input from the public folder. Here only, before this bracket, this one, just write the path that you have created. So what path you have created? You have created src slash assets and then keep a comma here. Now, at first, where Angular will search the assets in the src slash assets folder, right? Angular will search the assets. At first, where it will search? In the assets folder. If it is not available in assets, then it will go to the public folder. Means in this folder it will go, right? Let's try it now. So here you have to write assets slash menu.png. Means whatever your file name is. And let's try whether it's working or not. So now you can check that empty icon is not coming now. Why? Because our image is coming. Because image is black only, so it is not visible here. So let's download a menu icon which is in white color. Okay. So we will download a menu icon which is in white color. So I am changing its color to complete white. It will not be visible here. You can download it. And after that, I'll keep this icon in the same assets folder. Okay. I'll delete the previous icon and rename it as menu. Let's check this one now. Whenever you are making some changes in the assets, try to reload your system. Okay. So again, image is not coming and I think image is black color only. It didn't change. Now it is white color. So reload the server if it is not coming properly. So menu icon is coming now. This is how you use any particular image in Angular, right? This is how you use any particular image in Angular, and these are the steps involved here. At first, you need to create an assets folder in the src directory. Then you have to configure your angular.json. In what way you have to configure? So let me copy this entire thing so that you can use it actually. Okay. So in this way, you need to add this src/assets. Now you know how to use images in Angular. No? Okay. Let's start building our application now. We need to develop the about page. Now you can quickly finish it because this was the only part that you don't know, right? So we are building the main component. Whatever image you want to use there, you can keep it inside the assets folder and then you can use it. Okay. So in the main component, first part was completed. Now let's create the second part. New CSS unit, SVH, DVH, LVH. No, we don't use anything like this. Yes, Dhanush, you can change the name of the folder. Just tell your Angular that this is the folder. If you are Gaurav, if you are not getting the picture, rerun your program. Now let's create a div another for the second part, or actually it is about part. Sometime you have to rerun your Angular application because it stores the cache memory, so it doesn't update it. In that, this is what you need to do. Background picture is there, right? Let's start doing. For the second, call it in CSS. And how we create asset folder? Very good question. When wherever you want to create a folder, let's say I want to create in src, so click on src. Now src is selected, this is the folder icon, right? New folder, click on this, name that folder, and it is created, right? And we have that about picture also. I'll copy paste this picture in assets folder. Okay, now let's try to write here. I will say that background image url. What url you will give here? Assets slash about dot jpg. We'll check it. Let's keep some content inside it to check whether picture is coming or not. Because div is just a container, by this background will not be visible, right? So not available. Wherever you are writing the direct value, it is saying that no, I cannot find it where it is. If you're directly writing here slash about.jpg and check, I'm trying to tell you all the ways. It is not providing any error, but picture is not coming. Now try to give the exact path, which is src slash assets slash about.jpg. Means in HTML directly you can write assets slash picture name, and when you're writing in CSS, again, it is saying that it's a error. For that, if you're directly writing, it will take from the same folder. It will take, but it will take from the same folder. Which folder? This main folder, because the picture is available in the main folder also. If I'm removing it from here, once you remove the picture, let me delete it. So there is no about picture here, and check. Could not resolve about.jpg because picture is not even available there. Now again we are running into an issue. That's why I was focusing more on this part, that at least learn how to use images in Angular, because this is a complete PhD here. It's not very easy that write image tag, write src. It's a tough part here, right? It's a tough part. Now let's try to write the URL in this way. What is the base href? Base href is hyphen, then Hyderabad folder, then public, not public folder, src folder, assets folder, and about.jpg. If you're writing in this way, hold on a minute, guys. Now, if you're writing the exit path, and let's check, no image. Again, it's a case. That's why I was focusing more on this part that you should know how to use images in Angular. Or it is completely different. You cannot directly write SRC. You will be getting errors if you don't know the exact path. So as of now, we can solve this problem by writing about.jpg directly because picture is available in the component itself. But if the picture is not available in components, then what will happen? If I'm saying that my picture is not available in the component, I will keep it in the SRC folder only. Not going to work. Do one thing, this about.jpg, give it to the public folder. Give it to the public folder also. Okay. Give to public. Who gave this answer in chat box? So Priya, it is not working. Now what we did is we are saying that let's try the public folder. But how? For that, let's write here slash about.jpg. Picture is coming. Because in the base HREF we have mentioned slash. To the angular.json we have said two things. What we have said to the angular.json? That if you are finding the picture in the assets folder, you have to write slash assets, then picture name. If you are writing it in the CSS file, then you have to write slash and picture should be in the public folder. This is what we are writing there. Okay? Understood? Understood or not? If you are writing image source in the HTML file, you can write in this way. Here we were writing assets slash picture name. If you are using picture in CSS file, for that you need to keep it in the public folder. You can keep the same thing in assets also. I'll teach that later, but as of now, this is the easiest way you can follow. Okay. So we are using this part. Now, this is what we are getting. And we want to get this part. For that, just say this, that background size will be cover. It will cover the size. So image is coming now. Okay. Let's keep the content. What we have about a heading, keep it. Okay. About a heading coming. After that, there is a paragraph. So getting about and then paragraph, adjust it now. For that, simple thing is you can do display flex, align the items in center, and text align center. If you're doing in this way, you'll get this. Just change the flex direction to column. And you'll get it in this way. This paragraph is actually taking the entire width. Paragraph is taking the entire width. Just say it. If you're saying directly style equals to, you will take only 50% of the width. So done. Inline style you are writing. After that, we have these three cards 1, 2, and 3. These three. Okay. These three cards we have. So let's build it. For that, I will create a container again and I will give it a class as card. And inside this, I will create three different cards. What I will do, I will create three different cards. And let me give them ID also. ID, I will give card 1. This one will be card 2 and this one will be card 3. Let's just give height width and a background color and try to check the responsiveness. Those content we will change later. Let's first write the CSS here. So ID are card 1, card 2 and card 3. So for them, let's write CSS. Card 1, I will write its width, which is let's say 500 pixel. Height, I will write as 500 pixel. And background color, let's say red, I will write. Now let's check how it is looking. So this is looking in this way. Fine. No problem is there. It's fine. Let's give the same properties to the card 2 also. And then card 3 also. You have three cards. After this, you will get 1, 2, and 3. You will get in this way. So their parent can display a flex, so that they will come in a single row. Who is their parent? Card is the parent. So call that class here and say that display the flex. And after displaying the flex, this is what you will get. So 500 size is actually getting very big here. So instead of giving 500 size in the pixel, just give their width. So what I will do is width colon 30%. You know this how I changed all these three at the same time? No? No or yes? Now let's say you want to change similar thing. This width you want to change to 40%. One basic method is 40, 40, 40 in this way. Or else you can select this. So you will see that these are also getting little bit selected, but not completely selected. So now just press Control D. So next one is selected. Now press Control D. Next one is also selected. Now write what you want. Width colon 30%. It will be writing at 3 different location with a single type. Fast typing. So when you are writing 30% width, everything is removed. Why? These things, CSS thing I can understand. So now let me write here 300 pixel. So again, what we will do, it is written in this way, Control D, and I will write 300 pixels so that it can change at the same time. 1, 2, 3. To their container, I will say that align the items to center and justify the content as space between. Means give a space between them. They don't have any space, right? They are supposed to go this way. They are not going. Let me increase the column gap here. So I will say that you have a column gap of 30 pixel. Now they are going while you are giving a column gap, right? While you are giving a column gap, then they are adjusting. Now inline flex, no, it will not work properly. Let's check their responsiveness once, that are they responsive or not. So open the inspection. So this is responsive, this is, and this is what we are getting, which is not at all responsive. If you are using flex and this type of container you are creating, I already told it solution that you can wrap your flex. You can wrap your flex, that my flex will wrap. While you are writing this part that your flex will wrap, see, this time 2 containers are showing here and third one went below. Third went below, and whenever you have more or less space, so all 3 are coming in a straight line. So increase the row gap also so that they will be properly visible. Row gap of 20 pixel and 1, 2, 3. Now they are maintaining their responsiveness. But why they are not coming in center? We are sending them to the center, right? We are saying that card is displaying flex, align the items in center. Yes, they should be going to center, but they are not going. Now let's start writing the content between these cards. We'll adjust it, of course. Inside this card one, what we need to develop? This image, which is I think already available, h.jpeg. You want to write it in HTML file. So where you need to keep assets folder. Let's you try to use it now. Inside this, you will write the image src equals to assets slash h dot jpeg. Just mention the correct extension. You have to close the tag. Now image is coming. Very big image is coming. So try to reduce its width. So just write the width as 300. So while writing the width as 300, you can check it is properly adjusted into the parent container. Properly adjusted. Now what you need to do, you just need to write the so the image is getting properly adjusted. Now what we need to do, we just need to keep the text inside it. So what is the text? It is, there is a heading and then some particular text in this way. So write the heading history and then another heading. So this is coming now. We can adjust it properly. Let me reduce this h3. Now what we want to reduce this h3 tag. Select this h3 tag. This is also getting selected. Just press Ctrl D. and write H4, H5, whatever you want. So it will be getting changed at the same time. So it is properly fit inside it. Okay. Now let's change the background color. Red is not the color actually. We just kept it. So what is the color? Let me keep some. Okay. It's fine. We can reduce the width now. We can reduce the width of the. Yeah, all of these things are available in the GitHub repo. You can check it. So height, let's try to keep 400. No, 450. Okay, for 450 days, fine now. Now just write all of these three properties to next ones also. Okay, so they are also having the same size now. Start adding their image. Second image is of this location, geography, something like this. Let's go to the folder. Again, I'll keep it in the assets folder. This is G means geography. So in the same thing I will use in the next div also. Format will be same. Image H2, H5. Copy paste it in the second div also. And just image I will change to G dot JPG. And this is what we are getting. But this time picture size is not coming properly. Right? Picture size is not coming properly. So try to increase its width this time. So because you are writing width 300, so first you remove it and check how exact width is looking in this way. So reduce its width to 400, 420. Okay. On 450, it is fine, but not properly. This is the part that you can say. For that, you can do overflow. You know overflow? What is overflow? Read it today. That what is overflow? Okay. Read it today. What is overflow? So I will change this to geography. I have already given the repository link. Check. I think Google Classroom I have pasted. Change the content. And next pick that we need to keep is this one, demographics. First column, fifth column. So this is D dot JPG. So try it. See, on 450, it is this much big. So now tell me one thing. This picture is also 450. Guys, don't talk. This picture is also 450, but they are coming in different size. Why? Second image is out of the box. I know that's what I'm saying. We are writing the same width, but why they are not coming in the same size? They should come in the same size when the width is same. And I can understand that you don't know this part also. Let me first change the text and I'll tell you. So this is the demographics part. And today we will close this project. How much is completed till 12:30? You can, because this is a static website, we will be teaching the Angular things from tomorrow itself. This will not extend this part too much. We have already given 3-4 days. Now, part is done. But if we are writing the same height width, images should come in the same way. For that, let's try one another thing. Remove the width from here. From here also remove it. And from here also I'll remove the width. Now just write a ID here. ID I will mention as card image. And I will give the same ID to all the three pics. I want to show you something. So let's give a same ID. This the project. You can check that this is not an Angular project actually. This is simple HTML JavaScript project. So it's a simple thing. Now I will write here that width is 300 pixel. To all the three images, I have given width as 300 pixel. Now let's check. 300 pixel, 300 pixel, 300 pixel. Means width is getting adjusted, not the height. So let's adjust the height also. So for both of them, I will give a height of 350 pixel. And this is what you are getting on 350. Let's give them a height of 300 pixel. This time we are getting same size of images in this way, right? Let's give them 250 pixel as height and adjust it. But what was the case? Why couldn't we write there? We can write there also, but that is the perspective size. What is that? Perspective size means related size in the ratio. This is the actual height and width. Now, this is what we have completed. Now let's check its responsiveness. For that, go to inspect. About is coming in center. This is coming, but it is not coming in center. It should also come in center. We are writing the commands. That is also an issue. So here you can check if I'm removing these two lines. This is how they will come. Even though we are giving a space between them. If you remove this part, align the items in center, just justifying the content and nothing will work here. Remove this part also. Nothing is working. So do one thing, write align items center. This is the only problem that I feel while working with React and Angular both. That they behave different on some particular day because of the issues available in the code. So if you go to GitHub, and search Angular there and go to the Angular repository and check how many issues are there in this code. 1500 issues are there, and the recent issue is added just 11 hours ago. So this is the problem with open source things. Sometimes they can give you different output for the same code, and it is totally possible. So the best practice is if it is not working properly, so try to run the server again. So previous, it is already running. Let me close it. Same means it's not taking those things now. It is not taking that part. This one. Increase then column gap of around 5%, 3%. Row gap of 10 pixel. Percent also sometimes doesn't works. See, this is what you are getting now. So these are the some common problems with these frameworks and libraries because these are the open source things. They will change their source code in any second. What was the version when we started learning Angular? 19.0.5. But now here it is like only 19.0.5. Recent one is going on 19.0.7. 6 and then 7 was there. Even what we are using here is 6 only, I think. How to check Angular version? ng hyphen forgot. Yes. Which version we are using here? 19.0.6. So these are the common issues that you can face. Now what we want is the content should at least come in center. Let's check it. Now content is coming in center. And we didn't change anything in the code. We just run it again. Responsive. This space is coming because of those headings. Because of this part that space is coming. So you can decrease it. Try to use it. Now the content is coming in center. Let's go more on the screen. So yes, that is fine. That's what we need. Now what I want is when I'm taking the cursor to this particular card on hover, it should do something. For that, let me write. So I will write card1 colon hover. Card1 colon hover. How you will do this? You know scale? What is scale? Simple question is if you want to do it like this way, if you are taking cursor, they should pop out. They should pop out. How you will do this? You know scale? I'm asking what is scale? Transition. Which transition we can add? Which is this transition? Okay, let me add some transition here. Which transition you can write? Is out. It is just a transition type that how it will be coming. It is nothing to do with that pop out. Nothing. Scale means increase or decrease the component size. How we will scale it? Yes, how we will scale it? So if you are writing scale 1.2, tell me one thing, have you studied scale or not? Then you will not understand this. If you are writing here transform, in transform I will write scale I will write 1.2. And see, it is coming in this way now. If you are writing here only 1, it's not doing anything. 1 means basic size. 1.1 means 10%. 1.1 means 0.1% you are increasing, so it will increase 10%. It will increase 10, but it is coming very fast. It's a great property. It's very basic property. I am wondering that you don't know this. It's very basic property. What we are doing on hover, we are transforming the component, and what we are transforming scale. Scale means enlarge it by 1.1. 1 is the basic size, 0.1 that you are increasing means 10%. If you are writing here 2, 2 means just double of it. Just double of it. That much we don't want. Even the 1.05 will be enough only. Okay, a little bit is enough only. Now give the same property to card 2 also. Same thing. And to card 3 also. You can group these properties, but now this thing is happening very fast actually. What I want is it should take a little bit time like this, how easily it is going. But here in our case, very fast. Now, how to do this part? Let's say to this card 1, I will give transition delay. I will give transition delay of 2 seconds. It happened after 2 seconds now. And if you're directly writing transition 2 seconds, it is taking 2 seconds to come. Let me increase the scale. Here I will write 1.10. To the card, I am saying that you will take 2 seconds to complete the transition. Not immediately. You will take 2 seconds to come out and then slowly, not very fast. For these also, we need to give the same property that take the transition to 2 seconds. So give this property to card 2 as well as card 3. Okay. And this is how they will work now. 2 seconds is the more time, so give 1 second. Just take 1 second. Okay, millisecond also you can give. So now 1 second they will take to pop out. That's it. That is done. After this, we don't have anything. These are same. They are sliding skew. And then food, you know how to keep this flip box? Flip box. Like it will display some content on normal. And when you are taking cursor, it will rotate and it will show something else. You know this or not? No? This part, that text will slide from right to left. You know this? You can develop this part. How you will develop this one? That when you are sliding on an image, a text will come in this way. How you will do this? You know these two things or not? No? Majority is saying no only. Okay, no problem. We are here. So just we'll take tomorrow's time also and we will explain these two things. Because these are a little big topic, so it will take time. So we will teach this part, flip box. We call this a flip box. It can show image on normal view and one image on the hover view. This is called the sliding text. Text will slide, right? And the color you can check, background color is transparent here. You can see the previous thing here also. This one also, right? So tomorrow we'll see it. and that's it. Tomorrow we will see only these two parts, that how we can develop these two. After that we will start the Angular core only, like what we have to discuss in Angular. Syllabus not uploaded. Array. Coming in this way, our header is coming properly. Now what you want, I want is when I'm clicking on this icon, it should display that pages. You know this? No? Okay. And it's fine. You need to use JavaScript for that. You have any? You have any questions, guys? No? These two part we'll see tomorrow, that how we can do this. Okay? Okay, now if you don't have any questions, let me ask some. What are decorators? Anyone wants to answer? What are decorators in TypeScript? Anyone? You want to? If you want to answer, speak it loudly. Don't group do the group answering here. If you don't know any question in this test, just try to search it. Okay. Now, as discussed yesterday, today we are going to see how to create a flip box, flip card. You can say it anything. Okay. Flip card. Just try to understand it. Okay. Have you previously created this one or not? No. To me, a completely new thing it is going to be. So understand it. I'm showing it on the normal HTML CSS only because our Angular also follows that. Flip card. Now, whenever you are creating a flip card, let me tell you how it actually start working. So now let's say this is what you will create in this way. If you are clicking on this or you are hovering on this, it should rotate, right? And once you remove the hover, it should come back to its previous state. So it is not a new technology. Nothing is like that, right? There is nothing like a new technology here. What you will do is you will create two different cards. You will create two different cards. Now let's say this is the front side, which will be visible out every time, and this is the back side. You will create both of these two separately. Then you will write some CSS. Voice is not coming. Coming fine? Okay. Now what you will do is you will create these two. After that, you will merge them, right? You will hide one, you will display one, something like that we will do. Okay. There is nothing more in that. So let's link our CSS file. Now inside that, at first we are going to create a main container. So I will give that div class as flipbox. Now why I have created this div? Because both of these two will be a part of someone, so that we can group them, right? So that we can group them. Now after this, it is going to have two parts, front and back. Front and back. So I will create another div and I will give it a class. If I am writing in this way, card, and then I'm saying flip box front, what does it mean? You know that we can give more than one classes, right? You know this or not? Here the first class is card, second class is flip box front, so that we will write some group properties. That is why. So this is the front, and in the same way we will be having our second container, which will be having one class as card only, another class as flip box back. flip box back. Okay, done. Let's write some heading inside them. So I will write front side, and here I will write the heading as back side. Until now I have not done anything special. Two headings will be directly visible, written as front side and back side. So in this way. Now let's first design the card. Let's first design the card. For that, what we will do is we will first main parent is the flip box. So let's call this, because class is written, so I will use dot flexbox flip box. At first I will say is that its position is relative. Position is relative. Then after I will give, let's say its width is going to be around 300 pixel, its height is going to be around 200 pixel. See, normal thing I'm writing, let's say it will like margin, just give it a perspective of around 1000 pixel. And let's write margin. I will remove this margin because we don't use margin anywhere, right? These are the properties for flipbox, and similarly they will come in center. That is what I did. Or you can display flex to body and align the items in the center. You can do that. Now after that we have class card. So let's come down, and here I will write dot card. Means we will design them, right? We will design them. Now to this card, I will say that your position will be absolute. Position will be absolute. Absolute position, like top will be 0 and left will be 0. Width, you will take 100% of width. Height, you will take 100% of height. Okay, understood? Now these are the size property. It will display flex, justifying the content in center, aligning the items in center, border radius. You can give, it will look good, of 3 pixel, 2 pixel, 3 pixel, something like this. Give box shadow. I think you know these things, box shadow and all. So 1 pixel and 5 pixel, 13 pixel, 2 pixel. If I'm writing in this way, what is this? Yes, what is this? Shading, shadow, you know, right? You know shadow or not? So here I will write 0, 0, 0, and it's fine. After that, color I will give, let's say white color I will give. 3F we are writing only. I told you this, that if you are writing 3F, what does it mean? Now, this is what it will do. Okay? This is what it will do. A card like this. Okay? By writing these CSS property, we will get this kind of card. Now, our text is hidden here, right? Our text is hidden. Let's change this color to completely black. Now, text is coming. But see one thing, both of the text are coming on the same way, right? Both of the coming on the same way. So we'll change it to white color only, or because it is not looking good. After that, I will write here something as, let me write a comment here. I will write hiding the back side, hiding the back side. How to hide the back side? So for that, I will write back face visibility. Back face visibility hidden, right? Back face visibility hidden. Let me do it here. What is back face visibility? Till now, nothing is changing, right? It will come because we need to write other properties also. So we have to write back face visibility as hidden and transforming the property. So I will write transform style. Here I will write preserve 3D. Preserve 3D. Now let's write again. Let me keep it black only. I'll change it later. See, this is coming in this way. Now after that we will write transition. You can give, because if you are hovering on that at first it will do. So for that, let's provide a transition, or in transition I will write here something as transform 0.5 second. So you know this 0.5 second and ease in out in this way. Now you have written the property for design part. Let's write the logic part for this class now. Flip box front. Okay, this flip box front. Let's call this. So I will write dot flip box hyphen front. Inside that I will write transform. In transform I will give rotate, rotate to the y direction of 0 degree. Rotate, you know. So in transform I will rotate it to 0 degree. Then background, no background size, leave it here only. After that, let me write the flip box backside. Flip box backside. So I will write flip box back. See, front we want every time. Front we want every time. But back we don't want every time, so it will be having more properties. So let me give it a transform to the rotate y only. In this rotate y, angle I will give as 180 degree, complete reverse, 180 degree. After this transform, I will give it a padding. Let's say padding it is having of 10 pixel, and font size it is having of around 16 pixel. Okay, and line height 1.5 you can give. You can give it a background color. So let's write 98 and 80, something like this. Is it changing something? Yes. Only the front side is visible now. Back side is rotated by 180 degree. Means you have sent the back side to behind 180 degree. If I'm removing this part, so now back side is visible, front side is hidden, because front side is not having any rotate to y direction. So you have to rotate your back side. Now back side went back, front side is coming here. Now what you need to do is you need to just give the hover property, that if we are hovering on this front side, it should rotate and it should show us the back side. Okay, it should show us the back side. Okay, let's try. Now hover property I will give. So first hover property, parent, so flipbox colon hover. Flipbox colon hover means whenever you are hovering on flipbox, so who will go to backside? Front. Call the front here. So property will be applicable into these two. Flipbox hover means parent flipbox and the front side. What they will do? Transform. In transform, they will rotate in the y direction. How much they will rotate? Minus 180 degree. How much? Minus 180 degree. Now they are going, but backside is not coming. They are going, but backside is not coming. They are going 180 degree minus, because our backside is already we have sent that 180 degree. Now call that. For that I will say dot flip box colon hover means whenever you are hovering on the flip box, property should be applicable to flip box back. How? Transform, rotate y. How much? Already you have set it to 180 degree, so you can set it to 360 degree or simple 0 degree. Okay, now it is coming in this way. On hover, it is not actually flipping. Box is not getting flipped, right? Box is not. This is the simple one. You can show two different contents on hover, right? This is the one. Okay, so this is the simple one that you can do this part. What if we are having some image in the first one, right? What if we are having the image in first? This is the simple thing. You can do it in this way. There are more than 3-4 methods for creating flipbox. This is the first one, right? Which one you feel easy, you can do that. So this one is simple one. On hover, things will go like this: front side and then back side. Content is completely changing. Okay, content is completely changing. Now what we will do is we will do it with the second method. So let me group these things. In this I will create first. This was the first method. I will give you the source code of all of these. You can easily use. Okay. Now we are going to discuss about the second method. Have you studied the WebKit in CSS? WebKit? No? Studied. It's very easy actually. Just search about it, what is WebKit, and you can get it. Okay. Let me keep boilerplate code is already there. Again, same thing we will do without any particular change. We will be creating a container. Understood the logic? There will be one main container which will be having the both other things. So let me create a div and I will give it a class as flipbox. This time we'll write like this. Inside this flipbox, we are going to have the. Now we will try to flip the box. For flipping the box, what we have to do, we have to have the inner content and the back content, right? So there will be two parent. So one, let me create as flip box, and another parent I will create as flip hyphen box hyphen inner, right? In this way I will create. Inside this I will create the front and back side. So div class as flip box front. Inside this I will simply give a small heading that front side. Okay. To the second box also I will create div class as flipbox hyphen back. Inside this I will give a heading which will say backside. Simple thing we are doing, right? There is nothing to do here. What we did previously it was a two dimension flip box. 2D flip box means you will not see visual that how it is going backside, how it is coming from the. Now what we are going to create, this is we are going to create a 3D. What is this? 3D flip box. Let me mention it. I will mention it 3D flip box. Here you can see the visuals also that how it is going to back and how back is coming to the front. So let's link the CSS file. You know the shortcut? Now you know. Or you know previously also? No? Very good. So if you are writing link colon CSS, it will come. Okay. First, flipbox is the class. Call it. So I will write dot hyphen flipbox. Understand it. How it will be coming? Let me go live now and show you. See, 3D flipbox. This is a heading, front side and back side. So what we will do is we will just design them properly. Okay. For this flipbox, I will at first write the background color. In background color, I am writing transparent. What is this transparent? Have you used it previously? If I am writing background color transparent, or leave it. Width I will write as 300 pixel. Height I will write as same 200 pixel. It will look good. After that, let's give it a border of 1 pixel, solid, and F1 color I'll give. Means F1 is not completely white, not completely black. I will give it a perspective of 1000 pixel. Will it make some change there? See, you can check. A box is coming. Is it visible? Let me give it a solid color only. So I'll give it F4. Let me give complete black only. Box is coming. Now we will write the inner side. After flip box, we have the flip box inner. So we will write this one now. We will write dot flip box hyphen inner. At first, position should be relative, and its parent is there. So width of 100%, height of 100%, aligning the text in center. Transition we will give. What transition? It will transform, and how it will transform in 0.8 second. Means it will take some time. And transform style. In transform style, we will write preserve 3D. We will write preserve 3D. Okay. Now, what we will do is after that we have flip box front and flip box back. So I will write flip hyphen box hyphen front. Front only we have, right? Okay. I will write its CSS. So I will say that its position will be absolute and its width will be 100%. Its height will be 100%. Now here I will write hyphen or hyphen webkit. I will write hyphen webkit hyphen backface visibility. Last time we have written only backface visibility hidden. This time I will write backface visibility from webkit. Now it is showing some warning here. It is saying that also define this. You can ignore it. And here I will write backface visibility hidden. Okay, both I will write at the same time. Actually, these are the properties which will be followed by the back also. So you can give comma and means these are the common properties. So flip box back will also follow these things. Now let's design these boxes. So I will write simple dot flip box front. And when you're writing the flip box front, so we will give it a background color. Let's say any color you can give. Okay. So this is the color that we are giving. It will come in this way. Coming. After that, text color you can give. Text color is already black, so no need to give anything. Now in the flip box, see if it is coming in this way, what we need, our backside should be hidden here. So I will write dot flip hyphen box hyphen backside. Inside that, what you need to write, let me write the background color and same background, something different, so that we can check that background color has changed. Okay. After that, transform means rotate y by 180 degree. Means by default it will be rotate by 180 degree. By default it will be rotated as 180 degree. Rotated, not visible. Now it is not visible. Only front side is visible. After that, what we need to do on hovering of this part, whenever we are hovering, it should change to the back side. So now let's do it. I will write the hover property. For that, flip box colon hover, when flip box is getting hover, provide the same property to flip box inner. In that, I will write transform rotate y, and I will rotate it by 180 degree. I will rotate it by 180 degree. Let's check how it is working now. Fresh. Okay, we are missing on. Give this property here. Run it again. On flipbox, hover flipbox. Hold on a minute. I'm just checking like what's the problem. So backside flip is working, but it is automatically working. Whenever we are writing the property, it is just going by default. Let me check the code. Flipbox is there. Inner is there. So backside it is working in this way. Let me check it once. There is some minor issue. For the flip box, background color is transparent. Okay, fine. Width is 300 pixel. Height, perspective of 1000 pixel. Okay. Flip box inner position, relative width, height, same. Text align, center, transition, transform 0.8 second. It is preserving the 3D. When flip box colon hover, flip box inner. Flip box front. Code is fine. There's no problem in the code. This one. This time this inner is the parent, no, so it will 3D we are writing. It is working fine, but without hovering it is working. That is the problem. It's working fine. See, if I'm not writing this property, front side is coming. After writing this property, it is working, but it is working statically. Means without hovering on the content, it is working. Back side is working. Okay. So now it is coming, but back side is coming in the completely reverse way only. Okay. On hover it is working, but back side is coming in this way. Front side is fine. Now where we are writing this thing? Here we are writing this thing. Let me remove these two things. This will come, right? So backside is already flipped by 180 degree. Backside is flipped by 180 degree. That's why text is also flipped. See, today time was very less, so we can't teach you that what is perspective and all. So this is how flip card work. See, now I have just rotating it by 180 degree. So you will see that text also rotated. That's why we were writing here that back face visibility hidden. We write back face visibility for that part only. It is not working. Let me check with WebKit. Hover is working fine, but there is a problem in this. No problem. Tomorrow we will discuss it. Tomorrow we have class, right? So means on the next class we will discuss it. Like he will teach also like what is the meaning of perspective, what is this WebKit, and this problem code is fine actually, but there are some minor mistake that we are doing. We'll check it. Okay. You can drop the calls now. A source code also I'll provide in the next class only. This is how we create the flip box. Okay. This is the 3D one, and the what we discussed in the previous was the 2D. Okay. Fine, guys. Let's connect again on the next class. You can drop the calls now. And this was the problem that we were facing. And this was the problem that we did yesterday, that we kept a comma here. It means that we want the flip box over with flipbox inner to rotate directly. But if you remove this comma, it means that when this flipbox inner will hover on this particular property, right? Now it will work fine because of that comma only. See, front side, back side. No problem. If you don't know about this thing, means we'll do it again, right? In this way. Flip box. Okay. So start. See, the design of flipbox is something in this way. I already told you yesterday also that at first there will be a container, right? There will be a container. Inside this container, this will be the front side, this will be the back side. You can initially you can show them in any way, right? Initially you can show them in any way. Later we will merge them. Not initially, later we will merge them. How we will merge them and what are the steps for that? We are just going to see it now. Okay. So there is a main container at first. So let's create. I will create a div class as flip box. Now inside that, let's create another div. and give it a class as flipbox inner, right? Why we are creating that? Because this will be the container and there will be a hover container which will be containing these two. Inside that you have to create your front side and the back side. These are two separate divs, right? And we'll create something good Flipkart now, like something amazing we'll create. For that, go to Pixabay and let's create a card of this image. Okay, so image is downloaded. Now let's create the front side of this flipbox. So div class as flip box front, flipbox front. After that, another class div class as flipbox back. So at first design these things. There is no issue in this part. I'm not writing any CSS. We are just designing this part. So I will say that image source is image.jpg, and this image is looking this much big. So give this image a width of around 400 pixel. Simple 400 you can write. So this image is coming in this way. Simple thing, width of 400. Now this div and this div, they will be having same height width. These div will be having the same height width. So this is the image that we will flip now. Now you have to create a div which will be equal to the size of this image, right? Whatever the image size is coming here. For that, you can go to inspect and just try to check what is the size of this image. So the image size is 300 multiply 434.38. You can check. Image size is 300. Here, if you check this image, this one, so image size is 300 cross 434 pixel. So do one thing. In the second div, write a h2 tag, and here write this is a awesome picture downloaded from Pixabay. Okay. So this is the first part. This is the second part. Cool. After that, we will write the CSS here. Okay. So written the CSS that this is an awesome picture downloaded from Pixabay. Now what CSS will write? First CSS is both of these div, flipbox front and flipbox back. I will give them a height width. So let's do it. And dot flip box front width, we have already checked that this is 300 pixel. Height we have checked, let's say it is around 4, what was even I forgot, 434 pixel. So you can write 434 pixel or 435 pixel because it is in points actually. After that, give it a background color of blue so that we can actually check the size. After that, we will remove this color. So you can check it is getting fit inside the image. Like, see, you will see a very large little blue background, very little, means it's fit. After that, give this same design to the back side also. Okay, same height, width and background color. Now tell me, do you have any problem in this part? No, simple designing it is, right? It's very simple design. There is no problem in this code. Now let's adjust a design here. So instead of this blue color, I will give something as this color, and text color I will keep as white, and font weight I'll write as 500. These are the simple styling part. Okay, so in this way, let's make it center. For that, I will say that display the flex and align the items in center. Okay, so it is coming in center. It is coming in center, right? Now, what you want is you want these two divs at the same position. Now you have designed the part. Now what you need is you need these two divs at the same position. At first, I will say to the body, I will call the body tag, and I will say that body is displaying flex and aligning the items in center. So that we, okay, No, not needed actually. Not working. Keep it there only. Now what you need is these two images or these two containers should come at the same position. They are the child of this div flipbox inner, right? They are the child of flipbox inner. So at first we will write the CSS property of this flip box. So I will write flip hyphen box. Okay. When you're writing this flip hyphen box, or wait, first let's try to keep both of them at the same position only, right? Both of them at the same position. For that, I will call their parent. Who is the parent? This is a flip box inner. Flip box inner. To this flip box inner, I will say that its position is relative. Its position is relative. So let me close everything. See, for this flip box inner, I am saying that its position is relative, right? And to all of these flip box front and flip box back, I will give them a position as absolute. I hope you understand absolute position and relative position. So once I gave position absolute to front, you will see that back is not visible now. If I'm removing this position absolute, then back is coming. While I'm giving position absolute to this front also and to back also. See, both of them are coming at the same position. You understand position absolute or not? Understand, no? So now both of them are coming at the same place, and that's what we want, that both of them should come at the same place, right? They are coming at the same place. Now what else we need is nothing. It's simple. What we want is when I'm hovering at first, back side is visible. At first, back side is visible. But what I want is front side should be visible, right? What I want is front side should be visible, right? That's what we need, that whenever we are going on here, our front side. So do one thing to this back side, say that you will have a transform. And what transform you will have? In the transform, you will rotate to the Y. Up to how much angle you will rotate? You will rotate on an angle. You will rotate on an angle of 180 degree. 180 degree. So after keeping this 180 degree, you can check that it rotated 180 degree. In which direction? Text is rotated. Means it is working on the 2 dimension, not in the 3 dimension. For that, this flip box inner, whenever, who's the parent here? Flip box inner only. To this inner, I will say this thing, that it will be having a transform style. That what is the transform style? Wait, when you rotated when you rotated this flip box back by 180 degree, it is getting rotated in the 2D direction. Means its transform style is by default set to 2 dimension. Now we will change it to 3 dimension. For that, to this flip box inner, I will say that it is having a transform style. In transform style, it will preserve the 3D. While it is preserving the 3D, it will again it will change something. Now, to this particular inner box, I have given that their position is relative. They will preserve the 3D. Now, again, go back to the main container now, right? The flip box, or at top only, I will write its position. We will write them in the order. Okay. At top, we will write it for flip box. To this flip box, at the first thing, I will write background color as transparent. Background color as means no background basically. And here I will say that perspective of 1000 pixel. Now what is this perspective? Perspective is when this flip card will rotate, how much depth it will have. Means you will see that it is going to back. That is called perspective. We will see this thing. So perspective we have written, right? Okay, perspective means when the flip card is rotating, you will see it while it is getting rotated. You will see it. Now let's come back to this flip card, flip box front and this flip box back. To this back, I will say something like that it is back face visibility. I will switch to this back side. I will say that back face visibility hidden, and I will write WebKit back face visibility. WebKit back face visibility. This is also hidden. It means that this, right? If I am removing this WebKit from the back side, if I am removing this thing, then also it is working. So this direct back face visibility is for the new browser, and some of the browser doesn't support this new version. So WebKit is supported by all, right? Very old browsers. So that's why we write the WebKit. Now our front side is coming, and back side is give these properties to the front side also. Given. Now what we need is whenever you are hovering on the flip box, it should rotate. That's it. Okay. For that, let's write. Here I will write dot flip box colon hover and flip box inner dot flip box. Don't keep a comma here. If you are keeping a comma means no need to hover, directly it will work. Whenever in this, just write a transform. What transform you will write? Rotate to y. And what you will do here? You will do something like this, that rotate it to 180 degree. And it is rotating in this way. Something is happening, and how it is happening? See, in this way. It is rotating, but it is going to that side. Now, let's check the code again. What we have written. So our flip box is having background color as transparent, perspective of 1000 pixel, and okay, inner is having position relative, text align center. Okay, give it a height width of 100%. Perspective means I already told the depth. I will show you live only, don't worry. And okay, this again they are taking the entire thing. So remove these two, three things. To the inner height width position transform style preserve 3D rotate Y. Let's first do it without image only. Maybe the image size is not proper here. Background transparent perspective of 1000 pixel. Let's give it a width of around 300 pixel, height of 250. Inner is fine. Text align center. Flip box front. Height of 100%. Okay. So earlier we were not giving the delay, means we are saying that happen immediately. So it was changing immediately. Now this time we are just writing that take 1 second of time. See. Now what is perspective? And now let me try to do it with image actually. Okay. Now what is perspective? Let me decrease the value of perspective. So here I will write that perspective is only 500 pixel. And let's check. So you will see that till how much. Just check the difference. This is on 500. Check the corners also. If I'm writing here 100 perspective, this is 100 perspective. If we are not writing any perspective, right? And if you are writing perspective as 10 only, if you are writing perspective as 200, so for a smooth transition, you can give either perspective 0 or perspective 1000. Both are equal. So 1000 pixels of complete repetition. So it will take like this. Very smooth transition. If you're writing here something around 400, means how much screen size it will be taking, right? So you can keep it. Sometime we want these kind of animations that when it is rotating, wait, 100. What we want is when it is rotating, it should rotate in this way. So you can use perspective 100 according to your choice in this way. Now logic is very simple. For the parent div, you have to give the perspective. To the parent div, you have to give the perspective. Then there will be an inner container. To this inner container, you have to give the position as relative. And to the front side and back side, you can design text, image, audio, video, food, anything. To these two div, you have to give absolute position, and you have to hide the back one, rotate it to the y direction is 180-degree. Both of them give a back face visibility hidden. Back face means nothing will be visible from the back side. So while we are rotating the both, we give absolute mean. Both of you, these things, you if you are giving absolute means they will be coming at the same position. If you are not giving, they will be coming in this way. While you are giving absolute, so this also will appear here only like this. Okay, so in this way it will come. Okay, just try it once. This is how you create a flip box, flip card, something you can say it. So let me do it with 1000 pixel. If we are removing it, it's perspective 0. There's no perspective. Both will work in the same way. Okay. Understood? This is how you create a flip box. Understood? Yes, online people's understood. So now try to create, means after the class you also practice it and build something exceptional thing. We can do main dev and front dev and can work flip. Yeah, it's totally, see, I already told you that there are multiple ways. Logic is the front side and back side both will be having a position as relative, and the back side will be having a by default rotate of 180-degree. That's it. Now you can use any of your logic, any of number contain any number of container, right? You can use any. Yes. So Flipbox is completed, and from like tomorrow onwards, we are going to start the core things of Angular. Enough with this discussion of CSS and all the things. In the next week, we are having 5 classes, Monday to Friday, right? Saturday there is no classes. I will be on leave. Sunday, like we will announce on Friday that how many leaves we are having in the upcoming time. No, we will not post this code in Google Classroom. We'll post only the. Okay, no problem. I'll give you. I'll give you the zip file. What's for now? So in the 5 classes, we'll try to cover up the Angular things only, right? JavaScript. Only lift text. That is the sliding text in that website. When you are hovering, text is coming from the left side. We will see that also, right? But not now. Flipkart is only enough. These are not HTML, CSS classes. That's why I just teach it because you don't have knowledge about it. Okay. So it is posted in the Google Classroom. You can check it. So we will be starting Angular from tomorrow only, not from today. Till then, if you want to have any Q&A session in the last half an hour is left, so we can do. If you have any questions regarding previous classes, we missed your HTML batch. When will again start your HTML? Generally, I don't take HTML batch, Dhanush. I am taking batches only for frameworks and libraries like React, Spring Boot. Means advanced things all I'm taking. So I don't think so that my HTML batch will be there. But I'm taking one HTML batch that is about to complete now. Like JavaScript is going on there. So next batch I don't know. Maybe or may not be. Generally I take only the libraries and frameworks. Angular, React, Spring Boot and microservices. Zip file में नहीं खुलता है sir. Can't you open this zip file? You can open, right? It will open, guys. It will not open if you don't have access from Google Classroom. If you have access of Google Classroom, it will open, right? So simply click on this. See, everything is opening. You can download this. Just a second. So these are the two. First one means 2D and second one means 3D. So both of these things pasted there. Could you please, teacher, drag and drop feature? Drag and drop. Okay, sure. It is there actually, and templates will see it. We'll see drag and drop. Yes, I teach React also. Can you please send your HTML? No, sir, I can't send. Then we searching for gold, we lost diamond. Array. For your Sunday class, I lost my sleep. Huh? Then why you came here? Please take one HTML, CSS, JS. Uh, can't say Dhanush anything actually. My batches are already aligned. If there is one batch, we'll see. How to upload our movies on site. Do you have movies? Like I can't get this question. How to upload our movies on site by compressor. See, we don't use compressor actually for that. There is one website that is called WeTransfer. So what you have to do is go to WeTransfer. Here you can send file up to 2 GB, I think 2 GB or 2 TB, 2 GB. If your file is still 2 GB, so you can just upload it, add folder or something, then it will create a link. You can send that link and same person can download the files, right? We don't compress the movies, we send it like this way. WeTransfer. Is there any reason for not sending your HTML? The guys, I think it is not in my hand actually. These things are managed by the academy. Like I don't have any information about this. You generally I don't have any notes for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. First thing, file will open, guys. If file is not opening, let me give you the WeTransfer link also. So download it within 7 days. After that, it will be expiring, right? I'm sharing a link. From that link, you can download this. And those who cannot download the zip file, you don't have the access of Google Classroom. That is the problem. If you have Google Classroom access, you can download it. So just copy paste the same link in your browser. I'll show you that also, that how you can do this. So I have given a link and you have to download this source code within 7 days. After 7 days, this link will expire. So click on this link. It will open the WeTransfer. After that, you will see the download button. Directly download it, right? This will expire within 7 days. Download it and keep it with you. Yeah, but you can download that zip file also. You might not be having the Google Classroom access. That is the problem. Okay. Any other questions? My few. I don't have a journey. No, there is no disappointment in my life. First thing that I do is if I took a decision, I never regret it. Never. If you are regretting your decision means you are doubting your choice only. So I never regret it. The problem with the thing, like what people thinks are okay, everything should be good for us. But what I believe is things will never be good. You have to be on a note. Hello. That whatever is coming in my way, I will enjoy this. If you are enjoying that part, definitely things will be very good for you. And if even if I'm telling you my journey, like it is full of that ups and downs every time, yes. But what the thing is, I never stopped myself in one more try. Let's try it once. Let's try it once. Something like that. Yeah, I felt. Now also I'm feeling. What is this going on? Sunday, sir, provide full notes in Angular. Of course, I'm providing full notes in Angular only. Whatever we are teaching, I'm providing you. Sir, your brother cricket. No, my brother is not cricket. He used to play cricket actually. He's a even I used to play. Like we both were good cricketers. Then we saw Hardik Pandya. Then we left. Yeah. Pradeep, Pragyandi, we can't be like you. Don't be like me. Be better than me, guys. I don't want anyone to be like me. Be a better developer than me. Be a better human being than me. So just enjoy it. Disappointment comes when you expect. Don't expect. That's it. Right? See, I never expect that I will be having something like now. Let's say even today we are having a working day, right? Which is against the policies, right? Maybe we know that in the next upcoming week we have a time where we will be enjoying. So now I thought, okay, we can work. What normal people know, why we have to work, this, that. Don't think too much. Time will pass. Please, why do you think that I am motivated? I have myself said this thing multiple times that I don't believe in motivation. I believe in discipline. My discipline is very simple. If I am having work, I don't know what is the other thing. Then I think that everything else can wait, not my work. If I'm with my family, I hardly do any work related to my professional life. I'm just sleeping, teasing my mom, getting her slap. So I do these kind of things. So you have to maintain a difference between your personal and professional life. Motivation is like a dopamine, right? Dopamine means that you need to do only, then only you can work. Now, I'm coming at 11, taking your class and leaving. Is there any motivation? There's no motivation. Like motivation will be when I don't know anything in Angular. I have to go and take a class, and then the problem will arrive, right? Then the problem, I will motivate myself. No, no, Shivam, this you have to take. Now, when I know the things, there's no motivation. Okay, let's go. Whatever the topic will come, we'll teach that, right? And come back. I don't believe in motivation. If you are having discipline within you, that's fine. Which you play good, sir, in ball or bat? Both, sir. Like in India, everyone is all rounder only. No one is batter or bowler. Everyone is all rounder. So things are very simple. Anything else? Resume template again. We don't want to go on that. You just can open the jigs overleaf resume. I have personal. Hyderabad is most popular in IT field. Then why Indian people not inventor in computer field? Even though we have Amirpet top area in IT field. First of all, Amirpet is not the top IT field of Hyderabad. It is the top training field of Hyderabad, not the IT field. See, one thing is why India are not having some good things. First of all, India is having very good things also. Second thing, in terms of IT, I'm from India only, right? And I'm also into IT. Indian people's what I see as bit more emotional, right? Indian peoples are a bit more emotional. Like they will see the things on emotional side. They will be seeing the things on very. Now I will tell you one incident. So on 1st of January, my birthday was there. So my nani, what you call nani, that Miss Mother's mother, she called me and she was asking me what is your plan for the day. I said nothing. I'll go office and just come back. Today also you have office. Yeah, I said I'm having. Then she said, see, if you were at home, you can easily celebrate your birthday. For a minute, I got a thought. Oh, yeah, she's saying right. Second moment, I said, no, no. Birthday I am celebrating for last 2020 these years. Now it's time we have a young age to work. So let's work. What I thought is she's being emotional here that I am having my birthday and I am alone in Hyderabad. No one is there, no celebration, nothing like that. She's feeling on that way, but I'm feeling no, no, I'm enjoying my work, so I'll enjoy it here. So things are Indian peoples are a bit emotional. They will see the things on emotional side. And when emotion works, nothing works at that time. Nothing. Right? I can hardly open my laptop when I'm at home. My younger brother is there because he will come for anything. Mother is there, father, grandfather. Everyone will be like onto something. So things will work in an emotional way there. When I am here, there's no emotion. No one is here. I am alone and single warrior here. One man army. So nothing emotion is there. So simple thing. If you want to do something big, so there is a English proverb that if you want to drive a Ferrari, stop taking advice from those people who are driving the bike. First thing, that if you want to drive a Ferrari, first of all, stop taking the advice from those people who are driving a cycle or bicycle. Don't take advice from them because they will hardly give you the advice of cycle only. Right? Exceptions are anywhere actually. They will give you advice for cycle only that let drive the cycle, do this, do this. That's it. So your advisor should be a good person. Very good. If you don't find any person who can be a good advisor for you, be your own advisor. Measure everything, take a decision and stick to that. Doesn't matter the loss or profit or doesn't matter. Then it is fine. Right? Take a decision and be stick to that. I belongs to the complete north and from main like all of my professional journey is in the south only. And I have to adjust with South Indian food. Like each and every area has its own food, culture, weather. This time in my home temperature is around 5 to 6 degree. Complete fog. Means if you are opening the gate of your house, you cannot see who is standing on the road. This much dense fog is there. And here complete sunshine from the morning only. Right? So sir reply. Full Angular notes at one file. Guys, it is not possible actually that we can provide Angular note in one file only. Daily we are, it is not like that we took a 100-hour class and taught the complete Angular and did everything in single file. It is not possible, right? But we will try that if we can do. Okay. So these are the things. Like I don't believe in motivation. And if Indian people start thinking with their brain, there is no competition to Indian peoples. The CEOs of almost all companies are Indian only. You are not providing the backside of this image. Rishabh, provide the backside of this image. Okay, now you are providing. Perspective you are not giving properly. That's why it is not about size. Yeah, someone is implemented the things. So things are very simple. Any other questions? How many days to complete this course? Around 25 working days. That's it. If you want, we can finish in 10 days also. But I don't want to take up the speed. Anything else? This is on what technologies we should be good in if we are changing career from front end developer to Python full stack developer. Same thing, right? If you're a front end developer, front end is same. Python is for back end only. If someone is saying that Python full stack developer means you will write the back end in Python. So strong, keep the back end strong part. How many days do we can access Google Classroom for Angular? I don't know these things. Admins will tell you this thing. That how many days you can access the Google Classroom. Recordings, notes. Ask questions that I can answer. Okay, I'll tell you one thing that how I started my journey, right? So it was the COVID time going on. First wave, complete lockdown. Uh, I was doing job before that also, but that was a turning point actually. My I was in BTech at that time. Uh, my first year got completed. No, not first year. I think second year. So I saw a job posting from eCart that they were hiring web development interns. You know what is eCart? Flipkart, you know? eCart is the Flipkart's delivery partner. If you are ordering something from Flipkart, eCart will deliver it. Right? This one. eCart Logistics, this one. This is the Flipkart's delivery partner. Okay, this website is having tracking order and lots of things it is having. I saw it, but they were hiring a proper person who is in the final year or completed the final year. And I was not in that. So I applied. I know the things actually because I was doing freelancing and lots of things I was doing. So I think they did 2 or 3 rounds. I didn't remember completely. They did 2 or 3 rounds. I did that. And by God grace, I cleared also. After that, the HRs actually it was completely locked down, so work from home it was. So HR sent me a link that upload your degrees, Aadhaar card, and everything to this. Now, if you are uploading your Aadhaar card, means your age, your everything is going to be verified. So I drop a mail to the HR that my documents are in college because of some work, and now college is closed. I cannot submit. Means I was lying to them. So HR said, no problem, Shivam. Once the lockdown is over, you can submit. I said, fine. I know that lockdown is not going to over very soon. I started working without any document. So bank account I provided them, and salary was coming. I did job there for 7 months. In the first 3 months, I was the intern, and after that, we got our position was changed, not salary. Salary they increased a little bit only. But in that 7 month of time, I learned a lot of things. Before getting a job, you will think that you know everything. After getting a job, you will get to know that you don't know anything. With you also, I'm telling this thing. Before getting a job, you will think that you know everything. After getting a job, you will get to know that you don't know anything. This is the reality. I was heavy there. No, I know HTML, CSS, JavaScript. No one is like me. When I got the job and the team leader shown me the code base, that this is the code of our website, read it. I was thinking, what is this? This is not my HTML that I used to write. So it took 1 week to understand which language is this. That was HTML only. HTML, JSON, JavaScript. 1 week. I taught you GitHub in 1 day. I took 7 days to learn there. And they were scolding like anything that why are you taking 7 days? Now, if someone is taking 7 days for GitHub, I will scold that person. Right? It is 1 hour thing. But at that time, no internet was there, like high speed internet. Lots of things were not there. I belongs to a completely remote area, village, and nothing was there. So I used to search this, that. But that 7 month of time give me lot of learnings. Lot of. After that, I resigned my job because of some reasons. Reason was simply they were not increasing my salary, so I resigned. And I will not work now. And I was working 12 to 13 hours a day. 12 to 13 hours a day for a salary of 5,000, and after 3 months the salary was 8,000. This much work. But that was the turning point of my journey in this field. I got to learn a lot of things. After that, again, I joined a startup. After that, it was just increasing. After it, I got 40 directly. Because that 7 month taught me these many things. After it, my salary got 40. After 40, I joined C176. I think I've shown you that channel 176 website. I've shown you that website. This one. So I've worked in this one. I've shown this website. No? See, in this website, check the cursor. Cursor is the company's logo only. You can check. Cursor is the I did this part. This one. And you can check this cursor. Cursor is saying 176 and C. So this is the company's logo only, that channel 176. So change the cursor. You can check it in your system also, channel176.com. So after that, I joined this startup. Now this is not a startup actually. They are India's, they are not podcast, something they do. They are in the top 10 now. So after joined this for one, after 80, I got one, and it's increasing, kept on increasing. What I feel is this was the learning period of my zone. 7 months. These 7 months, I still thanks myself. I did it. You don't know that what decision in your life you will be enjoying too much, and what decision of your life you will be thinking I should not have took that decision. But there is no decision in my life that I am regretting till now. I don't regret anything. Anything. I left this job without any other offer in my hand, and I was jobless for next months. And I was not regretting that also. I was a college student. Okay, let it be. If I'm not having job, there's no need, right? So things happens in this way. After that, Z, Flipkart, Amazon. Amazon I didn't join actually. That's it. After that, something I got strike with. I changed my decision and came to the training section, left the corporate, but only left the companies. Still now I'm a developer only. Whenever I'm introducing myself, I say Shivam, this is Java full stack developer and trainer. I don't say that I'm a trainer. Yes, I am a software engineer and software developer. Then I am a trainer, right? Now also I used to develop a lot of things, and because of my coding only, I got a chance to work with people from Poland, Germany, Dubai. I have went to Dubai also, worked there for some time in ethical hacking. So I'm an ethical hacker also, and you know ethical hacker. You know ethical hacker? Don't know? Hacker, you know? Ethical hacker are, I will hack you but with your permission. This is called ethical hacking. Now let's say you created a website and you want to see that a hacker can hack this or not. So you called me and said, can you please check my website? Is it hacking or not? Then I am an ethical hacker for you. I am hacking your website with your permission so that you can fix that part. So did there, but I have seen a lot of bad things in ethical hacking also. So I left that part. Ethical hacking means people used to track you. People used to track you on a very bad note. You don't know how much you are being tracked. I will show you one application one day. So in which you will be doing the things and actually you will leave all the things from social media. So I left ethical hacking. Whatever my main aim is, if I'm feeling bored in something, I will leave that. It's a job, person, place, anything. If I'm feeling bored, I will leave that. There is no, and one thing is, I will never do anything that is harming the humanity. If something is there, I that is the reason I left the ethical hacking. Otherwise that was the highest paying field, highest, that too in Dubai. So left that part also, ethical hacking. And now also they used to ask me that come again, come again. I said no. And hacking is something that I don't teach to anyone, even to my younger brother also, because I know that what he will do. He will hack the Insta and WhatsApp. See, first of all, if you are creating your resume in these kind of templates, everybody knows that these are the predefined templates only that you are creating your resume in. YouTube tutorials are available for these. Don't do, see, yeah, portfolio, I know. I also have a portfolio website, right? So if you, I know that this is thing that everybody do. I will show you my 20, 30 students resume in the same template. It is good actually. There's no improvement, right? There's no improvement. Not learn anything. Whenever I am having some free times, I will talk to the peoples who knows more than me. They will know both of the things, right? They know. Now if you ask me what we should do, I will say that. If you ask me what you should not do, that also I can say. What to do, what not to do, right? So getting a job is easy, staying in job is very hard. Things are very complex actually. We cannot even discuss in one class. Remove your fear. Your fear will not give you anything. Anything. It will take you. Don't have a fear. What I should do, sir? Sir, today is Sunday. After the class, sleep. I'll also sleep after the class. You also sleep. Figure out the things. Should we be good in DevOps? DevOps is a plus point. You can learn it. First of all, Hyderabad. Forgot actually. 2 years. Huh? Yeah, I'm feeling good actually. So today we are going to see the view template. View template. Thank you. View template. So I think everybody knows how to create the components in Angular. What is the command for creating components? ng generate component and then the component name. So related to that component only, we are going to see that what is view template. Okay, what is view template? So we have one Hyderabad project here and one Zerodha project. So let's create a new one. How to create an Angular project? ng new and let's say test. This one test is the project name. So I'm writing ng new test. Is it okay? Okay. So it will ask for the CSS. Take it and just generate. What do you mean by view template? So we will write here. The view template means the code that has to be rendered while loading a component. While loading a component. So project is getting created. After that we'll see. Actually we have seen this, means we have directly used it. We have not studied in depth. Okay, so we are going to see it in depth. What is the full form of NPM? Very good. Yarn. What is the full form of yarn? Yet another resource negotiator. Remember? Alternative of NPM is yarn, yet another resource negotiator. That is. Okay, so project has been created now. So let's check it. Working folder is the src folder. In that you will have index.html, which is getting rendered, right? Because of this app root. And who is having this tag? This app component.html. The file is written here, and ts file is having this app root. Okay. So what the view template is, let's first run this application also. So first we need to go to this folder, cd test, ng serve. So yes, app is working fine. From which file this code is coming? app.component.html. So I will remove everything from this and check everything is removed. From this HTML file, now we will create another component. So the general form is we have a header component, main component, and the footer. For generating a new component, what we write? First go to the folder and then ng generate component header, and it will generate a component header. Okay. So in the app section, it has created a header component. Now open the TypeScript file of this newly created component. So this is the TypeScript file. What is the selector here? App-header. It means that if you want to use this header, if you want to use this header component in your main app, where in your main app. So this is the main app. What tag you need to write? App-header. And this we have already seen till now. So it will print something like this, that header works. We have to import it in the TypeScript file, right? So import header component, and here also you need to use it. So it is saying that header works. Now the case is from where this header works is coming. So this header works is coming from the headers HTML file, because there a paragraph is written. Now once you check the TypeScript file, and I remove these two things, right? I am removing these two things. What is coming here? Nothing. It is coming because previously it is stored. Once you are running the session and doing it again, it will not come. This is the view template only, right? If I'm writing here template, in template column I'm putting, and then if I'm writing a tag here, let's say h1 tag I will write, and between this h1 tag I will write hello world. After that I will keep them in a single tag in this way. Now check hello world. This is the view template. This is the view temp. It means that, okay, by this, if you want to understand this particular component file, see, TypeScript is the main thing here. What we are writing, let me remove the component here. So this is the import statement, that you are importing the component library from Angular core, and there is a class header component that you are exporting. In your class, you don't have anything. Do we have anything? No, we don't have anything. Over this class, I am creating a decorator, right? What I'm creating? A decorator. So decorator was already there. So let's keep it back. Now, let me remove everything from this decorator. And this is how your decorator will look like. Okay? This is how your decorator is looking. You know that we use decorator with the symbol over the class. Now inside this decorator, what are the important things that you need to write? I have deleted everything, right? We have deleted the everything. See, sometimes why we are learning this thing in Angular, sometime in the production environment, means you are working in a company and your company is saying that don't use npm or the ng to generate a component. Create it by yourself. They will say, create it by yourself. Don't do anything from the external thing. They will say that if you want to create this header, don't create this header by ng. So you have to create a header folder. In that header.component.ts file you need to create. Then export the class header component over that. This is a component tag or annotation, means decorator. Now if you are running this thing, see, nothing is coming because app component is this app component.html file is looking for something app-header, and the nothing is available. There is nothing like app-header. So here you need to define. So I'm saying that selector is going to be app hyphen header. App hyphen, I am providing the metadata of header component class here. And I am saying that this class can be used by app hyphen header tag. This is what I'm saying, that this class can be used by app hyphen header tag. Now, component is missing a template. What error it is showing us? It is showing us one error, that component is missing a template. That okay, tag you are giving, but you are not giving any view template. You have to at least give some template to it. Now, if you, what I want is, to this header, I will simply say that header works, or this is a header component. Directly you can write in the class only. So what I will do is I will write template colon template colon single quote. Now in the single quote you can write your HTML. So I will write here h1 tag, closing the h1 tag, and simply I will write that this is the header component. This is the header. Save the file and you will check that this is the header component is rendering on the web page. Template. So what we are writing? We are writing that view template is the code that has to be rendered while loading a component, right? While loading a, so view template, you understood now? This is the code. Now, ways of creating template. Ways of creating the template. In how many ways we can create our template? So first way is in the decorator of the component class, So simply here I will write component.ts file, right? .ts file. We can directly write the HTML code. We can directly write the HTML code and its selector. How? In this way you can directly write it, right? In this way you can directly write the code. No need to do anything in the next file. Sometimes it is possible that you will be writing only one line of HTML, right? It is possible, completely possible, that you will be writing only one line of HTML. Now for one line of HTML, there is no need of writing any other file. You can specify this thing in the same file as well, right? You can specify this thing in the same file as well. Okay, so in this way you can write it. Now, what if I want to write a new tag? Let's say you want to write 2-3 tags. So one is the h1 tag, that this is a header component. After that, you want to write a h2 tag, that this is zero the website, something like this. So create it again. I will create h2 tag, then the closing of h2 tag. In between, I will write that this is the header of zero the website. See, now my text is too big on the VS Code screen and it is scrolling left to right. So you can press Alt Z, so it will come on the same screen. Now save this file and check. This is the header of zero the website. Here you can write template. Okay. If you want some another tag, you want some image, some anchor tag, try to keep them. So I will keep an anchor tag. I will give href equals to hash. Hash means same page, right? Hash means same page. And after that, I will write Google. Write it again and check, and it is coming, right? It is coming. If we had direct, see, if we are able to write it directly, right? If we are able to write it directly, what is the use of some external file? We can directly write our code here. So here we will write disadvantages of writing the template in TS file. According to you, what is the one disadvantage that you will feel the most? First is the code readability. Here code readability is very poor. Means you cannot actually read the code in the proper way. So first thing is code readability is very poor. Maintenance of code is very tough. If the code readability is poor, maintenance will be very tough. These are the two issues. What's the solution? So we'll write the solution for the above problem is to give the URL of the external HTML file. Now instead of writing our HTML here, what we will give? We will give the URL of this, and we will be maintaining this file somewhere outside, right? We will not be writing, but we can write in the view template, means simply template. We can write the in file template also in the TypeScript file, right? It is the case is if you don't want to create any HTML file for your components, you can write the things in the same file as well, right? Now, what is the solution for this? We have to give the URL of the external HTML file, and which is the second method as well, right? So what we will do here, using template, instead of using template, we will use template URL. What we will use? Template URL. How? So first remove this part, all everything you can remove. Now what you will use here? You will use template URL colon single quote. This is the logic here. Property. We did this in TypeScript actually. We don't write equals to here. We write colon template URL colon. Now to which file you want to give this app.component.html, and which is in the same folder, which is in the header folder only. So I will write dot slash app.component.html, app.component.html, and if you check, nothing is coming there. So we need to keep something in our HTML file of header. So this is the header file, right? Now let's create a header here. So first I will keep one h1, that this is the header component. This is the header component. Okay, refresh it. Okay, something is still missing. Run it again. See, I have already told this. Sometimes you need to run your things again. Okay, one mistake we are doing here. The file name is header.component instead of app. Header.component.html. So it is loading. This is the header component. Let's write something else in this file. I will write image. There is no src for image. Let's check. Okay, so this header is coming from the outside now. So instead of using template, we will use the template URL. In which way we will use? In the TypeScript file, we will give in this way. So these things are very important. Now let's say some code is deleted from by you in this file. Okay, now you don't know how to fix this. So you will create a new project. So instead of creating a new project, understand it's working, right? So this is how you do it. And let me keep the code also. Okay, so this is how you use it. In this way you need to give it. Understood? Right? Understood or not? So this is called the view template. View template means in TypeScript you will define one tag, but how the HTML of that tag will come? So there are two methods of doing it. There are two methods of doing it. First method is directly writing the HTML by keeping the template property, or else you can create an external file and then you can give the properties. Okay, this was the case about view template. Now second thing, understood this? Shall we move forward? Styling the component, right? Next thing is styling the component. So because for styling also we have style URL, can we write the in file styles also? So we can. So here we will write styling the component. While we are talking about this topic, styling the component, let's check. Now this is what we are rendering here, that this is a header component. I'll remove the image. Okay, so this is the header component. Now what I want to do is I want to give this heading some particular styling. Can we write the inline style also in the TypeScript file? So let's write here. At first I will write the styles colon, right? Way is simple, but here you need to keep the square brackets. What you need to keep? Square brackets. Now how it will go? So at first keep the single quote, and here I will write h1, keep the brackets, and write the style for h1. This is how we write the thing. So here I will write background hyphen color colon red. If you are writing your style in this way, see, coming, style is coming, it will come. Let's, if you want to write a new style, so for that keep semicolon here and write text align center, right? Text align colon center. So inline style, here you can write using the styles properties, right? What are these things? Selector, template, URL, styles. These are the properties. And what are these? These are their values. These are the properties and these are the values, right? Now, what property value is? So let's check. If you are saying name, name is the property. And if you're writing Shivam, Shivam is the value of name, right? If you're writing here age, no, date, date is a property. And if you're writing 6th Jan, this is the value of this, okay? Again, you see how we can write the styles. So at first you need to keep the styles property name colon. square brackets. If you don't want to keep the square bracket, because from the top until now we are using single quote only. So write single quote, write H1 and give its properties. This is how, see, don't get any problem with this particular part. How we write CSS is in this way only actually. I think you are getting problem. If you want to write CSS for H1, how you will keep H1 and that curly bracket, this is how you will write. Instead of opening this tag, I am simply keeping this. This is also true, right? In this way you will write, instead of writing this, I am just taking this thing in the same line. Let's write single quotes, H1, curly brackets, and here I will write background color colon or red. Background color colon, and it is coming. Then what was the use of square brackets? We'll see it. Let's write the another file. So here I will keep semicolon, right? I'll keep the semicolon and I will write text align colon center. Now text will come in center and text is coming. But what was the use of that square bracket? We'll see that. In the header component, let me create a paragraph also, and here I will write this is the header of, this is the header of 0 tha. Now I want to give some designings to this paragraph, right? I want to give some designing to this p tag. So let's go there in TS file. How you will write? If you want to keep a comma here, write P and then write it. Here I will write font hyphen size colon 22 pixel semicolon and background color of green. Okay. So that was the use of square brackets. If you have only one tag to style, you can use single quote. If you have multiple things, then you have to use the square bracket. Now how we will do this thing in square brackets? So let's change the code. Here I'll keep the square bracket and here also I'll keep it. And here just keep a close this single quote for H1. Again start it for P and do it in this way. Okay, understood? If you have some problem, we will write it again. So check it. Here I will write styles colon square brackets. Now in this square bracket, if you want to write CSS for any particular element, write single quote. For which tag? H1 tag. What style you need? We need background color to come in red. If you want to write another styling, come out of the single quote, keep a comma, then single quote. Now write the P tag, curly brackets for P tag, and write background color. Any color you can write actually. Okay. So this is how they are coming now. Okay. Understood the styling? So we'll keep it. There are two ways of styling the angular component. Styling the angular component. One way is writing the style in .ts file. Second is creating an external file or simple writing the style in external file. Writing the style in external file. Okay. How we are doing it in the first way. Writing in TS file. How we are doing it. So it's very simple. You need to keep the style tag, and in this way, if you have only single style, you can directly keep single quote and give. If you have multiple styles for the multiple text, use square brackets. Okay. So this is how you can give it. I hope things are clear. You are not having any problem, right? Now, this was the first case. Now, second case is how you will do the, or how you will give the path of some external file. So that is the second method, writing the style in external file and giving its URL. What is the disadvantage of using inline styles? Code readability is poor and maintenance is tough, because here it is not clear. Right? Here it is, this part is not clear. So instead of this style, I will give the style URL colon single quote dot slash, because we are in the same folder only. Here I will write header dot component dot CSS, and you can write your CSS inside the CSS file now. So this is the CSS file, H1 colon background color red. See here also I am not taking this bracket to the next line because it's totally true. It totally depends on you. If you want to take it or not, you can directly write it. Okay, so it is coming. For paragraph, same way. Come here, keep paragraph tag and write background color green, and it is coming in. That's it, right? This is how you use the view template. This is how you styles the component. Understood these two parts? Understood these two parts? Very good. Now we will see as applying the global style. Applying the global style. What do you mean by global style? What is global style? See, global style is something like which is applicable to all. Which is applicable to all. Give me some real life example for it. What is the global style in real life? See, global style is coming from the parental things. First thing is global styles will come from parents, not from you, right? Not from you. Global styles will be coming from your parents, your grandparents, and your ancestors also. Let me talk about myself here. I'm belongs to UP. Why I belongs to UP? Because my parents belongs to UP. Why my parents belongs to UP? Because their parents also belongs to UP. How? Why I know Hindi? Because my parents know Hindi. These are my global properties, right? These are my global properties, which are by default applicable to all. You don't have to do anything for it. For learning Angular or for learning programming, I used to do a hard work. But for learning Hindi, there was no hard work because my parents were speaking Hindi, so I actually learned it, right? So I actually learned it, right? These are the global properties which are applicable to all. Now give me a case in programming. Which thing can be a global property? Let's say I will show you a website. I told you so many websites using Angular. Tell me one. We have seen at least 10 websites using Angular, right? Tell me anyone. Any single website? I have shown you at least 10 big websites. IKEA website. You are not learning, guys. Now let's say you are going to the IKEA website. Which okay, this is website is using Angular. This is a header component. This is the main components, and things are in this way, right? Things are coming in this way. That's fine. But what will be the global styling? Which is followed by everyone? That can be the font family at first. Font, font color, text color. Everyone will be using the same thing. Size can be different actually, but font family is generally. I have given the Hindi example so that you can catch it, but you couldn't catch that point. Font family is something that you can give globally. That you can give globally. So we are going to see that global styles in Angular. Universal selector is there, right? Universal selector. Now let's say in this Angular application, this is the header. You will create a main component. You will create a footer component. Many components you can create. If you want to write the font family to cursive, everywhere you will give it in the CSS of header, in the CSS of main, in the CSS of footer. Instead of that, can we write a global CSS? First thing is why we need to write the CSS, right? First thing. Now let's say you want to write the font family. So here you will go in this H1. Let me try to do it. So here I will write font family cursive, right? So see, first H1 is cursive now, but paragraph is not cursive. You have to make it also cursive, right? You have to make it cursive. So again, same thing, font family of cursive, then it will become cursive. But the case is, why we are writing it again and again? Cannot we merge it? Of course, we can merge it. Of course, we can merge it. But how? For that, we apply the global styles, right? Understood why we are writing global styles? Very good. Sometimes we need to write some style and we want each and every component or not component element. We want each and every element to follow that style. To follow that style. Now, example, font family. Font family is something that we want to give to everyone that use this. Universal selector, right? Universal selector is something that we want to give to each and everyone, right? So these are some properties that we need to give to anyone. Now the question is, how can we write the global CSS in Angular? Or not CSS style, global style in Angular. Learn it properly. You will go to the Angular's folder structure and close this src folder. First thing, open it again and close this app folder. So what you will see, index.html file which is running, styles.css file outside. And what is the comment written in this? You can add global styles to this file and also import other style files. You can also import the, okay, one thing we left actually. Now let's say header company. We are giving the path of single CSS file. If we want to give multiple CSS, for that first thing you need to change is to styles URL. Let me show it. If you have multiple CSS file, so I will write style URLs colon square bracket, in this first CSS, in this second CSS, in this third CSS, right? Same thing. But generally we are having only one CSS for this component. So I'll use that only. Okay. Now in this style.css, I will write the properties. So from the header CSS, I will remove the font family as cursive. Removed it. Now let's try to give the same thing to this style, because it is itself is saying, this file is saying to you that you can add the global style to this file, global, which will be applicable to all. So let's first use this universal selector, right? Universal selector is there. You know universal selector? You know this asterisk in CSS or not? What it will do, selecting everyone. For this, I will say that you are having a font family of cursive. Font family of, and now we are not giving to h1 and paragraph tag. To whom we gave it? Single, simple our style.css, global CSS. Now in this header, let's create another h1 tag. So open its HTML file and I will give h2 to check the global CSS. This is also coming in cursive. Where you gave it? Style.css, and it is taking that property. Understood? Expand the root direct, expand the src folder of your Angular application, and then you will see one style.css file. But where it is being applied, there is might be HTML file which is using this style. So check the index.html. Is it using that CSS file? We are not linking it, right? We are not linking the CSS file here, but how it is getting applied, we are not linking it anywhere, right? We are not linking it anywhere, not neither to this header component, neither to this index HTML. But how this file is actually working? If something's path is not visible, linking is not visible, we already discussed, go to angular.json folder and search here style. What you need to search? Search here style. Style. So here you will see that to your Angular, you are saying that where it will find the style in src/styles.css. You are not linking it to any HTML file. You are saying to your Angular that src style will be in the style.css file, global CSS. Okay. Expand the src folder of your Angular application, and then you will see one style.css file. In that file, we can write our global CSS or global styles. Okay. How we can write? Simple way. Okay. In this way, you can write it. Understood? Let me give a note here. To check the linking of CSS file, to check the linking of global CSS file, go to angular.json and search styles. It will have the linking in the below given manner. Okay. So it will have in this way. Understood? As we know, understood global CSS. Okay. Now let's check. This cursive is already available within the HTML only. If we want to use some external thing, right? Because this file is saying you two things. You can add global style to this file. This is the first thing. Second thing is, and also import other style files, right? It is saying you that you can use the other style file also, right? How? Now, as we know that the fonts are very limited here. If we want to use some external font, so let's go to Google font. Have you ever used any font from Google? Google fonts, awesome font, anything you have used? Just search Google fonts. I'm telling, no problem. Okay. So just search Google fonts, go to the first link, and you will see fonts.google.com. And here, these are the some of the fonts available, right? So now text is everyone has the right to freedom of thought. How it will look? Now let's say you like this one font, right? This one, or any font that you like, or you can search also, right? You can search also. Here it is available. Let's search here Poppins. So this is a Poppins font. This one. You can search. There is font as go to. GOT you go to. This is the go to. This is font I like much. This is my favorite. After Times New Roman, this is my favorite go to font. Now, if you want to use this font in your Angular, how you will use it? For that, just scroll. In this way, you will get it. Now, what you want to use? You are seeing this get font option. Click on this. Okay, you know this thing, or I should teach? You know? Okay, fine. So after searching any font, go to the get font option. Now you can either download this font and embed, or you can take its code also. Now try to check get embed code. So while you are doing, you will see two type of things. What you will see, either you can link the CSS file, link REL, or else you can import. So in Angular, we use this import thing. So copy this part, import URL, copied. Okay, copied this one and import it here. At the rate of import URL, this is the URL of this goto font. Now here, if you want to write the font family of goto, so you will not see goto directly. So go to the Google again and check how you can use it. So this is the CSS class for it. But if you are keeping this copy, let's copy paste this thing. So font family also, it is showing you that font family is this one. So you can copy and paste, right? This is the font family. And now you can check go to font is applied. If it is not getting applied in your system, so try to rerun the Angular. Sometime when you are importing something, it doesn't take that, right? It doesn't take that. So you can use it. See how good it is looking. You can use this font for your development also. Go to is free to use from Google, so you can use it. This is my favorite one, right? See how it is looking. Now, if you, let's say to this H2, I want to use some another font, you can use that. Google font, you can use. There is another website that is called Awesome Fonts. Awesome Font 4 is version, I think now. This one only, fontawesome.com. You can go to this website and there, actually you have to log in here. After login, they will give you a link. They will not show it on website. They will send you in email. So this is a bit complex process, but you can use this also, right? Font Awesome you can use. Yeah, Font Awesome and Google Fonts we use. So let's go back to Google Fonts again. In Google, if I want to use another font, if I want to use another font also. So there are thousands of fonts available. You can search it for your own language also. Let me check if something is available for Telugu. So I don't know Telugu. This is Telugu, right? So you can copy and paste and you can start typing in Telugu, right? So there are lots of fonts available for Telugu also. For any other language, let's search for Hindi here. So for Hindi, it is available. This one. Okay. Let's search for Urdu. Anyone who know Urdu here? No? So this is for Urdu, right? Bhojpuri. I think it will be available. So this is for Bhojpuri. You can search it and you can use. Array, it is fine now. Marathi. So this is for Marathi. Okay, you can use Maithili. Array, now we can't search all, guys. Okay, now if you like any other font, do we import it directly? Do we import it directly? Now let's say go to font we are using here. If I want to use any other font, what is the process for that? Now let's say this one. Playwright Ireland Guides. The font name is this one. Playwright Ireland Guides. Now again, get font. You will see two things here. First thing is get embed code. In get embed code, either you can copy paste the link or else you can directly import it. So now here the import file is changing. Let me copy this import file and paste it in Notepad. This is the new import file that we are getting. So here you will see fonts.googleapi.com. Font family equals to go to and family and playwright plus IE guides. So now in this link, you are getting both of the font in the same link. You are getting however many font you select here on Google, they will come into a single import file, right? So let's copy this file link now and you can remove the previous one and paste it. As Alt Z, so they will come in the same line. Now go to you are using here. If you want to use the another one playwright guide, for that font family is this one. Copy this and paste it. Now our text will be coming in playwright. Wow, this is looking very, very bad. Now I have one question here. I will use the go to only. Right, it's fine. What do you mean by this serif? If you really know it, then only give the answer. There are two things, serif and sans serif. What is the difference between serif and sans serif? No, stroke is not the thing. See, there are two fonts, right? I'll show you both. there are two font families. See, if here it is written go-to is the font name and serif is the family. Who is the family here? Serif. And go-to is the font name. There are two very famous families for fonts. One is serif and another one is sans serif. Right? These. In this way we have it. And this is the font that is coming to us now. Okay, understood? Do one thing. Let's copy some sans serif here. So Times New Roman is coming from sans serif. So to the H1 tag, I will give this one. And to H2 tag, I will give the font family of Times New Roman. No, this is not this one. In header component, I will remove the paragraph. Now you have two element. H1 is in GoTo, which is serif family. This is from sans serif family. Now tell me what is the difference. Don't think stroke and all. No, it's not. In the serif family, or all the fonts that are coming from serif family, they will have some design while text is ending. Let's say you want to write a T, right? You want to write a T, T for tiger. So in serif family, it will be written directly in this way. But in in sans serif family, it will be written directly, but the serif family will give a little bit of styling to it. In this way, serif family will write it. Now let's say you want to write I. So here I will be this one, simple. But here this will be I. This is the difference between serif and sans serif family, right? So this is how you can use the external fonts from Google and Font Awesome. From this website, there is a benefit that you can use the icons also. You can use the icons also. These kind of icons, these kind of icons, these. Like I like this website for icon purpose most. Font I use from Google only, but icons I use from this website. Okay, understood? Using the global CSS. Okay. Now we have time, so let's discuss about one more thing. In the TS file, we have discussed about template URL, style URL. We have not discussed about this selector. Is there something to decide in this selector? Yes, there is. So now we are going to discuss about the selector property in the Angular. Selectors. What is the selector? Selector is the name of the value of a multiple template URLs. No, you cannot give multiple template URLs, but you can write the nested components. We will see that. If you have time, check the app interface and responsive. What is this? Space website. What is this? Dhanush, you created this website. Means you are using the yesterday's topic only, flipping the box. It seems like this person is dancing. Yeah, it feels like that only. Yeah, it is responsive. No, check it again. Yo, it is not responsive, man. You need to flex the rep. You are not flexing the rep. Everything else is clear. You just need to flex the rep. Okay? The rest everything is fine. But one thing is very fine here. Okay? Let's talk about selectors. What is selector? That we define or no. Selector is a property. Selector is a property that will have a value which we can use in a HTML file, right? So at first, this selector is giving some value which you can use in a HTML file. That's fine. But let me keep it. Is there any type of selector also? Yes. Is there any type of selector also? See, here I have written this example. So while you are seeing the notes, you will see that only one line I have highlighted means this is the thing I'm talking about. Okay. Now let's talk about types of selectors. Types of selectors. Types of selectors. One is the HTML tag. Second one is the HTML attribute. Second one is HTML class. What is this? So we'll see. Now, see this, how we will write the selector. So simple thing, selector, colon, single quote. If you are writing app hyphen header, it means that here selector will work as a HTML tag directly. Where we are using this thing, we are using the header in app component. So this is how we are writing it in the component file, right? We are using it as a HTML tag. So if you are writing the selector in this way, so if you are writing your HTML tag in this way, how you will use it in the rendering? If the selector is written in above format, then we have to use it as a HTML tag. Example, app hyphen header, and then close it. Now, if I don't want to use it in this way, no problem. Let's give it a dot here. Selector is dot app hyphen header. And we know one thing, the dot we write for class. If you keep a dot here in the selector, this is what you will get, nothing. It means that wherever you are using this, now this is not a HTML tag, this is a HTML class now. So do one thing, create a HTML div and give it a class as app hyphen header. Understood? Now this is not a tag, this is the HTML class name. So if you have kept a dot there, it is a HTML class name. Understood? Understood or not? So if you are keeping a dot here, how you have to use? Create a div or any other tag, means container you need to create. Class equals to, here you have to give it a class, and class is app hyphen header, and then closing the div. How we will give the attributes? Same way, we'll give the attributes also, right? In the same way, we will give the attribute also. So wherever you are writing this thing, just write it inside a square bracket. Okay, I have written it inside a square bracket. Now let's check here, nothing is coming. Now this is a attribute. So instead of writing the class, just write div app hyphen header and terminate it. Okay, so now attribute, you understand? You understand attribute or not? Whatever you are writing between the tag starting and tag closing, src, alt, style, all these are the attribute. So if you have kept there a square bracket, you have to give it as a attribute. So div, I am writing a attribute here, app hyphen header, and this is how it is loading the component. Okay, understood? So how to create it as a HTML attribute? So it's very simple. Here you have to keep a square bracket, and here you need to create a container. After creating the container, give it as a attribute without any single double quote. Understood this part? Very good. So okay. Before doing that, let me show you something. So I have created this simple index.html file which will be displaying hello world as a heading. And now this HTML, this is a simple HTML file which is not using anything inside. Now if I want to change this hello world to something else, if I want to change this, let's say hello Shivam or hello Hyderabad, something like that, and I am saying I will not use anything, I will only use HTML. I want to change this heading after loading it into the web browser. Understood the question? Simple thing, I want to change something, I will write it here, right? If I'm changing it here, I will write here and refresh it, it changed, right? But I will not make any change into the HTML file, any change. But I want to do something on this website. This is a web page now. I want to do something on this web page so that I can change the hello world. Is it possible? No. With using HTML only, it is not possible. If you are simply using HTML, it is not at all possible. Why? Because HTML is not a programming language. It is a markup language, right? If you want to do it, you have to use either JavaScript or TypeScript. At least you have to do that, right? So data binding is related to all these concepts only. See, your HTML is not capable of doing anything except displaying the elements. For even a single logic, you have to do something related to JavaScript, right? Let's say if you are saying that we will give some on click here, how you will write the on click function? Even this on click is a JavaScript, right? This on click is JavaScript thing. So this is, we cannot do without using some external thing. And that is the only reason that we are going to study data binding. Data binding is not a very advanced term. It is related to yourself only. Okay. So let's start now. Data binding. By listening to this word, you will be thinking that binding the data somewhere, right? Means binding, you understand, collecting and wrapping, something like that. But case is very simple here. It is not that much advanced topic. So here, data binding in Angular means to access or to send the data from component to view template and vice versa. What is data binding? Whenever you want to send some of the data, or not send, you can use transfer. Data binding in Angular means to transfer the data from component to view template. Component means we are talking about TypeScript file. Component means, I will write here, we are talking about TypeScript file. And view template is what? What is view template? Yesterday only we discussed it, HTML file, right? View template means HTML only. Now, if you want to send your data from component means TypeScript to view template means HTML and vice versa. What do you mean by vice versa? Reverse is also possible. Like if you want to send some data from HTML to TypeScript, that is also possible. That is what data binding is. Okay, so let's open VS Code. Okay, so here we are discussing about app header and selector. I will change to the normal selector so that we can use it as a tag name. Okay. Or you can simply name it as header also. But why we are keeping app hyphen header? Because header is a tag available in HTML also. That is why for naming clash, like there should be no confusion between the naming. So let's first run this application. So this is header component and okay, fine. It is working fine. Now let me close this part. I will open the TypeScript file of header and the HTML file of header. And I will remove this thing. What is the name of this project? Test. So let's write that. So here I will write H2. The name of this project is test. And let's check. And it is coming. What happens? Now this is a HTML file, right? And this is called hard coding. Whatever you are writing in your HTML directly, that is called hard coding. Means it will be very hard to change the content. It will be very hard to change the content because you cannot interact with HTML. You can interact with JavaScript or TypeScript. You can write the functions there. You can write the logics there. You can write the classes, right? Now, let's say in future, I renamed the title. I named it to flag. Instead of test, I changed it to flag. Whenever now, if I change the project name to flag, you have to come to HTML, static HTML, then you have to change it here. Generally, we will not use this part. We will be having an admin panel of TypeScript. There we will make the change. So now in this class, I will declare title, colon, then its value I will say test. So let's first say that title is in a string. Okay. Title is in a string and value is test. Here, what I will do is I will try to use that title. So double curly brackets I will use and here I will write title. Just check. The name of this project is test. This is called data binding. Who is sending the data of means data means value. Who is sending you the value of this title? Your class, right? Your class is sending the value to this component. Not only title. Let's decide something else. So here I will say that there's age. Age will be in number and value. Let's say 15. Right. Keep a comma here. Right. Yes. Now I have a question. What is the error here? We have discussed TypeScript. Yes. What is the error? Yes. We are saying that age will be a number and we are giving a string value. So it is not acceptable, right? So age value I have given as 15. How we will be using here? So let's say h2 anything. My age is age, right? My age is 15. But what is the real difference? Simple 15 is coming, right? Simple 15 is coming. What is the difference here? If we are writing it in this way, right? So let me keep it in h3. In h3, I am writing that my age is 15. What is the difference? This 15 is coming from TypeScript. This 15, I am writing this is h2, this is h3. There is nothing difference there. Do we have any difference? If I am writing it in the same h2 only, check now. Both are same. No difference, right? No difference. Okay, that I said that in HTML we are doing the hard coding, right? I will show you the difference. If you are binding the data, if you are binding the data means in double curly brackets, you are trying to say that this is TypeScript now, not HTML. So just take a case that here I will write 15 multiply by 2 and here I will write age multiply by 2 and check the difference. Check the difference. TypeScript multiplied the age by 2, but HTML is again a simple markup. It said 15 multiply by 2. Now, first thing you understood why we are doing the data binding. Data binding means if you are writing the curly brackets, this is TypeScript now. You can do anything in this, right? Let me write here minus 10. And here also I will write the minus 10. And let's check. This is what you are getting. That my age is 15 multiply by 2 minus 10. And that one is showing 20. That is the difference, right? This is TypeScript now. You can write the logics here. In HTML, you cannot write the logics. Okay, so understood. But not only this curly brackets, there are other mediums also, and we are going to explore them. Understood what is data binding? Now tell me one thing. In this particular example, our data is flowing from component to view. See, remember one thing. If I'm talking that component, I'm talking about TypeScript file. If I'm saying view or view template or template, I'm talking about HTML. These are the common terms. Remember them. In this example, our data is flowing from component to view, not from view to component, right? So that also we have to do. We'll do that. So let's first understand. Here we have written that data binding in Angular means to transfer the data from component to view template and vice versa. Vice versa, you understand? If data is flowing from component to view template, if vice versa is mentioned there, it means data can flow from template to component also, right? Now, types of data binding. Types of data binding. Types of data binding. Huh? Visible to everyone? Data binding. See, whatever we are doing in class, this is also data binding, right? I am a trainer here and you are the trainee. You are the trainee who are getting trainings. Now, there are two options. If we are talking about Angular, I am teaching you, right? Means data is flowing from trainer to students. This is called one-way data binding, right? This is called one-way data binding. Now, let's say I asked someone's name. What is your name? Swati. Now, I got to know that there is one girl in offline batch whose name is Swati. Now, she also told me something. Now, data is flowing from student to trainer. This is also one-way data binding only. Don't think that this is two-way data binding. Two-way data binding will be when both of us are reacting to the same thing at a time. If I'm teaching you Angular, right? If I'm teaching you Angular and I'm saying that data binding is of two types and you are accepting it. But if you are having another knowledge on data binding and that you are sharing with me, that will be two-way data binding. Two-way data binding means you can bind the data at any time with the two of the persons. Let's understand. I will give another example for it. There is a confusion in one-way data binding and two-way data binding. Understand that properly. I'm I'm giving you trainings on Angular. Are you giving any training to me on Angular? One-way data binding. She told me her name that my name is Swati. I got to know, and now I start arguing. No, no, your name is not Swati. It is not even possible. It means that whatever I am saying, you are just accepting it, and whatever you are saying, I am accepting that. There is no conflict. There is no argument. There is no logic between, right? So that is called one-way data binding. Means one will be a giver, and another one will be a taker of that data. In two-way data binding, anyone can be the giver or anyone can be the taker. This is the logic. If one person means component is giving the data, now understand it. Here, title is test, age is 15, and component is giving the data, and header is accepting this data. Can header give this data back to the component? No. So here, this component is accepting the value, and this view is accepting the value, and this component is giving the value. One-way data binding. Okay. If there is something which both can do, now let's say two friends are there, they went to a restaurant. Now there is a possibility any one of them can pay, they can split it, right? They can split it also. That is called two-way data binding. Both are giver and both are taker also at the same time. At the same time, that is the logic here. Okay, we will see this. So first understand, data binding is of two types. First is one-way data binding, and it will be two-way data binding. Okay, so data binding is of two type: one-way data binding and two-way data binding. Now let's understand what is one-way data binding. In one-way data binding, data will flow through one direction only at a particular time. At a particular time. Now tell me one thing. I'm giving training to Swati on Angular, and she told me her name. Is it two-way data binding or one-way data binding? It is one-way data binding only, because whatever data I'm giving you is different, and whatever data Swati gave me is different. If we are exchanging the same data, now let's say, I will give a very funny example. Don't think it in otherwise. Now let's say you are going somewhere and you find a person there. Now you like that person and you want to exchange the number. You went and you exchange the number. Like, give me your number, I will give you my contact number. That is called two-way data binding. Now you are exchanging the same kind of data at the same time. That is called two-way data binding, right? That is called two-way data binding. Okay, now understood? So in one-way data binding, data will flow through one direction only at a particular time. How? That is, data will be flowing either from component to view or view to component. View to real example. Don't try this real example. So at one time, data will be flowing from component to view or view to component. No need to write anything. Daily I'm providing notes. Listen to it. So at a particular time, data will be flowing through. Now let's take another case. You went somewhere, you liked someone, and you are just trying to get the number, but person is ignoring you. One-way data binding, right? One-way data binding. So, Samar, I think you have lots of experience, right? In getting only one-way data. Understood one-way data binding? Okay. So now we are going to talk about one-way data binding. This one-way data binding is again of two types. So first very type is component to view. Component to view. And second type is view to component. View to component. This is called one-way data binding. Okay, understood now? In one-way data binding, it will be component to view or view to component. Okay. See, take it easy. It's not a difficult task. It's very easy. Now here we'll see types of one-way data binding. So these are the types. For removing your confusion, I'm not talking anything about two-way data binding. Just you think that you will send the data from component to view only or view to component. That's it. Okay? That's it. Now we are going to talk about component to view. We're talking about component to view. Transferring the or accessing the data from component to view. Now what does it mean? TypeScript to HTML. TypeScript to HTML can be done by using two methods. By using two methods. And there the first method is string interpolation. String interpolation, and second one is property binding. Second one is property binding. No need to have a confusion here. We'll give tomorrow's time also for the same thing. Just take it light. Okay. So for achieving component to view, we have two methods: string interpolation and property binding. Okay. For what? Component to view. Now what we have to view to component? Let's first understand this. View to component. It means to transfer the data from view template to component. And what does it mean? HTML to TypeScript. It can be achieved by one method. And that method is event binding. Event. Today we are talking about one-way data binding only, right? Today we are talking about one-way data binding only. In one way also, how we are sending the data from component to view, right? How we are sending this data from component to view. Okay, so now we got three methods: string interpolation, property binding, and event binding, right? We got event binding. Okay, so now let's first understand what is string interpolation. See, we are using one method. This is also a data binding method. This is only string interpolation. Don't worry. So this is only string interpolation, right? This method is only the string interpolation. Understood properly? Okay, so let's write. Let's do it. And we will not do this thing now, right? We will not do this thing. And I'll remove this part also. We will design something so that you can actually understand. So here we will design a mobile phones component, right? How mobile phones are visible in Flipkart. So we'll try to develop some kind of that thing. So if you're searching here mobile, so like mobile name, price, and some very little things we will display. Okay, let's do it. So here, let me first create a container. Inside this container, h2 I will write name colon. So let me write iPhone. Okay. Then we will write the price, which is nowadays 65,000 rupees. And let me keep it 70,000. 65 is the discounted price. Discounted price is 65,000. You can show other details also, right? You can show 5 left in stock. 5 left in stock. Color, array, leave it. Let's check. So things are looking in this way. Okay, fine. Font I will change. I think in global CSS for H2 we have written some different font. For H2 I will use go to only, right? So this is what we are getting now. But again, it's a hard coding only. So let's try to do these things using string interpolation. So first of all, I will define each and everything in the class. So here I will say there is name. Name is in string and value is iPhone 15 plus. Okay. And price is in number, value is 70,000. Discount, so I can write D price, discounted price. Again, it is a number only and its value is 65,000. Stock is in number, value is 5. In my particular component, I will just change the static value to the dynamic value. Here I will write in the string polation name. Here instead of the 7,000, I will write price. RS I will keep there as it is, right? RS I will keep as it is. Discounted price I will keep as D price, and RS I will keep. RS stands for rupees here. This 5 also I will keep as stock. Now let's check. So everything is coming in the same way, right? Everything is coming in the same way, and that is called string interpolation, right? That is called string interpolation. So let me first say it. Guys, my voice is properly audible. Gaurav, check your internet connection now. So this is called string interpolation, right? So let me write string polish interpolation. String interpolation is a method to transfer the data from component to view using how we will do it. In it, we will pass the value in double curly bracket double curly brackets block in this way, right? Example I'll keep from there only. Now let's say if you have a TypeScript class like this, okay, so if you have a TypeScript file like this, and then you have to use this data in this way. Okay, we are using, this is called string interpolation only. String interpolation means whatever data you are having, you are just passing this data as a string value, right? As a string value. Now I want to show one more field here. Instead of this discounted price, this time I'm saying that you are not having the option for discounted price. You are having an option for discount, and this discount will be in number, and number will be 5% of discount, right? What we are saying, you have a discount of 5%. Anybody who knows mathematics here? What will be the 5% of 70,000? 5% of 70,000. Array. What will be the 5% of 100? 5. What will be the 5% of 1,000? 50. 10,000 means 50. 70,000 means multiplied by 70. 3,500. So what will be the next price of iPhone? If current price is 70,000, next price we are providing a 5% discount. So the next price will be 66,500, right? Okay. So let me do it. I am just telling you. So this discounted price I will write here as 66,500. Directly I am writing as hard coding. I am providing the hard coding. So yes, it is coming fine. What if discount changed to 10%? Price is still the same. That is the problem. In rewriting the hard coding, this is the problem. Because you are providing the hard code value, and you have to again calculate the 10% discount. So 10% will be 7,000. And now the next price is 63,000. You have to again change it. But no need to change. That is why we are providing it in string interpolation. So understand this. So here, let me first write double curly bracket. It means that, let me zoom it out a bit. It means that inside this now you can write your TypeScript. So what we are writing? We are saying that first you need the discount. So price multiply by discount, price multiply by discount divided by 100. At first you are, this is the formula, right? Whatever price you have, multiply it by discount and divide that by 100. So here it is showing 7,000. Why? Because the discount is 7,000 now. If I change the value to 5, it will be showing 3,500 discount, and it is showing. Now for discounted price, so this thing you need to subtract from the original price. This is the discount now. So do one thing, subtract this value from price. So price minus that discounted price. So now you are getting the discounted price as 66,500. Let me change the discount now. So discount I will keep at 10%. Changed. Let me keep the discount as 5. 5 already checked. Let's say 51% discount. Very high discount. So you are getting the value, right? Let me do one more thing here. I will give 7% of discount. You are getting, value is changing. Let's give 100% discount. Take it for free, right? So you are getting this. This is the benefit of binding the data. You are not changing it every time, right? You are not changing it. So let me give a 0% discount, 12.5. So it's working, right? It is working. Now let me write the initial price as random price, 68,912. Okay, and this is what you will get. Okay, this is what we are getting. Means exactly. See, this is also changing. This is also changing. So this is the benefit of doing the part of finding the data using string interpolation. Understood the string interpolation completely? Do you have any doubt? You can provide the calculation also. You can write the type script expressions. You can write type script here, right? From where it will take the value? From its component. From this class, it will take that value. Okay? From this class, it will take the value. This is called string interpolation. More comfortable with Java. That is the only reason. Because their internal working is somewhat same only. Their internal working is, so once we are heading towards Angular, you will see that, oh, it is very easy. Right? Now also I think you are comfortable with Angular. Most of you are comfortably working. So using the string polation, we can do, or we can write the TypeScript expressions also. TypeScript expressions also in Spring MVC. This concept is also there. Yeah, we can also in double curly brackets, right? We can write it. How? So I'll give the last one example. This one. And how you will use this string polation? You will use the string interpolation in this way. Okay? Understood? Do one thing for this component. We will give the iPhone's image also, right? We will give the iPhone's image also. iPhone 15 Plus, and this is the image, and this is the image link. So I'll copy it, and here I will write img src equals to giving that image, and image is coming. If image is looking big, just decrease it height. Let's keep it 200. Okay, now fine. But here again, we are giving the hard coded value. See, you cannot directly change the content of your HTML, but TypeScript's content you can change because it's a programming language. You can write any function. So can I write this link also? Yes, let's try. So copy it, and I will give it to something as, let's say, image. Image will be in string, and value is that. Okay, what I have written, image will be in string, and this is the value. Okay, so how we will use it here? If you are writing src is equals to image in this way directly, if you are writing image directly, we are getting the image. But what is the benefit of this? Okay, we'll show you some benefit. Let's say I'll keep this image now. Okay, I'm keeping this image. So copy this link, go to TypeScript, change the link. And this time our picture got changed, right? Our picture also got changed. So this is the benefit of using this part. Okay, this is, we uh, are comfortable. Like, you can write the expressions also. What is the next thing? That is called property binding. What is the next thing as property binding, right? So next thing is property binding. String interpolation is there, and then we have property binding. And all of these methods are for passing the data from component to view. All of these. Event will be from view to component. Now, let me come here. What is property binding? So in property binding, you will be binding the data by giving a property. By giving a property. How? I'll show you. Let's say there is a input box. There is a input box, and if you're writing that its value is 120, if you're writing in this way that there is an input box and its value is 120, so you will see a input box with 120, right? You are seeing it. Let me keep it at top only. So there is a input box which is showing you 120. Arey, I am writing only an input box, and to that input box I have said that your value is 120 and I have marked it as disabled. I have marked it as, means you cannot click on this. You cannot click on this input box. You cannot change the content of this input box, right? What I have done, I have disabled it. You know this? Know this or not? No? Very good. Now, value is 120 and I have marked it as disabled. Okay, fine. If I want to change the value, I have to change the value from here only. And changing the value in HTML is not a good practice. Changing the value in HTML is not a good practice. Then how we will do it? We will do it using the property binding. If you want to write the inner HTML here in this way, give me a minute, guys. Now, can we define this part in, let's say, for this input box value, can we define it in this class? Let's try. So I will say that value, or let's say ratings, right? We will show ratings. So value equals to, let me keep directly 5 you can keep, or you can say value is in number and its value is 5, right? In this way I will say. Now if you are trying to give that value equals to, use that string interpolation only and write here value, right? Or here let me write ratings. Ratings. So inside this I will use the ratings. Are we expecting the correct output? Yes, of course we are expecting the correct output only. Then what is the use of another thing called property binding? What is the use of property binding? They are working in the same way. There is no use of property binding. Generally I will show you what is property binding. So let me do that. So here I will write value equals to ratings, and if I'm writing value equals to ratings, this ratings will be going as a text, but I want this rating value to go. For that I will surround this with a square bracket, and now it is coming as 5. This is called property binding. This is called property binding. In property binding, whatever value you want to give, you have to keep that thing in a square bracket and then provide the name in double quotes. But what is the use of this, sir? Because why we are doing this? Our case is simply working with string interpolation, and I think you will be feeling that string interpolation is very easy to use, right? Feeling this thing that while our let me change the value. So I will change this value to 4. Now ratings are 4 here and they are changing here. Let me write here star also. So here I will write a value. After this I will, if you're writing here star, actually it will not work. So rating is 4. While our things are already working, let's say here, why we are doing the property binding? For that, let's create a button here. Okay. So for this, I will create a button and I will write that buy now. Buy now. Okay. So simple thing I'm writing that buy now, and I'm able to click on this button, right? I am able to click on this button. I am able or not? So I am able to click on this button. Okay. But while you are dealing with the, or let me keep this button after image only, like how it is visible in the components. So buy now, right? What I want is user can click on the buy now button only when some items are left in stock. When stock becomes zero, you should not be able to click on this. Now, this thing you cannot do using string interpolation, right? This thing you cannot do using string interpolation. This you will be doing using property binding. Because let me keep the stock. So let's say there are 10 mobiles in the stock and buy now button is working. Now, if you are keeping this button, let's say this button, I'm saying that this is disabled. Button is disabled. So button is disabled now. You cannot click on this, but stock is there. Stock is there, right? I want when stock is not there, then user should not click on this button. For that, let's start writing. Okay. So how you will write condition, some if else, something you will write, right? Something you will write. So at first, I will keep square brackets and then I will say disabled, because disabled is a property here. Disabled is a, there are two tags. One is disabled, another one is hidden. For these two HTML attributes or properties, we use property binding. Otherwise, our case will work fine with string interpolation only. For these two things only, we will use property binding. Otherwise, everywhere you will use string interpolation. Now, if you are writing disabled equals to, in double quotes, you will write your value. In double quotes, you will write your value. So, how it is coming? Button is, you can click. Now, let's check here. So, at first, I will call that stock, right? I will write a condition here that stock, if stock is 0, colon, true. If I'm writing in this way, which is this operator I'm using here? What is this operator? Ternary operator. Now, we are able to click on this. Let me change the stock. So stock I will change to 0. And there is a problem in this code. You will not see that problem. Now, when the stock becomes 0, buy now button is not working now. Buy now button is not working now. Let's update the stock. So let's say now you got one iPhone in the stock. Someone cancel its order. Again, you can buy it. This is the use of property binding. Property binding and string interpolation both will work in the same way. But if you are trying to do it using string interpolation, okay? So what you will do, you will remove this square bracket, and this statement you will write inside double curly brackets. And let me remove this part also. If you are writing in this way, error, because that is a error, right? That is a error. That is why everything is removed. Means entire div is not working now. So you cannot write in this way. Okay. How many of you don't know this ternary operator? Please tell me. I will teach it. If you are able to understand this thing, then only tell me. Everybody understands it? Ternary operator? Yes or no? Okay. Then it is fine. See, now string interpolation is not working. So here I will keep it as disabled as a property. Disabled. And this disabled's value I will write true. This disables means button disable is true. And disable is known property of button. Spelling. So now I have made this disabled to true. Every time it will be disabled only, whether stock is there or not. Now we have stock, then also this button is disabled. So what I want, that instead of being disabled every time, get disabled when the stock is not there. Get disabled when the stock is not there. So instead of writing direct true, I will check one condition. Condition is if stock becomes 0. Can stock become in minus? No. So it's a simple condition. Or you can write less than 1. That stock is less than 1. But stock is 0. This is called, if stock is 0, use ternary operator. If stock is 0, disabled equals to true. If this is not true, then keep colon. Second thing will work. This is the use of ternary operator. And now we have one item in stock. So buy now button is active. Okay, so this buy now button is active here. Now, if I'm making the stock as 0, disabled. You know how these things works? These things works in this way. Understood now? You cannot do this thing using the property binding, right? You cannot use. So let's write something there. Property binding is the another method of transferring the data from component to view. From component to view. It is slightly different. It is slightly different from string interpolation. Okay, so how it is different? Now let's say you have a name equals to, or let me keep the code only. So here let's say you have a stock number 0, right? In the same code I'm giving the thing. If you have stock as number 0, and I will keep it with yellow color so that you can understand this is a TypeScript file. How you will use this part in your component in this way. Okay, you'll use it in this way. There is a lot more to discuss. We'll see. Wait. Now, that is fine. Can I write the value here that h2 name equals to, can I write in this way? if I want to use the property binding between the h2 tag, between the h2 tag, how we will do it? This is we are using a string interpolation, right? If I want to do it here, so if you are thinking that give this name in a double quote in this way, how the string interpolation will work here? So again, let's try to do it in different way. So I will remove this part and write value here. So if you're writing value equals to name colon or directly just write name here, first thing. So you will see that not coming. And this is the problem in this code, that you cannot use property binding everywhere, but everywhere you can use string interpolation, right? But we can do this also. We can do this, right? We can do this. How we will do this? Now, name is coming from a string interpolation, this one, right? So name iPhone 15 Plus is coming. But the case is, this is the string interpolation method. If I want to do this using property binding, see here you understood property binding. If you are not writing this disabled inside this square bracket, it will not work, because Angular will only take the square bracket as property binding, right? It will not work. Every time it will be disabled only. So keep it here. If I want to use the property binding here, let me keep a note actually. It is suggested to use string interpolation at most of the time. String interpolation most of the time. The use of property binding is limited to some attributes. Some attributes. And what are those attributes? Like disabled, hidden. Like for these kind of attributes, you have to use the property, because you cannot use string interpolation there. If in this h2, I want to use the property binding, can we use the property binding here? If instead of this string interpolation, this is your task for today, right? Learn it. I will give the source code as well as the notes. Learn it properly, okay? And try to do it. That how we can give this particular value as property binding. This is string interpolation. So instead of in string interpolation, try to do it using property binding, okay? So I'll create a repository and I will give you a GitHub link. Understood what we discussed today? Okay. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Stock will work. No, it will not work. You have to write in double quotes only. Tomorrow we will see event binding, two-way data binding, and we will how many days to access get up link. Get up link. What is get up link? See my GitHub link you can access forever, because I never delete anything from my GitHub. Google Classroom, I don't know. Right? You can keep my GitHub links, and it is available on my username. You can access it from there. I don't have any idea about this particular thing. Okay, so both are uploaded here. What this? Wait, cannot access it actually. Wait, I'm uploading and I'll give you. Mhm. Mm. Understood this properly? Data binding? Very good. Okay, so you can access the code as well as the notes. Try to do it. Create a mobile component or any other product you can use. I'm using a mobile. You can use any other component and try to do it. Yes, Prasanna has given the right answer for question. Reply. For what reply? Remaining how many days to complete this course? Karthik, I don't know how many days to complete this course because it depends on number of leaves, on vacations. Lots of things are there. We cannot give a commit. If classes are there, it will take around 20 to 25 working days. This thing I'm telling from last 3 to 4 days. 20 to 25 working classes I'm talking about. At least 20 class it will take working class in which we are teaching, right? Someday we can take test also, so that is not counted here. 20, at least 20 if we got some advanced topic or you ask to have a doubt session, so it will be like that. 25 sessions, max to max 25, not more than that. Okay, so this was the data binding in one way in which we studied about string interpolation, property binding. Tomorrow we will try to do this thing using event binding, right? Using event binding, sorry, property binding. Then we will talk about event binding and two-way data binding, and that's how data binding is completed. Okay, fine guys, you can drop the calls now. We'll connect again tomorrow. Have a nice time, everyone. Either from component to view or view to component. Data will not be flowing through at the same time to both. And then we discussed about one-way data binding. It is also of two types: component to view and view to component. And component to view data binding can be achieved by two methods, that is called string interpolation and property binding. And how to do the string interpolation for doing the view to component can be achieved by using event binding. Okay, string interpolation can be achieved by keeping the value in double curly brackets, and property binding can be achieved by keeping the property in a square bracket and then giving its value, right? Now let's start. So this is the project that we were working on yesterday. So in this particular component, this mobile picture, this name iPhone 15 Plus, price 70,000, this discounted price, this stock, all of these data is flowing from component to view. Means in HTML we are not writing this data, right? In HTML we are not writing this data. We are calling this data from the component. If I'm changing the stock 10 here in the component, same will be reflected there, right? And when this stock became 10, buy now button is active now. Buy now button is active now. If stock becomes 0, button is not active now. Button is disabled. So these kind of things we were doing, right? Now let's start something. But in all of these cases, data was going from particular component class to view class. Means you were writing the data from this TypeScript to HTML, but we were not doing anything in HTML that should send the data back to the TypeScript. So we'll do that today. Let's say this is your component. And if you're talking about component, we are talking about which file? If I'm saying component, then which file I'm talking about? TypeScript. If I'm saying view or template or view template, then I'm talking about HTML. Now, how our data will go? Our data will be flowing through this view to component, and it will use the values in small brackets. See, this is the only confusion in Angular, that sometime data you are writing it in curly brackets, sometime you are writing in square brackets, and sometime you will be using this small brackets. But if your view is sending something to component, it means that you are trying to use the small bracket things, or means this is called event binding. This will be binding some event. What it will be doing? It will be binding some events. Now we're talking about second method, which is view to component. And what it uses to achieve this? It uses event binding. Event binding. So event binding is a method in which data will flow through view to component. Now, how data will flow actually? If I'm saying that data will flow through view to component, it means that it means that whenever some event is occurring, whenever some event is occurring in view, the component will get to know about it. The component will get to know about it. So this is called event binding. Means let's say some event is going on in the HTML file or the view part. So component will know about it, that you are doing something there. Now what I will do is, let's say this is the mobiles purchasing section. Inside this, I am creating an input box, and I'm saying that write your review. Write your review. Right? We have the section on any mobile. Whenever you are going to search something on any e-commerce, you will have a section to write your review. So what I'm going to do is, I have given a input box to write the review of this. Now, if I'm writing something, let's say I'm writing this iPhone is very expensive, or let's say I'm writing iPhone is a very good phone. If I'm writing in this way, this is something that I'm writing. Now, you are doing something in the view. If I'm doing something in this input box, I'm doing this thing in the view template, means HTML file. Is my component has any knowledge about it? My component don't have any knowledge about it. Means there will be some method, by using that method, this data will be flowing. And where this data will be flowing? To back to the component. Back to the component. So let me first change a little bit. We know that we can write the input value directly. So instead of this placeholder, I will write value equals to good phone. Value equals to good phone. Okay, so this input tag, let me keep it at top for a clear view. Okay, so here you can see this good phone. Let me zoom out. This one. In this input box, even when you are refreshing, the good phone value will be coming by default, because you are providing the value in the input box. In the header component in the class, I will generate one more thing as feedback, right? I will say feedback. Feedback will be in string, and by default value I'm giving to it as good phone. By default I'm saying good phone. Okay. By default I'm saying good phone. So after this input box, I will create one heading. Let's say h2. In this, I will bind the value of feedback from component. So here I will write double curly bracket feedback. What I will write? Feedback. So you will see that good phone is coming here as a feedback. Or if you want, you can show customer review colon, and then you can show the feedback. So it is like this: customer review good phone. Same good phone is written like in the input box. Now what I want is, whatever I am writing here, if I'm writing here bad phone, it should change this customer review also, because this is what how your data will be going to TypeScript file, right? From where this good phone is coming? From where this good phone is coming? From component only. From TypeScript file it is coming. If you are able to change it using your HTML, means you are doing the event binding. You are doing the event binding. Okay. But how? For that, you have to attach some events. This is called event binding. You have to attach some event to this bad phone, or simply this input box. So instead of writing it here input box, this one, right? So I will give it a event, and you will see when I written it, how I have written it. in this way, right? You have to use a small brackets. So I will say something to this input box that input equals to change feedback, and I will create it a function. I'm saying whenever you are trying to click or when you are trying to give some input to this input box, it will call a function change feedback. Function, because this is the function, right? You are keeping a small bracket, this is a function. I'm saying that whenever you are clicking on this input box and you start typing something, let's say I type P here, it will call that. So let's check the console. So nothing is coming in console now because that function we are not writing anywhere. What I have done is I will just mark this input in small brackets, right? What I'm doing is I am marking this input in a small bracket, and now you will get the error. Got the error? Now what it is saying, that property change feedback does not exist on type header component. Now what is the case here? I'll tell you. Let me again change it to simple input. First you understand this part only. If you are writing that input equals to change feedback, this input is a direct value that you are giving here. That is a direct value that you are giving here. If you want to connect it with TypeScript, you have to bind it. You have to, or if you are having problem, let me remove this part also and just see. This good phone is coming from component, and this good phone you are directly writing here. Can't you give the good phone value from component to here? Means in this input box, you are writing the good phone. Can't you use that headers file? Yes, we can use. How? If you are trying to say that value equals to curly brackets, and if you are writing here feedback, this is what you are saying. If you are writing feedback here, you will see something as this, right? You are doing that. And if you, this is called the string interpolation. If you bind it using the property binding, if you want to do it using property binding, so what you will do, you will at first write this value in the square brackets. Now by keeping it, you are connecting it with the string you are connecting it with TypeScript. Now also good phone. So these are the ways. If you are directly writing in this way, don't have confusion in this. Let me clear it out. If you are writing value equals to, let's say here I will write G good. Now if you're writing in this way that value equals to good, you are saying that value is equals to good. But if you are saying value equals to feedback, now you are trying to say to the Angular that you can find the value in component file. There will be one parameter as feedback. If you are writing in this way, you are trying to say that you can find one parameter feedback in the component. If I'm changing the feedback to bad phone, both of the place it is having bad phone only, right? So this is what we do. That is called, this one is called property binding. Now we want to bind the event. So again, I'm doing the same thing. Okay, value equals to feedback. I will write here input. Input means whenever you are trying to give some input, on input, it will call a function change feedback. See, I am directly writing this thing. I am saying that whenever you are trying to click on the input box and you type something there, you type something there, call this function change feedback. Now HTML don't know anything, so you can write anything here. So now this input value is change feedback. But if you are keeping small brackets here, now this particular file will find the change feedback in TypeScript, right? If you are keeping the, because logic we cannot write in HTML, logic we will be writing in TypeScript only. So if you are keeping a small bracket, the small bracket is a representation of event binding. So when you are going to, now it is saying that change feedback does not exist, means HTML is trying to find something as change feedback in HTML, but it is not available. So do one thing, let's create it. So in the class only, I will create change feedback. Okay. So I have created it, change feedback. And now you will not be getting any error. We are not getting any error. But what I want is, let me first do console.log just to check whether function is working or not. So I will print as function is working. Function is working. Okay. So open console here and clear it. Console is clear now. I'll select this entire thing and I will press any key here. So when I press W, it is saying function is working. Means whenever you are writing something, it will see the number of time I am clicking the button. You can see 19. You click 19 times. This function is working 19 times. This is called input event. Wow. Okay, that's fine. Now what I want is once you refresh it, it will be having bad phone again. What I want is whenever you are trying to write something here, this feedback should change, right? On change listener case. We will talk about it. Hold on, guys. Now, what I want is whenever I'm typing something here, it should change to good phone. So you let's try to change it now. So here I will say instead of this console.log, let me comment out this part. I will try to change the value of feedback here. I will try to change the value of feedback. So how to use the things in class? This dot feedback equals to good phone. Good phone. Now let's run this application. So in the starting, bad phone is coming because that is the by default value. Now what I have done is whenever you are typing something here, anything, it should change the customer review. Let's type W here. And when I type W, good phone came at both of the place. What came? Good phone. What came here? Good phone came here. Because you change the value of feedback. Refresh it again. Select text. Anything you type. I'm just pressing a key here. It is changing to good phone. Now what I want is whatever I'm typing here, whatever, let's say I'm typing WERE, anything I'm typing, that should be coming. Now our data is going from view to component, but not in a way that we want. What I want is if I'm writing here, Shivam, if I'm writing, let's say Shivam is the best trainer. If I'm writing in this way, it should be visible here, right? It should be visible here directly, right? It should be visible here directly. For that, let's do something. How you are calling the function? I'm calling this change feedback function without any argument, right? I'm just calling a normal function. So do one thing, give it an argument as dollar $event. What I have done is I have called this function using a argument dollar $event. And dollar, I think you know why we use in JavaScript. Huh? Why we use dollar in JavaScript? So now I am calling this particular function with a argument, that dollar $event. What it will do? So now it is saying that expected 0 argument but got 1. It is saying that your TypeScript function is not accepting any argument. It is not accepting any argument, but you are giving a 1 argument to it. So same argument I will accept here. Event. Right? I am accepting the same argument. On event it is giving error. So do one thing, say it any. That its type is any. We have any type in TypeScript. So I am saying that event is of any type. And do one thing, press uh, just write console.log and print the event. Now just check what you are getting. So open the console, and here I will just write, I means I will press a key here, right? I will just press a key. So when I pressed a key here, wow, it printed something. It is printing the input event. What it is printing? Input event. This one means event is going now. Once you expand this event, you will get lot of thing you will get. But what I am interested in this target. Inside the target, it is saying that come down and check. Wait. Okay, now it is coming outside only. So see, I pressed Q last time, so you got data as Q, right? You got data as Q. Let me clear the console, and this time I will press something as A. So this time you got data as A. What if I'm pressing A, B this time? So I will write A, B. So second input is called, this time you are getting the B only, right? So every time it is giving you the key that you are pressing in real time. Can't it give us the real data? It should give us AB. For that, scroll down, go to this particular target, and inside this target, value view. Okay, leave it. Now, whatever you are typing here, function is calling that. So now let's do one thing. I'm changing the feedback to good phone. Can I change this good phone to something like this event dot data, because we have something as data in that which was having the value. It means that now let's type here Q. You got the Q here. If I'm typing W, so this time you are getting the W only. To change this particular part, we will write event.target.value. What we will do? Event.target.value. So now whatever you are typing here, let's say SHIVM, right? So whatever you are typing in real time, you are getting that. Whatever you are typing in this input box, it is getting set up to this particular feedback. This is how you are sending your data from view to component. From view to component. We will do a project here. Like maybe you are having confusion. What is this event? This that. We'll do it. Don't worry. Right? We will do it. We will do a good project actually. So don't worry. This is how you will be sending the data from your. Now what I will do is the initial value of feedback is the empty string. And now whatever you will write here, let me write it is good weather today. Means whatever you are writing in the HTML input, it is going to the TypeScript feedback property. So that is how it works. Whatever you will write directly, it will be coming here, right? It is coming. So this is how you bind the events. We will do a project here, right? Don't worry. So binding the event means you are trying to tell the component whenever some event occur in the view. So for that, we'll give this code. Okay. Understood this part? Okay. Now you might be having some confusion in this. What is this input event like this? No problem. What we are going to do is we will create a project now. So I'll close this particular project now. This is your first Angular based project. So what we are going to do is, let me tell you the sketch for that. So we will be having a web page. Inside that web page, we will be just giving an input box and we will say that enter a number between 1 to 10, between 1 to 10. After that, we will give a submit button. What we will do, we will give a submit button. Here at the top, we will write one heading that check your thinking. After that, we will generate some random content that if user has selected one, so give some lines on one that you are positive minded, something like that we will do, right? This is our project. We'll do this. So what we should call it? Name of this project. Check your brain. Random quotes. No, we will have some good name. I don't like this word random. Mind reader. So create M reader. NG. How to create a new project? NG new M reader. Okay. Quote of the day. Array, we are not giving quote of the day, guys. We will just accept one number from the user. Testing mindset. Now we created already. Mhm. So till then project is getting created, let's talk about two-way data binding. Two-way data binding is nothing. It is a combination of string interpolation, property binding, and event binding. If you are able to do all these things in a single line or in a single application, that's fine. For that, we will use ng models, ng app, something like that we will use. So project is created and mreader, src, which will be having main component. We will use this one only. So this is the HTML file. Let's first run this application and check whether it is running or not. cd mreader npm Start. npm start is the command to run the React applications. Disadvantage of teaching everything. Okay, so it is coming. Do one thing. Let's remove whatever is written, and everything is removed. Now, what we are going to do is we will create a good looking project also. Like this time, we will focus on two things: looks and the logic. Both we will focus on. For that, just go to this UI gradient website. You know UI gradient website? It will give you some very nice colors you can use. So I want some background color at first. So now you just click on show all gradients. You will see some definitely good colors. Now we are talking about brain related things. So we'll talk about some pastel colors. Tell me which color I should use. I'll use that only because I'm very bad at this part. Meridian, where it is? Huh? Which one? Huh? Gold. Arey, loudly. Coal. This one. Arey, no, it will not look good. See, whenever you have two things, it will be a. Arey, listen to me first. If you check this coal, you will see two kind of color. One color on the left, one color on the right. There are two colors. See, this one color and this one color. This is completely black. Coal is this one. So that is what I'm saying. It will not do. Broken heart. Arey. Yeah, it is a thing name here, broken heart, but I don't know where it is. Sky blue. Arey. Colors. We will just use only one. Search. I'm just telling you that some good colors are available here with their color code also. So no need to worry about color codes. You can just copy. This is the website. Thousands of gradients are available here. But every time it happens with me that I'm not able to choose a single also. Rainbow blue. Where it is? Array, suggest something, guys. Huh? Shift. Shift this one. You had breakfast today? Huh? You had breakfast today? Tell me you had or not? No, right? That is why. Who use pink colors in website? We will not use any pink color. What about this? Array. Which one? Hydrogen. Array. No. Where is rainbow blue, guys? Someone is commenting it multiple times. Someone is saying girls are like pink. Means every time they will choose pink color only. Okay, someone has pasted link also. Wait, this one? No. Array, we'll go with this one. We don't want to waste the time. So now, which is our main CSS file in this? What is the main CSS file? Style.css. This is the global CSS file. So inside this, I will give the background color to body. So the color I have copied from there. This is the color that I am giving to it, and it is coming right now. Don't worry that I didn't use your. So you can use in yourself. So at first I'll create a main container and I will open the corresponding CSS file. For this div, I will give class as main, right? I will give it a main class, and to this main class, let's call it, and here I will say that its width is 100 view width and its height is also 100 view height. Okay. And content is scrolling in both left, right. So change it to 90, 98, 97. So 97 or 98 width and 100 view height. Okay, fine. Now let's do something. Inside this, we will create our container, which will be having all the things. So div class as container. Now for this container, first of all, the parent should display a flex, right? They are displaying the flex and aligning the items in center, and then justifying the content in center. That's it. We have one more class as container. I will give it a width of around 600 pixel and height of around 600 pixel, and it will have a background color of white. And let's check how it is looking. It is coming in this way. Very big. Why? Let's keep it 60 pixel, 60 pixel. 600 is getting, I think we are on Zoom. Yes. So keep it here 500, 500 pixel. Okay. So this is our game that we are going to play here. Give it a little bit of border radius of 10 pixel, and just check. Okay, fine. Now inside this div, at first I will give it a heading that mind reader, and this mind reader is coming here. So do one thing for this container also: display, flex, align the items in center, aligning the items in center and justifying the so it will align item, will keep it in center when you are giving justify content center. This is how your mind reader will come. Whenever you are giving content, it will go upwards. For that, let me do one thing, that flex direction is column. Okay, mind reader. Shall we change the font also? Of course, this font is looking very aggressive. So we will use some dull font. Google fonts we have used in your class. Told also how to use Google font. Okay, so this one we will use in Costa, and get it code for using import. You will get the import thing where we need to give it style.css. First we need to import it, and then we can give the font family. And the font family is, you have to use it like this. Okay, yes, it is changed now. Now what we are going to do is, after that, let's give it a input box, input, and it will have a placeholder. Choose a number between 1 to 10. Choose a number between 1 to 10. And this is actually a psychology of that you ask someone randomly that choose a number between 1 to 10. Hello, sir, what is the joke? Ah, yes, you. Corner. You're laughing continuously. What happened? You got something? So we'll say something like this. Not terminated. Okay, we are not closing it. So now choose a number between 1 to, we will design it actually, right? So for that, input box, and its height, I want around 40 pixel, and width around 300 pixel. Okay, so in this way, font size I will use here a big one of around 20 pixel. So again, 20 is big, keep it 16. Okay, so choose a number between 1 to 10 and give it a border radius. So border radius of around 5 pixel. Okay, fine. I don't want to give it any border, but give it, leave it. Now what the case is, if you are typing here 1, if you are typing here 1, it will give a heading here. What it will give? It will give a heading. At first it will give that you have chosen 1. First thing, you have chosen 1. Then we will show result also. For that, let's create a heading here. So I'm creating a h1 heading here, and I will give the data of chosen, like what you have chosen here. So in TypeScript file, right? I will open the TypeScript file now. In TypeScript file, let me remove global CSS. I will say the chosen is a property which is of string type, and its initial value is empty string. Its initial value is empty string. Can we create loading before getting result? Hey, what is this? Now what I want is, whenever I'm writing something here, let's say 1, 2, 3, something like that, if you're writing, you will be able to just check that you are typing this. Okay, let's say if I written here 2, so it will say that you have chosen 2. For that, input should be able to send the data back to the component. So here I will create a Event binding, small bracket. What event? You are inputting a value. So call the input event. What it will call? It will call something as uh, chosen number. Chosen number. It is calling a function chosen number. And you have to attach the event also. So dollar event. And there in this type script, you need to define it that chosen number. Okay. On chosen number, it will accept the event argument, accepting, right? And the type of event will be any. Here you can do something like this, that this dot chosen equals to, here you can write you have chosen plus event. If you're writing in this way, that you have chosen event. So let's try. So what it is saying, that you have chosen object input event. So we need to write event dot target dot value, right? So here it will show that you have chosen one. You have chosen one, right? You have chosen one. Okay, that is fine. Let's refresh it. You have chosen 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm writing 55, so it will write the 55 here. It will write the 55 here. But we'll do something. Don't worry. So refresh it. 23. It is saying you have chosen 23. Okay. Now, first of all, handle this part only. Today I'm teaching you that how you start building the application. This till now you have everything is clear. That 40, let's say 34, you have chosen 34. U Y capital. Do one thing. After this, you have chosen in this choose number function, give a if condition, that if event dot target dot value is less than and equals to 10. If this value is less than equals to 10, then only do this part. Then only do this part. Right? Else give a alert. Stupid. Enter the value. Don't write stupid. I just for fun. Please enter the value. Please enter the value between 1 to 10. Okay? With 1 to 10. On 101, it is saying that please enter value 1 to 10, but it is accepting the value. So whenever you are giving that alert, after that, now one bug we have fixed. Let me write it. If I am writing here 11, so it is saying that please enter the value between 1 to 10, but 11 value is coming here. What I'm saying is, if user has given value more than 10, refresh the page. Don't have anything. You know how to refresh the page? So here we are using it. Just write window dot location equals to, just write your file name index.html. But if you're writing in this way, you will see window dot location is coming here. So just try to write window dot
reload.
So reload will not work here actually. So you can write window dot location equals to, you need to reload the file. The type string is not assignable to type location. Or directly let's assign it. Okay, in this way. So now if I'm entering 11, so it will give you 1 to 10 and everything is went off, right? If you're writing here 45, so please enter the value between 1 to 10 and everything. So you are handling. If user has given 10, 10 is coming. User is giving 9, so 9 is coming, right? Simple thing. Now we just need to display something result here, right? We need to display a result here. So after displaying this, you have chosen target. We will declare a result also. So here I will say that result will be in a string, and here it is empty string. And in app component, I will create a paragraph after this h1. Sorry. So this paragraph will be displaying the result, right? In the starting result is empty, so it will not do anything, that you have chosen 3. Okay. So now you can use anything. You can use ChatGPT to generate that content. You can use Perplexity. So huh? Or you can write your custom also. You can write your custom value also. That let's say in this particular part, if dot even target value, you have done this. After that, I will use a nested if inside this. I will say that if event, or you can write switch here, right? You can write switch statement here. You know switch, so you can write switch or if else any. So I'm writing that if event dot target dot value is equals to 1, if user has written the 1, so result is equals to today you are having a good day and a perfect starting to Angular. So now if user is writing 1 here, so today you have chosen 1 and result today you are having good day and a perfect starting to Angular. This is what you can show, right? So but now this content is actually coming in this way. For that, for this paragraph, let me write a CSS. The paragraph's width will be around 70% or 60% width. It will not take the entire width. So it's coming in this way, right? So now you have to write it for 1 to 10. So use perplexity for that. Perplexity. So go there and just say, this is like ChatGPT only, big brother of ChatGPT. So I'm saying that generate human psychology fact if user is choosing 1 to 10. So it will give you some answer that these are 1 to 10. Copy paste. So for 1, smiling can boost happiness. So just copy this part and give it to TS that this dot result is equals to this one. Use double quotes here instead of single quote. Okay, so if user is writing 1, mind reader, smiling can boost happiness. Even if you force a smile, it can actually make you feel happier due to the brains. Yeah, this is actually true also. It is very good thing. So you are getting same thing. You do it to the 2. So you can write a else if here, else if event dot, or let me do one thing. Same you can use. You can use switch here. Switch will be easy to use. On to everything same will be there, but you will change the value. So memory and music. So let's copy it and paste. Now on 1 and 2 both we will get. On 1 we are getting this. On 2 memory and music we are getting. On 3 we will not get anything. Means this content is not changing because we have not written anything to the 3. So else if event dot target dot value and 3 or 3, again same thing, right? I will change it. Just let me write 1, 2, 3, and this one will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Just change the facts now. So for third, this is the fact. But you can see if you are developing it for production level, means you are giving it to users. You can give a disclaimer also that all these thoughts are personal. They are not to harm anyone's emotions, right? You have to do these things. Mhm. Now we are just copy pasting it. You can use ChatGPT or any other generator for this. I'm not saying that you also use these same. You can write your custom, right? You can write your custom thoughts also. That if user is selecting 7, you can say that anything. But generally, that we are using this. Okay. So we are getting now. Let's check our application. Let me remove the border or let me give some good border to this input box. Let's write 4 here. Multitasking is a myth. Our brains are not capable of multitasking effectively. No, no, this is not true. I do multitasking every time. We can only focus on one task at a time without losing efficiency. For me, this is wrong. You can use yours also. For 5, the power of stories. This is true. Dopamine and social media. The brain releases dopamine when we receive like, yeah, this is also true. Simple game is done. At last, you can give a restart button. So do it. After this result, I will give a button that is restart. That is restart button. So it will be looking very simple, restart. But let's design it. So call the button component, give it a height of around 25 pixel and width of around 10 40 pixel. So see 40 also less is. So keep here 70 and then give it a background color. Background color of completely black. Text color I will keep as white. Right? And font weight I will increase. Font weight of 400. So this is what you will get. Restart button. Cursor pointer I will change to it. You know cursor pointer? So then, now what I want is something is written here. Let me write one. After that, restart button should restart it. Again, you will attach some event to it. You will tell this. So here, this button will be having a. It will not have input event. Which event it will have? Click event. It will have a click event. On click event, it will call something as restart function. It will call the restart function. So let's write it. So this is the function of choose a choose a number. In the class, we will have a restart function. We will have a restart function, and what this restart will do, window dot location dot reload. It will reload the page. Okay, so let's write here 3 4 restart. Done. One complete app done. Right? Understood? That's it. You can give some more designings. These are up to me only. I will not give you the source code. You have to write it by your own. Or you want source code? But develop this application. This will boost your confidence in Angular 110%. Okay? So I'll create a new repository as mreader. Enjoy this. See, I never works on some stuff, basic stuff. You will never see me developing something e-commerce, this, that. You will always see me developing something useful, fruitful, enjoyable. Otherwise, you will get bored after. I will get bored before you only. If I'm developing something boring thing. See, within half an hour, we build a very nice product. That would be teaching you. If I was not teaching, it takes hardly 10-15 minutes. Now, shall we deploy this project also? So let's deploy this project so that we can have a live link. Tomorrow we will discuss about two-way data binding, and after that we will see what are directives and all things. Anything? Just type mreader.versal.app in your mobile and check it is working or not. Check first. Huh? mreader.versal.app. Simple. Go to Google, type this exact thing. mreader.versal.app. Check the restart button. Try to enter some other values except 1, 2, 3. Write some text value. Working fine. Looking good in mobile also. That's it. If it is having any financial value, let's say you have a very damn good watch and you think that in future its value will be more. That is and practical. Now let's say we have a mobile. That is for practical use. Without this we can't survive nowadays. Sentimental means someone gifted you, you want to keep it. If these three things are there, then only keep it, otherwise throw it. Chuck means throw it. Oh, nice. Winter is coming. Winter already came. If you are feeling down, try holding a pencil between your top lip and your nose for 5 minutes. Arey, what is this? If you are feeling down, try holding a pencil between your. Arey, it will look very bad. Life can be a lot more interesting inside your head. Travis head. Arey, he made life worst nowadays. Wow, this is something cool. Who enter number between 1 to 10? Okay, very good. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. View setback as chances to learn and develop resilience. Every obstacle you overcome makes you stronger. Wow, very good. Practice gratitude. Regularly acknowledging the good things. Yeah, this is actually practical thing. I did it. Right, you have to have a gratitude. Appreciate whatever you have. Wow, this is good actually. Set realistic and achievable goals. Break down large goals into smaller, more manageable steps. This makes them feel less daunting and increase motivation, increase discipline. Even I have said this thing many times that surround yourself with positive influence, spend time with people who uplift and inspire you, right? So I have talked about this thing many times, but talk to the person who knows something. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a friend. Yes. Engage in activities that brings you joy. Make time for hobbies, passion, and activities that, yeah, that's why I sleep too much. That brings me joy. Prioritize self-care. Make sure to take care of your physical and mental health through activities like exercise, healthy eating, and sufficient sleep. Yeah, that is too important. There was a time that I used to sleep very less, like 2 3 hours, and I was fine, like no problem. But these things gives you problem in longer time, not in the instant. Never stop learning. Continuously seek new knowledge and experiences. Learning keeps your mind sharp. I show you one of the project built by Shreyansh. Sankranti holidays when will win? Tomorrow we will declare, guys. If you are pressing one here, okay, so you can't hear because of this online setup. Voice is going, by the way. Let me play it in mobile, but it is working. I have checked it. How to implement it, sir? Music one. It's very easy. Whenever you are just displaying a text, just play a music on that function, right? This is a simple HTML. That's it. So this is what some of the peoples have done, and that's good actually, right? Now we are going to study about what is two-way data binding. Your classes will resume on 17th. Means my class. Yeah. Okay. So if in each and every class you will be having different number of leaves because of how many days faculties are taking leaves depends on that. No, no. Tomorrow we are having class, right? So on 10th we are having class. 11 to 16 it's complete holidays. Enjoy yourself. We will not disturb you, and you also don't disturb us. My class will resume on 17th. 17th I think Friday is there, right? Friday. Whenever we are like, what I feel is if you are going on leave, keep everything aside. Be on leave. Don't take tension about Angular, Naresh IT, Hyderabad, job, nothing. I also don't take. I forgot that where I'm working nowadays. If I'm on leaves, I'm on leaves. No laptop, nothing. Only spend time with your family, go where you want. No tension. I don't even bring my laptop with me if I'm on leaves. Two-way data binding. Let's stop talking, guys. Stop talking. Okay, so this is what we were doing yesterday. With knowledge, laptop has most of its use. Yeah, everything has its use if you have knowledge only, right? I have seen lots of people earning lakhs using mobile only, and I have seen lots of people having Apple iPhone and Apple MacBook and earning zero. So this is what we were doing yesterday, and let's first check how it was working. This was I think our M reader only. Now tell me one thing: is it following two-way data binding or one-way data binding? How do you know that it is one-way data binding? Hmm? Because data is getting binded in the one direction only. So once you check the code once. This is the component that you are doing. Here we are giving the event binding only. What we are doing here, event binding. And here we are doing the string interpolation. If two-way data binding is nothing, just a combination of property binding and event binding. If you are using property binding and event binding at the same time for same purpose, that is called two-way data binding. Okay. So we'll write here two-way data binding in Angular. It is important to mention Angular here because binding is in a common term which is available in most of the programming languages. So two-way data binding in Angular allows the synchronization. What is synchronization? What is synchronization? If I'm writing that two-way data binding in Angular allows the synchronization, what do you mean by synchronization? Huh? Synchronization. Huh? Send? Changes. What changes? Objects. Update. What update? Where? Both side. Any real-time example of synchronization? Any real-time example? Connect programming or the topics with your real life. Right? Connect it. Then only you will understand that how it works. Don't give the Google Photos. Very good. You know Google Photos? By default, if you have clicked a picture, it will synchronize it into the drive. That even if you're deleting it from your memory or you lost the data, so you will get back. Synchronization means if there are two part of a single thing. Understand the synchronization first. Let's say this is your mobile. So this is your mobile and this is your system. Now what you are doing is you are using the same email ID in your mobile also and in your system also. And using that email ID, you dropped a mail to someone. Let's say you used your email ID and you have sent a mail to this email ID, abc@gmail.com. Right? You sent a mail from your mobile. Now, if I'm opening that mail in the system, right? System is also connected to internet. Mobile is also connected to the internet. When I sent a mail to some email ID using my mobile, will it be visible in my system at the same time or it will take time? Same time, synchronized. Whatever you are doing in one device will be available in the second device at the same time, synchronized. Now let's say we have WhatsApp web, right? Now let's say if I am sending a message from my mobile and my WhatsApp is also open in web, so at when I send a hi message to someone from my mobile, same message will be available in the desktop also because they are getting synchronized at the same time. Synchronize means updating the data at the same time in whatever devices that particular part is available. That is called synchronization. Okay. So two-way data binding in Angular allows the synchronization of data between, now what we have, component and view, between component, and component is our TypeScript, and view template, and view template. What is our view template? HTML. It happens. The two-way data binding in Angular allows the synchronization of data between component and view template. It combines both the property binding, and event binding. So now if you see an example that you are seeing a code in which you are seeing that both property binding and event binding are getting applied, just think it is a two-way data binding. It is two-way data binding. In two-way data binding, the changes made in the component will be reflected MK. Don't drop these kind of messages. It doesn't look good to read in the classes. In two-way data binding, the changes made in the component will be reflected in the view at the same time and vice versa. Right? So this is the case of two-way data binding. Now in this code, who is giving the value of chosen? View. Right? View is giving because you will type the value here. Now, if something is there that both can give this value and both can use the value, that will be two-way data binding. In this particular case, only the view is giving the values. Is there any option of giving the values here to the number? No, right? There is no value like this. For that, we have our view only, right? We have our view only. It is getting changes. So if something is there that can be applied to both, that will be a two-way data binding, right? So for that, let's say this is your component and this is your view. Now what will happen here is at the same time component can send the data to the view and view is also able to send the data back to the component at the same time, right? This is called synchronized method. What is called synchronized? This is how they will do this particular thing. They will make use of ng model. They will make use of ng model. Now what is this ng model, how it will work, we'll see these things. So you can understand that if you want to achieve the two-way data binding, you have to use ng model. That's it. Okay. Now, how to implement the two-way data binding? The first step in this, using ng model. Now, if you are having a throwback, why here we use square brackets? Property binding. We use square brackets for property binding, small bracket for event binding, curly brackets for string interpolation. That is why we are saying that two-way data binding is the combination of property binding and event binding, because you will bind it like this: square brackets, then small brackets, and ng model. Now, what is this ng model? How it will work? Let's see this thing, right? That is why we are saying that this is the combination of property binding and event binding. So here I will write the ng model. The ng model directive is used for two-way data binding in Angular. It combines both property binding and event binding, right? So it means that it binds to a single, okay, in this way. But how we will use it? So this is embedder project is already completed. We will not make any change to this project. So we have a test project where we will do all the testing kind of things. So let's open this. Inside this, I'll open the header components HTML and its TypeScript. So actually you can delete this file, header component specs.ts. You can delete this file, no need. We need only this one file. Okay. So I'll remove whatever is written here. And from class also I will remove everything. Right, let's first run this. Okay, so this is coming. Now, this is how we will implement the two-way data binding. Now, what are the steps of it? These steps are actually tough to understand. So hold it and understand. Steps of implementing two-way data binding. So in the very first step, you need to do import form module, import forms module, import forms module in app module file. So first thing you have to go to this app module file. So check where you have app module file. So Where it went? Okay, hold on. Angular is having some problem now. Wait. Okay. So this is the problem, that it is production broke. Means whenever we are generating a project, it is not giving us the app module file. So no problem. We'll see that. Here let's try to use that ng model directly. So we are assuming that it is building a direct component. For that, I will write here input, and let's open the TypeScript file of header. So here I will create a input box, and in input box, at first thing we will do is we will write a ng model. I will write ng model. In this ng model, I will write a property that's name is name. Let's say we are just writing a name here. After that, let's give it a placeholder value, and here I will say enter your name, enter your name. After this input tag, I will display this property here, that your name is name. Your name is name. And how this value will be coming from TypeScript file? For that, in class we have to mention it, that in this we will mention name which is in string, and at first in the starting it is a empty string. What it is? It is a empty string. Let's try to check this, and we are expecting error because of one file. Can't bind to ng model since it is not a known property of input. So let's first check it. If I'm writing here Shivam, this Shivam should come here directly without having any event binding. And we don't have a app module file. So let's try to create a one then. In src, let's create a file app module.ts. Wait a minute. See, sometimes these are the problems with open source thing. And this is the problem that we are having, that it is breaking the, and only 2 days ago this problem has arrived. So they are just solving it. We'll see. Instead of app component. Nope. See, I will tell you the things. We have to wait for this bug fixing. This is a bug coming in Angular. It happens sometime. Once you forget this file, yesterday also we were doing this thing, but there we were using the property binding differently and the event binding differently. Now what I'm doing is I am directly saying that there is going to be a ng model and whose value is name. Means whenever you are giving some input to this name, at first it will go to the this part without writing any function, without binding any event. After that, this class will return the value to the string interpolation here, which is not doing. So app component, because this is the file that we are creating, but it is by default it is not coming in our project, and this is the related error. This one, that it is breaking down the app into a single standalone component in which app module file is not working. Can't do anything in this now. We have to wait for that bug fixing. But this is the how it works. You in app.module file, you have to just, this code will be automatically available. This one, in this you need to write this particular component name, that in which component you are using your ng model, what it will do and what it will provide you. That's it. You can directly use it after that. But here it is not working. We have to wait for this bug fixing. We have a, I didn't notice it on 2 days back. We have this error. And so do one thing, hold on for this two-way data binding until that bug is fixing. Okay, no problem. And we'll do this again if we it is fixed till tomorrow. Till then, let's develop a new project using property binding and event binding. Okay, we'll not waste the time. Two-way data binding, we'll do it again. Yeah, that bug is fixing till then. Okay, so we'll create a new project for that. And what we should do this time? Okay, I'll show you something, that whenever you are searching something on Flipkart or Amazon anywhere, so it will give you a line. Let's say here, if I'm searching for chair, so you will see that it is showing something like this, showing 1 to 40 of 9245 result for chairs, right? It is showing, if you search here mobile, it will do the same thing, that showing, it will show the count for mobile. So we will build this part. Okay, we will build this part. So here I will just write a search project, and let's wait. Two-way data binding we'll do again, like from starting only we'll do, don't worry. If that bug is not fixing, they will give some another way to use it, don't worry. Dhanush, I'm not saying anything. We're just waiting for the project to be created. It is taking more than expected time. Okay, so project is created. No, no, production app will not be created. No, no, no. If you have already built something using Angular, they will not break. Whatever projects you are creating at that time, new projects, they will have that bug because the already running project will have the production level support from Angular. They will not break. It happens with React also. No need to worry about this part. So first check how it is looking. After that, we will design that part. Whatever we are searching, we will show that result. Okay. So it's working. As we do every time, we'll remove everything from HTML file and from CSS file and TypeScript file. Okay. Title, let it be there. Here I will give as search, and search will be in string whose by default value is null. In this my HTML, I'll create a div and I will give it a class as container. After giving this as a container, I'll create a input box, right? Now tell me one thing. Okay, wait. I'm giving you a HTML problem. Let's say if this is a input box and if you want to keep a search button here in the same input box, search, how you will keep? If you want to build it in this way, how you will build it? You know this or not? No? Okay, forget then. So in this, I will create an input box and then I will create a button. Button I will write as search. And how it will look? It will look in this way. Okay, it is looking in this way. Do one thing, keep both of these things in a single container at first. Created. It will not make any change because you have just placed them in a container. For this div class container, I will write it CSS and I will say that it is displaying a flex which is justifying the content in center and aligning the items in center. So this part is coming in center now. This part is coming in center. Now what we want is let's first design this input box and button. So I will design the input box and we'll design the button also. Give the height width to both input tag and button same height width. So let's say it is having a height of 40 pixel and width of around 300 pixel. First check the input box how it is looking. It is looking in this way. Now you have to give the same height to the button, not the same width. Okay. So now once you check, this is a difference between a button and a input box, right? In this way. So this is lacking a border. To the input box, if you say that we are not having any border, border none. See, input box is there, but there is no border. Input box is there, but there is no border this way. So do one thing, give border to your button. That it is having a border of 2 pixel, solid and black. Keep it 2 pixel ones in this way. Now what we need is if we are searching and if you are clicking on the search button, it should display that you have searched for this particular part. For that, here I will after this div I will show one heading, and if this heading will show as search, it will show this search of TypeScript file, small s. So if in TypeScript I'm writing that you have searched for, so it is coming here that you have searched for. And do one thing, keep this heading out of the div so that you can get the data in next line that you have searched for. Here the result will display. So in TypeScript file, I'll keep this empty tag. Now what I want is whenever we are writing something in this input box, at first let's give it a placeholder search for something. So it's coming that search for something. After that, what we will do? We want a click event to button. What we want? Click event to button. So whenever this button is getting clicked, it should call a function that search text. It is calling a function search text. So Such text is not defined in TypeScript file. So do one thing in TypeScript file. I will define this function search text. Okay. And it will just print console.log. What? Console.log function is working. Simple. At first we will check function is working. So go there and write function is working. It is saying that function is working. Again, function is working. Now what we need is whenever this part is getting called, whenever this function is getting called, it should take the value from input box. It should take, let's give it a id as inp. Now how you will do it? I am not attaching the event to this input. I am attaching the event to this button. So whenever you are writing something here, it will be having an input event, right? It will be having a input event, and input event will call a function that text with passing the value as event. So here call the text function also. Now this text function is accepting one argument event. Its type is any. After that, what you will do here, you will write this dot search equals to event dot target dot value. So now if you are writing something here, it is directly coming here. Means data is getting binded in one direction only. Now what I want is, I want to do this thing on the search text. So instead of this search, I will write here text something as temp variable and changing the values. In this, let's define the text first. So I will say text is in string and whose value is a simple null string. That's it. And you will see that temp does not exist. Okay, it is temp. Now if you're searching something here, it is not coming. But what I want is when I'm clicking the search button, then it should come. For that, what I will do, in this, we will write that this dot text equals to this dot search at first. And you will see that string is not assignable to type any event. So directly do one thing. Here at first I will write a text that temp equals to you have searched for just the text I'm writing. So write something here and search. So it is saying that you have searched for, but what I want is if I'm writing here mobile, it should show me that you have searched for mobiles. That is why we use two-way data binding. Now it is getting very difficult. This is the code. Whenever you are clicking on the button, it is calling the search text function, and whenever you are doing some input here, it is calling the event function. See here, the value is already stored in the search. So you can write here plus this dot search. In this way, if you are writing, so here if I'm writing mobile, so you have searched for mobile. Let's write here laptop. Then click search. You have searched for laptop. This is called two-way data binding, but here it is getting very difficult, right? Here it is getting very difficult. You have to use another value. If I'm removing this temp, you will get error. And if you are using the search directly, the data will be coming in the synchronized way. So here, this is the two-way data binding using the property binding and the event binding. But here it is becoming a difficult task. Here also you can do, right? Let's say if you're searching here for chair, in this search, you have searched for chair. It is coming, right? It is coming, but not in the way we want. Yeah, Gaurav, I know that you will not understand this thing. That is why Angular introduced something as two-way data binding. Now what we are doing is, this chair value is going to component at first when you are clicking on this search button. So this component will store the value in search. This component is storing the value in search variable. After that, whenever you are hitting the search button, then this is getting called, which is storing the same value in this temp and giving it to you. So it is coming two-way. First you are sending the value to the component, and then component, yeah, I know that it is confusing. That is why two-way data binding is there, right? It is confusing here. And intentionally I gave this example because the same example we will do using two-way data binding, and that time it will be very easy to understand, right? Don't worry. First you understand how you are sending this data. When you typed mobile here, so you are attaching one event to the input box. Which event? Text event. So what this text event did, it has given that value inside search. Now your search is holding the value of mobile. After that you press the search button, and the search button has called a function as search text, and this search text is doing what? Setting the temp value to which is equal to the search value, and where you are using this temp value? Here in this heading, right? That is why we are not implementing these kind of things using property binding and event binding, because they are having lot of confusion and you cannot bind it, because there the flow of function is not at all defined, that how the flow is going on. So that is why we introduce two-way data binding. Definitely we'll discuss this tomorrow. Even I'll check this problem in the Angular. See, it happens, right? You can check it that at every time they will be having lots of issues. So last issue is opened at 1 hour ago, 14 hours ago. See, each and every programming languages has bugs. Each and every. It is not like that this is not having bug. Java don't have any bug. Python, they have, right? I will show you some of the bugs which are not solved from last 20-25 years, right? Wanna check some of those kind of bugs? Okay. JavaScript everybody knows, right? Right? We know JavaScript. Let num equals to 5. Let str equals to Shivam, and let b equals to, or you can write where let b equals to true. Here at first I will check console.log type of num. What it will print? Number, because type of num is number. After that I will check console.log type of str. What it will print? String, because it's a string. S small. Okay, it is printing a string. After that let's check type of b, means it should print boolean or bool. It is printing. Do one thing here, I will say that let a equals to null. A equals to null. Null is there, means if you don't want to give any value we can give null. Just check its type once. Type of a, object. How a null can be object? And if you search this thing, type of null in JavaScript, unfortunately in JavaScript the data type of null is an object, unfortunately. So when they developed, means when the developer of JavaScript developed it, and so many websites created using JavaScript, then after many months they got to know that this is a bug in JavaScript, that the object of null is coming as, the type of null is coming as object. If they have to change it, all the websites that are already using JavaScript, they will break, they will broke down. And till now they are not solving this bug because of the same reason, that if they are solving this bug, production will break, means the website who are already using JavaScript, they will not work fine, right? I think I have given you more bugs also, right? If you are checking 0.2 plus, I have told this, right, is equals to 0.5, which is true, right? Means 0.2 and 0.3 0.5, but 0.1 and 0.2 is not 0.3 according to programming languages. It is in Java, Python, everywhere it is. So these are some of the bugs that programming languages are not solving, or they can't solve it actually, right? They can't solve it. Okay, so these kind of things frequently happens. We'll see it. Okay, there is another method also. See, here we are not able to find app module.ts file. There is one other method also, but again you will not understand anything. Same confusion will be like this. That is why I'm not going into that. Do you have any question in property binding, string interpolation, and event binding? Yes. Any questions from string interpolation, property binding, event binding, one-way data binding, component to view, view to component, property binding? Property binding is same as like data binding only. No problem. Don't be confused. So let me remove everything from here. And everything from here also. So you can see that this search string is there. Let me write here, this is a text. So what I'm doing is search string, and string search is having, this is a text. If you want to use this thing using string interpolation, so what you will do, double curly brackets and search you will keep, which will render a heading for you that this is a text which is coming. Now let's say if there is a input box, there is a input box. If you want to give this input box the same value, how you will give? because if you are writing in this way, so if you want to give a default value to input box, we have value attribute. Let's say to this value I will give Shivam. Means whenever website is loading, this input box will have the Shivam value by default. If you are giving it the search value, so if you are writing value equals to search in this way, so coming same way you can do the property binding also. So value is a property. So here I will write that value is a property. So keep it in a square bracket, and its value is coming from search. Its value is coming from search. And this is a text coming. Let me change the value. This is a text from TypeScript. Okay. What happened? Check, give 0 to yesterday's project and check it once. 0. Okay. Let's try. So this is called property binding. Same like string interpolation only, but in a different way. M reader, right? Okay, got it. What you are saying. Because we are only writing that give the values from 1 to 0, 1 to 10. On 0, it is not showing anything. So no problem. Let's handle this bug also. So in app component.html and TypeScript, target value should be this right here. It should be less than or equals to 10, and event dot target dot value should be greater than or equals to 1. That's it. Right now strictly you will take the values between 1 to 0. If you are keeping 0, it will not take. Right. So if you are keeping 0 this time, it is not taking. Simple. Right. Simply you can handle this bug. Yeah, you can give that. Let me upload the same project to GitHub also, because it will be updated in the link. How to upload Hyderabad project on GitHub, the whole program. Just do it using command prompt. I have made you written these steps, right? Git init, check the notes, how to upload, and you can check it. We can give 1 to 10 in HTML also. Yeah, Shreyans, we can write it. Pattern, using pattern. Means on key press. Any questions? Nagarjo, now it is working fine. I can try, but not working. What is not working should be? Tell the error also. Are you using command prompt to upload your project? Yeah, means VS Code terminal only. Are you using that only? In which step it is creating problem? Like after which command you are getting any error? Program will upload, but link will not generate. Link will not be generated like this will be. You have to go to Vercel and deploy your project. After uploading the project to GitHub, link will not be generated like this. You have to go to Vercel and then deploy your project. Fine, guys, let's connect again tomorrow. Okay? You can drop the calls now. If you have any questions, just let me know, or else you can leave. We'll see this two-way data binding tomorrow. Again. You can leave. component in the view template means it will combine both property binding and event binding. And yesterday we were running into an error because of this app module file. So we'll see. Till now you understood what is two-way data binding. Forget what we did yesterday. Till now that two-way data binding is when component view both are doing the same thing. And we are just saying that it combines both property binding and event binding. So this particular two-way data binding is nothing. It is just a combination of property binding and event binding. That's it. So let's see how. So this is what we were doing yesterday. So we'll remove everything. So this is just a simple and normal template and component. Okay. Anything? So in component, let me create a container, and in this container, I will create an input box, right? And then I will create a h1 heading. In my particular component class, I will declare a search string template. I will render that h1 value as a string polation. So here I will write search. Simple thing we are doing. And from tomorrow onwards, we are having holidays. Classes will reopen on 17th of January, Friday, as on the same time, right? So you are having leaves from 11th to 16th. And in this meantime of 6 days, we will not disturb you, right? Do whatever you want, enjoy with your family, friends. You said something? Enjoy your festival, right? And make sure that you are coming with a refreshing mood after that, because after that, we don't have any long leaves, right? Till the completion of course. And we will try to pack up with the course in the first or next to next second week of February. We'll not extend more than that. At that time, we'll finish. In the heading, nothing is coming because in component we are not writing anything. So here, let me write showing result for shoes, something like that. I'm showing that showing result for shoes, and in this heading it is coming because values are getting written by the string interpolation. If I remove this part and if I want to do it using property binding and event binding, for that this input at first, what we will do here, we will attach a input event to it. If I want to do it using property binding and event binding, at first I need to attach a input event here, and this input event will call search text function. It will call a search text function. Now what I want, this search function will be having a argument of event. It will be having an argument of event. And here, now when you are going online, it will throw you error that search text does not exist. So declare this search text. So as capital search text I'm defining, and simple thing I will write that here it is accepting one event argument. So it will set this dot search equals to event dot target dot value. Event is throwing error, so assign the type any to it, and error will be removed. Now whatever you are typing here, at the same time it is coming there also, right? If I want to set the value of this h1 using property binding, for that I can write here that inner, so there is a property inner text. Remember, there is a property inner text and its value is coming from search. In this way you can set. So write something here. So this is you are doing. Okay, whatever you are writing in the input box, at the same time it is coming there also, right? Now, if you want to combine these two steps, because if you don't know what is this event, right? We don't know what is this event. We can remove this part and we can remove this part also to combine them. Now, how I will combine? To this input box, I will say property binding, event binding, ng model, and ng model is equals to search. Ng model is equals to search, and this h1 is taking the string interpolation value from search. We will write it. At first, it is showing that can't bind to ng model since it's an unknown property. Now, if you're writing something here, you will see like this. Refresh, and right here, I am a engineer, and we are still getting the same output, right? That was we are not doing anything new. We are just writing what we wrote yesterday, and it is working fine, right? Yesterday it was an Angular error. Now, if you're writing here, let's say India, it is coming. But we are not writing any event. We are not doing anything. If I'm removing this search text function, now also value is coming. But how? Where is the function? Where is the function that is writing the values? For that, let's run this application again. So terminate the previous process and run it again. Now it is not running the application. It is saying that ng model is not working. So you have to solve this error first, then you will go. So it is not running now. For that, we need to import something. So here, this particular part is importing a router outlet. So here, I will import as forms module. What I'm importing? Forms module. And now you will see that it is running. It is running, right? Angular is running, and write something here, and you combined. But how it is working, you don't know. If I'm removing this particular part, ng model equals to search. Now it is not writing the value. It means that something is done by this ng model only. Something is done by ng model only. So now if I'm writing, that's it, right? Now this is working fine without any particular problem. But how this ng model is working, let's understand this part. If I'm removing this input tag, what you are saying? You are saying that you have one heading and the value of heading is coming from this component. Value of this heading is coming from this component search, right? It is coming from, if I remove, you are removing this part, that search equals to, so you are assigning a type string that's different. And it is an empty string here. It is a empty string here. Now, if you want to make some change, you have to write it here. For that, what you did is you have given a input box. What we have given? We have given a input box. Now, I want that if I'm writing here, I am Shivam. I want this value to be displayed in the place of this search. Previously also we did this thing using event binding. For that we have to write a function here. We have to give a event argument, and same thing we need to accept here. And that's a lengthy process. Angular provides you two-way data binding. Now, these are the symbol of property binding. These are the symbol of event binding. Just write here ng. Ng stands for Angular and write model. ng and ng model is equal to search. That's it. For using ng model, you need to import forms module. Forms module from forms. Generally, two-way data binding is usually helpful in forms. Form, simple HTML form. For that purpose only, it is important. Two-way data binding. Now, what we have written to the input box, we have written that ng model. What is this ng model? It is called directive. Directive is the next topic. So this ng model, ng app, ng part, lots of directives are there and they have some meaning. Now what this ng model is doing, this ng model is a predefined function in Angular, which means that on whatever value it is working, it will set its value in the view as well as the component. Now you have given one ng model to this input tag. Whatever you are writing here, it will be visible in wherever you are calling it, right? This is what ng model is, right? You will understand this part more deeply when we are talking about directives, because even this ng model is giving you the some problem. Somewhere j heard model means database. Model means what? I heard model means database. Model means database. No, who told you? Model is a common term that you can use like ng model, ng hyphen app, etc. Two-way data binding. Two-way data binding is generally used in forms and user interaction. So it is related to the user's interaction, wherever user is interacting, right? Wherever user is interacting means if user is writing some data, user is trying to click on any form, click on the submit button, wherever whatever user wants to do, it is only related to that. Mostly, right? It has nothing to do with the front end. It is totally the processing part. Okay. So now let's talk about what is this ng model. It is a directive. It is a directive which is used to bind the value of input box in the view and component at the same time. At the same time. For that, we'll see how it is done. For using ng model, we have to import forms module in the component means typescript file. So here we are importing in this section forms module. This part. Okay, this part you need to import. After that, use the ng model directive in the view template and bind the data. So here we are using this particular part, and here we are binding the data. You can bind it in any way, right? You can use property binding, you can use event binding, anything you can use for that. Okay, anything. Understood? There are other directives also. We will see those directives, and this is how it is done. Okay, understood? Fine. Now let's build a project using this because we have a lot of time. Directives is a topic that will take time to complete, so we are not starting it from today. We started after leaves only. So till then, let's create a new project. Okay, so what project? Something like that one only. Okay, last time we were giving 10 fixed values, right? We were giving 10 fixed values. This time we will give some random values, right? We will make use of some random things. Okay, so I'm telling you what we want to build. Have you played rock paper scissors game? Huh? Have you played rock paper scissors? Tell me its rule because I don't know. After that we will build this game. Yes, you are saying you have played. What's a good name? Okay, okay, okay. These are the requirements. I'm asking rules. Rock paper scissors means there will be a rock, there will be a paper, there will be a scissor, and there will be two components. These I also know. Tell me the rules. So this was the project that we built, right? That select your move, right? So Aishwarya, is it like that only? So we'll develop this game now. Ng new rock hyphen paper. Is it difficult? No? Then come and build. Paper beats rock. Scissor beats paper. Rock beats scissor. Why paper beat rock? Yes, Aishwarya, why paper beat rock? Caesar can tear down paper into two parts. Wow. Thank you, Pragyanti, for letting us know. We don't know this thing. That Caesar can tear down the paper in two parts. Till then, let's have some brain charming here. Let's first select the theme. Yes, Gaurav, we will create a to-do app. Don't worry. In which theme you want? Oops, select. Give me a minute, guys. Chance is saying that before playing rock, paper, Caesar, if you ask question to opponent, will 90% of time choose Caesar? Is it like that? 90% of time they will choose Caesar only. Yes. Why? I really, in real life, I never played with this game. Never. It is a fact. Arey wah. No problem. Let's check what our computer will do. So yes, first you define the template here or theme that either you want it in this theme, this. Yes, which theme? Yes, boys. Sir, what are you asking? Huh? Yes, girls. Which theme? First select the theme from top. Visible? These themes? Which one? No one. Green. This one. Okay. In green, which particular color you want? Dhanush was saying easy mad. Whatever color you are searching, just drop their link in the chat box so that we can check. In greenish, it is every time. We will spend only. So project is created. So rock paper. Let's first check whether app is working or not. So project is working now. What we will do is removing everything from this, opening the CSS file. Here, I will first create a container, div class equals to container, giving it a height of 100 view height, giving it a width of 100 view width, and then background color. Sir, you are married or not? For this card, we will give a width of 500 pixel. Don't talk. Height of 600 pixel and background color. At first, we will give some dark background color so that it should be visible. So white will be visible on this. So this is what happened. Wait. So here it is coming this card. Okay, this one. So I will display flags to it and aligning the items in center and justifying the content in center. So now card is coming in center. Card is coming in center. We can change the background color of the card to yellow. See, I'm very bad at this part. Designing the things. I don't know designing. Good color combination, this, that. You can keep yours. And here I will give it a border radius of around 10 pixel. And okay, fine. So this is our application. Now, in this application, what we will do is we will at first give 3 images, right? At first, we will give 3 images. Let's give. So I already, I think, have those images. Let me check it once. So these are the images. So we have these 3 images. So from here, I'll copy them. Where we need to keep our images? In Angular. Hey, we have done this thing, guys. In SRC folder, then assets folder. In assets folder, we will keep those 3 images. And this is first image is Caesar. So I will rename it to Caesar. And this is rock. I will rename it to rock. This is paper. Okay. Now we have to define the path also for that angular.json. And here what we need to search? Assets. Where are our assets? So here at the top we need to define it are in src slash assets folder, comma, and now in this let's try to use those images. So image src. Here if you're writing in this way, assets slash rock dot png, and you will okay, not terminated, and you will see that image is not loading. We have kept the image in assets folder, right? So image is not loading this time also. Yes, how to use images in Angular? You forgot. We have discussed this thing very deep, right? Then how it will work, guys? How it will work? Slash missing in JSON file. We are not writing anything in JSON. It is directly we are writing. Yes. Images folder missing. No. Here we need to write something. So we need to give the path that is src slash assets. Now, here, how it is coming here? Src slash assets. You guys don't remember anything. In this way? No, no, it is error. It is saying that it is expecting some columns here. Yes, how to use images in Angular? You need to give its direct path. Means this is the path for internal assets. If you want to use something external, you have to give it here. Then also, if you will see, let's say, so this is what it is coming like this from view. Let me remove assets, and you will check that image is still not loading. So do one thing, run your Angular application again. At first, in this framework, this is the only thing that I don't like. Using the images and other resources is very complex here. You have to define this, that, lot of things you need to do. Now our image is coming, right? After that, you need to decrease its width. So width, let's give it a 120, right? So it is coming like that. Okay, it's fine, not an issue. In the same way, we need to give the images for paper and Caesar also. So here I will change it to paper, and this I will change to Caesar. And you will see both all these three images are coming. So let's design this particular container now. This card is also displaying flex, which is aligning the items in center, and flex direction is column here. And you will see that all of these three things are coming in this way, right? So justify the content, or no need to justify, just add the row gap here. We will add the row gap of around 20 pixel. You will see that they have some gap now. Okay, so now at the top I will show one heading, choose your move. Choose your move. So choose your move, right? And in the bottom I will create a heading h2, which will display the result of computer, like what computer has chosen. And then another heading which will say result, who won, right? We need to show these two things, the computer and result. And now we don't have anything, so we need to define this part in Angular component. So open the component file here. Computer means what computer will select, it will be a string. Initially it is null, and after that result will also be in string. Initially it is also null, right? Now what I want is, whenever I am clicking on this rock, computer should select something. It should display that computer has chosen something. After that, it should match and give us the result. For that, we need to attach a click event, right? We need to attach a click event to this. And one more thing, that to the images, I will give cursor pointer. I will give the cursor as pointer. So yes, it is fine now. We need to attach the event binding now, because it is a click event. For the first image, I will give click event, and it will call a function as myfun. In myfun, it will send one argument as rock. It is sending one argument as rock, because here you are clicking rock. So I will send the argument of user, that user has chosen rock. Now I will define this myfun here. So I will write myfun. In this myfun, I will, because it is accepting one argument, so here it is accepting user argument, that what user is doing. So just declare it to any, and here I will write console.log user has, okay, give it a message, user has chosen plus user. Means we will just print it to console that what user is selecting, right? Go to console, and when I'm clicking on the first part, it is printing that user has chosen rock. Do one thing, attach the same event to other particular images also, and we will change their argument, right here and here. So here you will see paper argument, and here you will see Caesar argument. Okay, so again, what is this? If I'm clicking on this, my computer should know that user has chosen paper. If I'm clicking on this, it should say Caesar, and it is saying correctly, means event binding function is working properly, right? When I'm clicking rock, computer knows that I clicked rock. When I clicked paper, computer knows that you clicked paper. When I clicked Caesar, computer knows that you clicked Caesar, right? Same one function is working there. Which function? This. Now instead of finding this part, we are not printing it to console. Now we know that user value is coming. We know that user's value is coming. We need to define the value of computer also. And we want that computer should generate a new value every time. Computer should generate a new value every time. How it will generate? So we know that there is one function available in JavaScript or TypeScript that is called math.random. What it will do? It will generate one random number. So let's here I will print console.log math.random. So I'm printing to the console math.random, and every time it will print a random number. Let's check. So this time 0.96, this time 0.27, this time 0.13. Now our work is sorted. Let's check how. Inside this function, I will call something, and I will call, I am declaring one variable as number whose value is type of number, and its value is coming from math.random. Its value is coming from math. And here number is throwing error, so you can remove that. Number's value is coming from math.random. You can define this number value in, we can define this number value in our class, right? So that we can use it. Let's write nothing here in class. I will use num dot this dot num this dot num. So numbers value is coming from class which will have the random value, but it is generating the point value every time. Means math dot random is a function in JavaScript which will generate the values between 0 and 1. So now if I'm multiplying the random number by 100, you will get a value between 1 to 100. What you will get? It is generating values in this way, 0.967. If you multiply it by 100, you will get something as 96 point something. You will get something like that, right? Right? That's it. Why we are doing? Because we will get a number between 1 to 100 by doing this part. Doing this thing, okay, instead of printing this number, now I will check. So here, computer we have defined. Computer means what computer has chosen. So here, I will do like this, that if this dot number is greater than or equals to 0, and this dot num is less than equals to 33, less than or equals to 33, means 0 to 33, I will say that computer's value is rock. 34 to 66, computer's value is paper. 67 to 100, computer's value is Caesar. Every time it will have a different value, right? Because value will depend on number and number will come different. So here I'm setting that this dot computer equals to paper, right? And after that, I will print the value console.log computer or this dot computer. If you want to use direct computer, you can create a constructor in the class. Okay, this is if. After that, I will write a else if. In this, I will write this dot number is greater than or equals to 34, and this dot number is less than or equals to 66. In this way, same thing I will do. And I will simply say that this dot computer is equals to rock. Here I will write one else condition. In else condition, which one is left? Paper is done, rock is done, Caesar. Now every time your computer will have some different values. Every time your computer will have different values. Let's check. So user is selecting paper and computer has selected Caesar. Caesar, rock, rock, paper. See, these are the computer value. So computer is selecting different values every time, right? Now we just need to match a value and print the result. That's it. Your game is done, right? So do one thing. It is showing Caesar. It is showing Caesar. So because we are printing it here, right? In the if condition, we are saying that this dot computer. So in this way, we can write the value. Here in this heading, we will show computer has chosen. So in heading, in here we will write computer has chosen computer. So it will come in this way. Computer has chosen means computer is choosing some different values every time. Now you just need to check the result and print it, right? You just need to check the result and print it. Go to TypeScript. In this if else, we have set the value to computer. So remove this console.log. Okay, fine. So now I will close this if else if and else. In the same function, I will check the values now. Here I will write if user is equals to this dot computer. It means if both are equal, game will be draw, right? Now let's say user is also paper, computer is also paper, game will be drawn. Game will be draw. If both are rock, game will be drawn. If both are Caesar, game will be drawn. So in this case, I will say this dot result is equals to game has drawn. Game has been drawn. right? If both are equal, then game is drawn. Now, write another condition. And this time I will assume that user is equals to rock. User is equal to rock. And this dot computer is equals to, let's say, equal condition we have already written. So user is rock and computer is paper. In this case, who will win? If user is rock and computer is paper. Yes, Aishwarya, who will win in this case? Equals to computer has won. Computer has won. We will write one another condition. Else if user is equals to rock and this dot computer is equals to Caesar. In this case, who will win? You have won. So these are the condition. Same way, I will write when user is equals to paper. When user is equals to paper, see, equal condition we have already written. If both are equal, game is drawn. So if user is paper and this dot computer is equals to Caesar, right? You can write computer won, computer has won, right? We are not having a class of English grammar, so you can write it. Else if user is still equals to paper and this dot computer is equals to rock, who will win in this case? User. So this dot result equals to you have won. Now in the last case, user is done with rock, user is done with paper, user has to be Caesar. So else if user is equals to Caesar and this dot computer is equals to rock. So in this case, computer will win. This dot result equals to computer has won. And in the last condition, if user is equals to Caesar, if user is equals to Caesar, wait, user is equals to Caesar and this dot computer is equals to paper, equals to paper. Who will win in this case? So this dot result, you have won. That's it. Let's check our application now. Computer has chosen paper and computer has won. So this result is going outside of the card. Do one thing, decrease the height to 100, or you can increase the height width of your container. In any way you can do it. I am selecting rock. Computer has selecting paper. So computer has won. There is a lot of gap, but why? Hmm. Now I am selecting what I am selecting, and computer has selected Caesar. So computer has won. This time I am selecting Caesar and computer has selected paper and I won. That's it. The game is done. Right? Now I sure I can play with computer also. You don't need someone to play. Right? That's how it is easy. You just need to think a little. That's it. So this is your homework for the holidays now. At least build it. We will deploy this project and give you the link, code, everything. Try to deploy it and build. Right? It will boost your confidence. It is very easy to build something. For images, let me give border radius because those sharp corners are not looking good. Design, please do good designs. I know I'm not good at that. Color combination. I don't know these things. Hmm? Score. You can show. You can have a problem. Cast it to number. Initial value is 0. Computer score. Computer. Okay, so it is coming in this way. To this div, let's give it a ID as score. In CSS to this score, I will say you are displaying flags. So user is 0, computer is 0, and I will just add the column gap to 20 pixel. So user is 0, computer is 0. Now what we need to do, whenever user is winning, just update the user's value. So go to TypeScript. This is the draw condition. No one will win here. Here computer is winning. This dot computer score plus plus. Or you can write this dot computer score plus 1. Here user is winning and here user is winning. See, every time this computer is winning. Okay, this time I won. So this is the thing that you are getting here, and fit content. See, now it is looking very fine. On mouse over, it is showing that what is being selected. Now what we need to do, just a reset button. So let's quickly do it. I already told you window.location.at game window dot location dot reload. Right, you can customize the design now. Okay, that's it. We can uh, but how you will decide it whenever the game is ending? We can see it is already visible here that user is 5 this time. Wow, I'm winning continuously. Now computer is winning, so like this, right? Arey, wow, I'm winning too much this time. Done. Oh, like we don't have time now. You just need to match the values and display who is the loser here, right? What you need to do in the same function, you need to just write if this dot computer score is lesser, computer is loser, else user is the loser, right? Let's deploy this project now. It's very easy to develop, very easy. Yeah, you can add the celebration poppers or animation whenever winning button is doing. You just add that. This is the basic. See, if you want to learn logics, come to me. For design, you can use your own brain. You can use some templates. We cannot deploy Python code to GitHub. Means we can deploy the code, but it will not be file. So it is rock hyphen paper hyphen ang dot. This background color yellow is not coming properly. Everything else is looking good. Okay. So this is done. Okay. A happy Sankranti to energy, right? Because after that, you will never see me developing boring things. We will be developing some good things. Instead of these photos, you can use any other real-time photos. This is just for teaching purpose. Designing is up to you. Friends are recharging energy. I think we are having class after around 5 days, right? 6 days. So I think 6 days are enough to get the energy back. Directives. Okay. So till now we have discussed like almost about everything. And like if I open the TS file, in this file, this is the selector, this is the import, this is the template URL, and this is the styling the component. And we have discussed all of these things, right? So how many types of selector we have? Four. Please answer all those four types of selector. In how many ways we can write our selector? Four. Four. Three. Yes. In how many ways we can write our selector? You forgot it. We have discussed almost about everything, but what is this at the rate of component? Until now, we know only one thing, that this is a decorator, right? We know only one thing, that this is a decorator. So technically, this is a directive, right? This is a directive. So let's first understand what is a directive. A directive in Angular. See, whenever you are dealing with Angular, React, or something which has its alternative, right? Now, if you are seeing that a directive is, let's say if I'm not writing a directive in Angular, I'm directly writing a directive is. I'm giving a global definition of directive, and it can vary from one particular framework to other particular framework. It is not a hard and fast rule that these will be the same every time, right? Because same thing in React is called mapping, not directive, right? So whenever you are defining something which is related to Angular, just mention it. So a directive in Angular can be defined as an instruction or classes to manipulate the DOM. To manipulate the DOM. And I hope you have a good knowledge of DOM. What is DOM? It is document object model. Means technically how your browser will render the HTML. That is called DOM. Now let's say, I think this is one of our application, rock, paper, scissors, right? So let me run this application only, and then I'll show you. Okay, so this was the task, right? To build in the holidays that you have to build rock paper scissors game using Angular. I hope everyone is done with this part. Completed, deployed, working fine. Yes. Hello. Deployed. No. Why? 6 days are enough, I think, right? So this was the project that we have done that day. Now, if I ask you that how this particular view is coming, that background color, that card color, and like how these things are coming, so you will say a simple thing that this particular app.component HTML is taking all these things, this HTML file basically, right? Why this file is getting rendered? Because in the TypeScript, it is mentioned that it has to render this template, right? It has to render this HTML file, which will be using this style file. Okay, that we understood. Who is doing this thing? At the rate of component. If I remove this at the rate of component, nothing will work, right? Now Angular will not work. Means directly you cannot give the path of this file. You have to give it to a directive which is called a decorator here. And which directive? This is at the rate of component directive, right? So this component is a working as a instruction or a class which is manipulating the DOM. Manipulating the DOM means it will decide how a website will look while it is going to be rendered on the browser. So that is what your directives will do. But there are other directives also. This is the one of the useful directives. Okay. So I hope you understand this part. A directive in Angular can be defined as an instruction or classes used to manipulate the DOM. In manipulation, adding or removing the child, displaying the template, these things can come, right? So now we are going to discuss about types of directive. Directives. So these directives can be classified into three different parts. These directives can be defined into three different parts. One is that we are using from day one in Angular, that is called component directive, right? That is called component directive. Another one is structural directive. Structural directive. And another one is attribute directive. Now these are the three types of directives. Okay, these are the three types of directives. What are the use of these? How we will use them? We'll see in the upcoming time. Okay, so now let's discuss about this particular component directive that we are using from the first day. It is component directive. These are the most commonly used directive which has a template. What does it have? It has a template, because whenever you are writing at the rate of component, you will define its template. So this is the only directive. Component directive is the only directive that has a template, means a HTML file to render. This structural directive will not have these things. This attribute directive will not have those things. Only component directive has that part, that it will be rendering the HTML. Now, if I ask a question that who is responsible to display HTML in Angular, so you have to say that it is component directive. A question can be asked in a reverse way also, that which directive has template. So only the component directive has the template. Now they define reusable components that have their own template, style, and logic. Now, what is the primary work of component directive? It's very simple. That it will tell that it will define a reusable component. Now, If I am writing this app hyphen root anywhere, it will render one HTML file, right? This is the work of component. Now let's say in the HTML file, this is what we are doing here. Okay, so we are directly writing it, like we are not creating any other component. If we are writing in the HTML file, we are writing app root, right? And who is telling this app root tag? This particular component directive, that if you are using app hyphen root anywhere, this template file will be getting rendered with this style and with these logic. This is the work of component directive, right? Now, and that is what we have mentioned, that they define reusable components that have their own template styles and logics. How to define them? So this is a simple way that we are using at the rate of component, and in this way you can define these. Okay, in this way you can write the component directive. Now let's define their parts. So here, selector property. Now let's define this component. So at first we will mention that the component directive is placed over the classes as decorators. So where we have to use this component directive over the class. This is our class, export class app component. Over this you have to use your component directive, right? So component directive is placed over the class as decorators. We know that we have to keep at the rate of our decorators. It will have some basic properties, like at the last it will have at least two properties. One is selector, one is selector, and second one is template. These two are basic. You can work without style, like you are not writing any CSS, you can directly work with HTML, but selector you need and template you need. So in the selector property, the selector property defines the HTML tag that you can reuse, and it will render the template or template URL property. Now, whenever you are writing this particular selector anywhere, what it will render? Either this template, if you're writing custom CSS, custom HTML, if you're writing, it will render that, or directly it will render the template URL property. Let me tell you, I think you are getting issue in this. I am using this app hyphen root in index.html file because we know that browser will look for this file only. Okay, got it. Here selector is app root. If I'm changing it to shivam hyphen root, now you will see that there is a error. Means blank window, nothing is there. Now in index.html also I need to write shivam hyphen root only, then only it will render the page. Now it is rendering. Okay, that is another case. And what it is rendering here? Whatever you have mentioned in the template URL, because it will render app.component.html file. What if I'm not writing this? Okay, I'm not writing this. I will simply write template colon. Inside this, what I will do is simply I will keep one, let's say here I will keep one h1 tag in this way, and here I will write simple use of HTML. Here like this I will keep, and keeping this tag inside single quotes in this way. Okay. Now once you go to the application, simple use of HTML. So app root tag will render whatever is written inside this template. Whatever, either, oh, that's what I have mentioned there. It will render the template. Template means you are directly writing the HTML inside this. Here also, by keeping this simple single quote in between, you can write the HTML, but code readability very poor. That's why we use the template URL. So it will be rendering the template or template URL property. So if you are not having this, simply it will render the template URL property. And template URL means it will be having the URL or the path of a HTML file that it has to render. Now you can see that it is coming. Okay, so this is like all about this particular component directive. There are some important points about it, and those are uh, they always have a template associated with them. Component directive will always be having a template with them, right? Over at the above also we have discussed these things. Second thing is they will be used by keeping at the rate of component decorator. How we can use them? By keeping at the rate of component decorator. Okay, I hope you understand this, because this is already we have discussed, right? Do you have any questions from this component directives? No questions? Okay, then we shall move forward towards second part, that is our structural directives. And these are the important one, right? These are the important one. They will not be having any template, but they will be having some important properties with them, right? They will be having some properties with them. Structural directives. So here, as the name is saying, structural means they will be related to structure of something, right? They will be related to structure of something. So here we will write structural directive are used to modify the DOM by adding or removing the child. Now let's say why we discussed component directive at first, because at first we need to render the HTML file in a browser. After that we need to change the DOM by adding some child or removing some child. So what will be working at that time? Structural directive will be working at that time, right? Structural directive will be working at that time. But how it will work, right? So how it is going to work actually, for that we'll see. Now this structural directive, let me write here some common example of structural directives. So these are, let me keep them. So they are ng for, second one is ng if, and it is ng switch. Now when I written ng for if switch, you will be going to the loops if else, right? You're going there only. Yeah, it is that only. But here we write it with a asterisk sign. We write them with a asterisk sign. So these are common that we use here. Now how we will be using them, or what is their use actually, right? So let's use them, because structural directives are important. So let's go back to Angular. Generally this is a completed project, so we will not be mashing with this project rock paper. We have a test project that we always use for our development and learning purpose. So I'll open that only. Okay, so header, right? This is HTML file, CSS file, and TypeScript file. Okay, we'll see it. First, let's run this application. App name is test, so I will go to the directory and then ng serve hyphen open. Both you can write hyphen open hyphen o, or simple way you can write ng serve also, it will work. Okay, so header component is working. Now we'll do one thing, right? So in this, I will create a ordered list at first, right? And after that, I'll create a list item. And here, let's render a list of fruits. So let's say apple, banana, papaya. Simple thing I have written. And you will see that apple, banana, and papaya is coming. If you want to give it some CSS, so for list item, I will give their font size will be 22 pixel, right? Now, now how we will be using those part? At first, I have written ng for, right? I have written ng for. For means loop here. Loop means doing something repeatedly until condition is arriving. How we will be using this part? Now, can we say that this is an array of fruits? Can we say that this is an array or list of fruits? If it is a list of fruits or something like that, we should be having this in class, right? We should be having this in class. So let's say here I will write fruits equals to, and I will write here apple. Here I will write apple, banana, papaya. Right? I can write in the TypeScript also. If I want to render that in HTML now, instead of write, see, whatever data you are writing in HTML is hard to change. You have to call that data into TypeScript only. That is why it means JavaScript or TypeScript. So instead of writing the data in HTML, if I'm trying to render the, what type of rendering it is? String interpolation, right? If you are writing fruits here, if you are writing fruits here, and it is coming in this way, apple, banana, and papaya, and it is expected to come in this way only. But there is a problem. Everything is getting rendered directly. Like it should come one apple, two banana, three papaya, right? If you are using string interpolation, like forget this for a moment. If we are using string interpolation, so this will be getting rendered as it is, not as a list item. But what I want is I want this data to come in this way, that one first item is apple, second is banana, third is papaya. Let's say if I have to add one more fruit into this list, let's say date, it will be getting added directly. But what I want is it should be getting added as a next element, right? And that is what we have written here by adding or removing the child. So now you should be using ng for directive for this. But how we will be using this ng for? Oh, it is very simple. How it is simple? Let's say in this list item, right? What we are doing is we are rendering this list instead of directly rendering the fruit list. Visible, right? Okay. So instead of directly rendering the list, I will write one particular directive, and here I will write ng for. I will write ng for. Now, how it will work if I'm writing that ng for? How it is supposed to work? Now, directly let me write the fruits first. Means I am directly rendering the fruits. I'm not writing anything here. See, now list is not getting rendered. Is list getting rendered here? Why list is not getting rendered? Because you have provided a directive and it is not supposed to work in this way, right? It is not supposed to work in this way. If I'm removing this ng for, understand it properly, you will see that it is coming and it is working fine also. But what if I'm writing that directive? Now data is not coming. It means that there is a different way of using this particular directive. So instead of writing it here, now this is a for loop, right? Ng for, ng stands for angular and for is a loop that we know previously. So here I will write ng for equals to, and here I will write let I of fruits. And fruits is the exact name of your class. Whatever class you have written here or array list, whatever you have, exact name. And here what I have mentioned that let I equals to fruits. Here if you are writing this, now render it as a string interpolation. So write I here. And let's refresh. Okay, we are missing out something. ng for list item. Let's keep here let fruit of fruits. Mhm. Okay, let's check the error. Can't bind to its known property. Okay, we have to keep off. Okay, let's try to change it in a different way. Okay, let's try another way here. So directly fruit is working if you are writing the condition. You do one thing, let's rerun the application. It might be a server issue also. The correct syntax is this only, but don't know what is the issue now. No, that is different actually. If you are using ng for off right there, you are right. You are talking about this, right? That is different. Ng for is there only. It will not work. Ng for off is different. Ng for is different. Mhm. Sure. Same we are using, right? Or do one thing. Maybe there might be internal change. So at first create a div. Mhm. Maybe we have meshed with this project only. Wait a minute. Creating a new project there will do it. Maybe this is a. Just wait a minute. Okay, so we'll try the same thing with this temp project now. Okay, so it's working. Same issue. What's the problem? Wait, we'll check it and fix. What happened? Generally, this is the only command for ng4 and it works. Even I'm surprised why it is not working. Let's create a syntax error here. Now, can't went to ng4 of again. This is totally unexpected here. Like, Gaurav, in fruits will not work if you're writing in this way. It will not work. It should throw the particular error also. Like, what happened to three of you? Any suggestions? And be silent. Wait, we'll try another method at first. Give me a minute, guys. Wait, and we'll try another method. Okay, this time we are getting the elements, but they are removing it. Is so one is we have to import ng4, and this is from done. Sometimes you might be facing these kind of issues. So what was the previous one? In this way. Now same code is working. At that time it was not working. Syntax is same only. Now you just need to import it in the, because this is a standalone component, so you need to import ng4. You are missing this part. Item. Now it is rendering our items here in an unordered list. But my question is, what is the use of this? Right? My question is, what is the use of this? Okay, this is, we know that we can write this particular part in TypeScript and we can render that data here in this particular way, right? We can do this part. But now in CSS, let me write it for list item, font size 22 pixel. For writing only these things we are using for, no, it's not like that. So we will create a project now using this. Let's say you are going to Flipkart and you are searching for mobiles here. Whenever you are seeing the repetition of things in the same way, you will be using this particular part. How? So we are going to build this particular section, right? We are going to build this particular section. But how we will build this particular section? Not only in the list item, you can actually render it anywhere. Let's say instead of writing a list item here, I will render it inside a div, right? I will render it inside a div, and you will see same thing is coming, right? As it is a div, so it is not coming with one or two, and it will come. Now, this is the case here. So we are going to design this mobile component and we will be using the directive here. See, everywhere when you go to Flipkart, same theme they are following. First, there is a image, mobile name, mobile details, and then a price. This is what they are showing, right? This is what they are showing. Same everywhere, same content they are following. That is how you will be using this particular part. So at first, we will design this static component, right? We will design this static component. So this is the image. Let's copy this link and I'll go to HTML. At first, I will create a div. Inside this div, I'm not using any TypeScript. We are just going to use, or we are going to develop this particular part. So there is an image section, content section, and price section. So you can directly keep them, or you can create three different containers for that, right? In the first container, I'll keep the image of mobile. So here I will write image src equals to that image link that I have copied. And so image is coming. You can reduce the width if you want, or let's keep it same. In the second section, what we have is at top, we have one mobile name. So it is already opened. I'll copy this part and I will give h1 in this way. And it is how it will come. We'll change it, of course. So h3 I'll keep here. And in this particular part only, what we have is the details about mobile, right? So these kind of details it is having. So I'll copy them and paste here. You can merge them into a list item, right? You can. So this is how it is coming. And for of now, I will remove these two parts. And in the third particular container, we have the price, right? We have the price. So price, I will generally display in H3. And this is the price. So let's copy paste it. Now, at first, our basic requirement is to design this component as it is looking in Flipkart. So for the parent, who is the parent, I will give it a class as container or main, anything you can give. And in its CSS, I will call that container. And first thing is displaying flex to it. While you are displaying flex, things will be coming in this way. Very easily they will come. After that, you can just write aligning the items in center and then justify the content in space around. So in this way they will come. If you remove this particular part aligning the items in center, this is how they will look. But in this way, we are rendering the actual thing, right? Means we are providing the hard binding of data by writing the data in HTML, which will be hard to change. So what we will do is, if we are writing this thing inside this particular part, inside this particular TypeScript, can we write it? So this is how we will use it. How many content we are giving it from outside? How much content we are giving here from outside? Image. We are giving image. If I'm taking this image outside, means I will take the image link outside and I will give it to the TypeScript. So here I will declare a image kind of array and this is the first link. After that, second, third. In this way, I will give the links. Now, it is not easy actually, right? It is not easy. For that, let me create a list item here. And to the list item, I will give list style none, right? I don't want any list style. Means dot I don't want here. In HTML, here I will write my ng for. So by asterisk, I will write it ng for equals to for img in, or let's say for I in, I of img. After this, you will write image src equals to, in src, you can keep the string interpolation and you can keep the I here. In this way, if you are trying to write the image in this way, okay, I does not exist. Let. So now you will see that image is not coming here. Content is coming, but image is not coming. So that I already told you that it will not work in the same way. We know that price is something which is very easy to take. So do one thing in TypeScript, I will define one another array of prices In this prices array, I will write the price of mobiles. So first price is that is already written there. So I'll copy this. Okay, done. Now wherever we are writing the price directly, what I will do is let's write it in this ng4. So I'll try to keep ng4 equals to let price of prices, and here you will write price. Now price is coming. Now picture is also coming. But what does changed here? Right? What does changed here? I'm asking what is the thing that changed here. So the thing that changed here is the behavior of Angular. Right? It behaved differently. Now image is also coming, content is coming, price is coming, right? And price is coming from the TypeScript. If I'm changing the price in TypeScript, let's say I will keep it 15,999, price changed directly, right? If I remove something from the image link, let's say I will remove this 2, and you will see that image is not loading now because source is not correct. So this is how our content is coming. But let's say you have a second mobile phone and whose price is 6,249, right? So you'll keep a comma in. Now the price of next mobile is 6,500, let's say 499, something like this. You have a price. How it will be coming? It will be coming in this way. Means within the second heading only it will render. But what I want, this price should be coming in the next section. So for that, I'll open this mobile and I'll copy its image link. So this is the image link of this mobile. Let's copy and give it to the image array. So this is the first part. And here I'll give the second link. How now our Angular will be rendering the image? It is rendering. The name of second phone also I'll give, right? So name also we will create a names array, right? We will create a name array, names from HTML. This is the name of phone. I'll cut and paste it, right? This is the first one. And for of now, for a better understanding, I will remove all the feature of phone. In this heading, again, I will write that particular part ng4 equals to let name in names. And here we will render the name in string interpolation. So this is, are we missing something of, okay. So now picture is coming, name is coming, and price is coming in this way. And that is for the first particular application, that is fine. For this particular first, this is fine. But whenever you are trying to write the second name, so let's say I will write the second name now. This is the first name and this is the second name. I want this heading to come in front of this mobile. But as it is a loop going on with the H3, it will take it in the same way, right? It will take it in the, so tomorrow we'll complete this part, and this is how these things are actually built, right? So tomorrow we'll complete this particular mobile phone section of Flipkart. On I'm doing it with mobile phone. You can do it with any other product. Let's say you want to search here chair or any particular product. They will be following the same theme every time. Picture name price, picture name price. So they will generate only one component and they will write it multiple times, right? So tomorrow we'll complete it and tomorrow we'll solve this problem also. And yes, I'll suggest you one thing actually. If you are searching some solution related to Angular on Google or ChatGPT, so when we were running into this error, people were dropping the solution in the chat box that common modules, common modules. So many times I got that. I was reading that actually. Whatever suggestions you are getting from ChatGPT or Google, those are based on Angular 10 or Angular 14. And now we are working on Angular 19, right? There it used to be an app module file, which is now not there. We are working on standalone components whose working is little bit different. So if you are using ChatGPT or mostly those solution will not work here. Mostly. It was my bad that this ng4 I haven't imported here. So mostly solutions that you are getting from ChatGPT or Google will not work in these Angular or React because they keep on updating these things. I'm having doubts in models. Models? What models? So tomorrow we'll do this part, right? And we will discuss everything in depth. Two-way data binding. Okay, no problem. We'll discuss it one more time. Okay. So this is what we did today. I'll upload the notes and just try to practice it once by yourself. Okay. And we'll solve this problem. So what we were discussing yesterday, directives, right? And this is what we have completed yesterday, right? So let's first run this application. So this is what we were doing yesterday, and the problem we were facing is that whenever we are trying to write the second heading, like the second name of mobile, it is coming just below the first name. And the reason is very simple for that. Whenever it is working, so here in this particular div, we are rendering this h3, and this h3 is having a loop here. It means that whenever it is encountering a name in the TypeScript files name section, it will render that, right? So now our case is this name should come adjacent to this particular. The same case is with the price also. So let me write another price. So if you are writing another price, it will also come there itself, right? It's coming there. What I wanted it should show in this particular part. This is the case now that we need to solve. Now, first thing, let's decrease the width of this mobile. So wherever you are using the image, if you're directly writing a width here, let's say width of around 300. Let's check actually first. Reduced. So yes, it's working. So keep it at least 250. Now fine. So all the image will have the same width. Just one time you are giving it. Now our case is this name and this price should come adjacent to this mobile phone. For that, what changes you can make? For that, what changes you can make? See, understand the flow. At first we have a container, and in that container there are three child. This child is holding the image, this child is holding the name, and this child is holding the price. Whatever you are giving in this particular child means img array. So whatever img array is having, it will render that automatically. But we don't want that. What we want is they should work synchronously. So what is synchronously? I'll show you it. Okay, leave it. Let's say you have three array, one of image array, and then you have name array, and then price array or list. What we want is whenever first rendering is going on, it should go in 1 1 1, means first image, first name, first price. But how it is going? It is going in this way: first image, then second image, then third image, then again it will come here, first image, second image. It might look similar here, but it is not similar because image size is very big and text size is very small. So what we want is, instead of running different loop, can't we run a single loop here? Means can we use only one particular part? It should work for all the three. Means we will assign only one indexing, and after that we will write those values. So for that, let's try to do it. So instead of writing ng for here in this particular list item, give it to the parent, right? I will give it to the parent. Here it is same I, and it will not make any change. Image is coming. Now if you are trying to write the second directive in the same container, it is a error. Now you cannot do it. Can't have multiple template binding to one element. You cannot do that thing, right? You can write only one in one element. If you want to group them, you cannot group them also. Like let's say you will remove this part and this part also, and after that you will keep this statement inside this. Image will not load. It will work, but image will not load after that, right? It will work, but image will not load. So now it is a case. What we need to do is we need to solve this problem by creating a array of objects. Array of objects, right? I think you know what are objects in JavaScript. Objects. What are objects? They are like array only, just key value pair they follows. I will tell you how. Let's say this is a array. So I will write const array equals to, here I am writing an array. In array I am writing Shivam trainer 12 UP. Now this is an array in JavaScript. Of course, this is an array and it has a valid meaning also, that it has 4 child, and it will work fine. There is no issue. But This array is pretending to relate to only one person. That first is the name of person, second is the designation, third is the age, fourth is the destination or the native place, right? Means this particular array is giving detail about someone, but we don't know what is this 12. It can be age also, it can be salary also, it can be anything, it can be siblings also, it can be family members also, but this array is pretending to one person. So array and object are somewhat same, with a little difference that array don't have keys, it has only value value value, but object will have key also. So now I'll create object. So let's say const obj object we create by using curly brackets. Inside this you have to write the same values, right? You have to write the same values as like arrays, but it will be having keys. So this value is of name, this value is of designation, or let's say position, or not position, designation. This is the value of designation, and this particular value is of, let's say, age, and this particular value is of native place. So what you did, object is this. You provided keys to the value, that what is this particular value, right? And both will work fine. So what we are going to do is we will create a array of objects. Now let's say how we will do it. So here we are writing three different things. Now we will try to merge them. What we will do? We will try to merge them. For that, let's create another array, items. Items equals to, and it is an array, right? It's an array, and what I have written, array of objects. It will be an array outside, but array of object. So here I will create my first object. In this first object, img colon single quote. Keep the image link. So this is the first image link. Keep it here. This is completed. Keep a comma. Then what is next thing? Prices or name, or you can keep. So next value is you are keeping for names, or simple name colon first name you can paste here. Done. Done. After that, what you need to do? Third thing is price. Price colon, as price is a integer value or a string value, both you can keep. It's not like that. You are not going to perform any operation on this price, so you can keep a string value. Now, three things you have adjusted in a single array of objects. So now I will remove these three arrays differently. Now we have only one array of items which has one object inside it, and one object contains image source, mobile name, and mobile price. How we will use them? Now this is details. These are the detail of one single mobile. If you want to keep another mobile, that's it. There's no issue. But we'll do that later. As of now, we have only one mobile. Just consider it. At first, our main case is that we will be working only on one loop, right? So for that, I'll create that loop in the container only. I will create. So I will say that let I of items. This time I think we have our array name as items. So let I of items. I know that here I am using image section, right? So here I will write I dot image. I dot image. Here we are using name, so I will write I dot name and price. So instead of running this, I will directly write I dot price. Let's check it, and okay, something is not working fine. No problem, we will rerun the application. So this time it is coming. Sometime it happens with these kind of things, right? So now image is coming, name is coming, price is coming. But for first it is enough. What for second? Right? What for second? Okay, so let's open Flipkart and we'll search here mobile. So now this mobile is coming, and this is the picture link. So let's copy this. Where you will give it in the array, you will create another object. So keep a comma, create another object, or basically let's copy paste this object only and we will change its details. But as I have kept the same twice, and this is how your content is coming now. right? Our content is coming in the same way. Now you just need to change the details, right? You just need to change the details now. So let's copy the link. So for the first image, we'll change the link at first. And what else we need? After that, we have the particular mobile name. Like what is the mobile name? So let's give the mobile name and just change this mobile number here. And same price you can keep. Now what we are seeing is this particular part is updated. Instead of working on three different directives, we are working only on a single directive. And how the single directive is working? It is giving only one indexing, right? Because there is this is directive is held by the parent container. So in the first time, it will give the first container. Here we are accessing image part, or let me show you here. Let's say you have a object array, and inside this you have name colon Shivam, comma place colon Hyderabad. Now, if you want to access only name, so how we write? We write in this way, object dot name, right? We write in this way because it has multiple properties. So now Shivam is coming. Now, if you want to access place, so we can write object dot place. So it will return us HYD. The same thing we are doing here also. Now let's provide some designing to this particular component. So this is one container, right? This is one container which is getting repeated multiple times. So let's write some design for it. At first, let's keep it here a border of 1 pixel solid, and let's keep a black border at first. And this is what we are getting now, right? We are getting a border, but you will see in this particular line, this one here, two borders are merging. Two borders are merging, right? Because this particular mobile is having border bottom and this is having border top, so they both are merging together. Now if you want to solve this particular problem, so you can write border collapse first thing, or if you don't want to keep that, you can keep it simple. Or second thing, you can give a row gap here, a row gap of around 5 pixel. And what you will have after that is, whenever you are having multiple rows in between that, whenever you are having a multiple rows in between that, they will have a particular space between them. Or what I will do is, let me close it, and here I'll create a container. I will give it a class as main. That's it. Now let's give it a border radius. What border radius will do? Huh? What border radius will do? It will give the rounded corners, right? Rounded corners by cutting 10 pixels from the corners. So yes, it's coming here. Now we just need to adjust this part. I intentionally gave that border radius so that you can check this particular part, right? How it will work now? If you are writing it in this way, because we know that there is border collapse and collapse. If you are collapsing the border, see, in this way, border collapse is working in this particular part. For that, you have to call it now. Who is the main parent? Who is the main now? This time, class main is the main parent. So let's write it. So we'll keep main. After that, what you can do is, if you are directly attaching a row gap of 10 pixel to this main, this is how it is working. Row gap. These are rows only, right? Horizontal rows. Then if you are attaching a margin to it, let's say if you are attaching a margin of 5 pixel to it, generally using margin is not a good practice. This is how it is working. And if you are attaching margin to the main container, right? Whenever you are using margin with these container, it is how it's working now, this way. But this is the thing that I have said multiple times, that using margin is not a good practice, right? Using margin is not a good practice. Then what we will use if we are not using margins? For that, at first you have to say to this main parent that you are displaying a flex. First thing, whenever it is you are saying to this that you are displaying flex, this is how it will look alike. Content is coming in same column. Class, okay, keep here dot main. And by keeping flex, it is coming in this way. General property that while you are writing display flex, content will come in a single row. You can change it. So you have to change the direction. So we'll change flex direction to column. And you will see everything came into column. After that, now if you're trying to write the row gap of just 1 pixel is enough. You will see that they have space between them now, right? Or you can make it more shorter, but no need. It is working fine, right? Okay. This content is just touching the boundaries. We need to leave some space from top and bottom. So to this container, for space, what we give? Padding. Padding from top of 10 pixel and padding from bottom of 10 pixel. What it will do, it will increase the space here. So increased, and that's fine. Now next thing is we will keep the third mobile. Let's say this one. So this is the image link. Copy it. Now where we need to give, same way wherever you have the array, create a new object. Inside that, at first give an image. After that, create name. Here we will write the name, and here we will write the price, right? Array of objects. So this is how we are creating the object. So this is the mobile name. Copy and paste here. Same way we will do it with the price also. And whenever you have kept the third one, it will automatically display here. The second thing is, whenever you are checking the mobiles on Flipkart, you will see these kind of details. Some highlights are there, that it is having 4 GB of RAM, 64 GB of ROM, that is expandable up to 1 TB. These kind of details, how you will paste these details now, right? How you will paste these details now? Again, there are multiple details. 5 details are there. So we'll try to do it for the first phone. So let's copy these things. First, I will paste them in Notepad for a clear cut. So this is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, right? 5 are there. So this is the first object, right? Let me make it more readable, right? It is more readable now. This is the first item with image, name, and price. We have one more section, and that section is of properties, or let's say specifications, right? We have a specification in mobile, right? So that part is for specifications, or simple you can write specs. Now, even this specs is have multiple things inside it. First, keep a comma here. Now, this specs is even a array again, right? This specs is even a array of object again. For that, if you are writing that specs is a array, you can keep it. You can keep multi-dimensional arrays. Array inside object, and then inside object there will be an array. So at first, let's try to keep the first part. I'll give it, and second I will give. Only two I will give for just for the checking purpose. Now, after name we need to show them. After name we need to show them. So create a unordered list because it is coming with dot, and here list item will be working on a directive. So ng for, how it will be working ng for. So I will say that let as of items, as of items dot specs. If you're writing it in this way, item dot specs, and here you can use the string interpolation to show the s. But is it going to work? Because you are attaching the indexings. Property spec does not exist on type. So it is saying that you cannot run it on specs. So do one thing, let's run it on specs only. Here you have to write as dot. First, how you will go into the array? As dot specs. If you're trying to write it in this way, that here just write as dot specs, or no need to run it here. I'll show you one more details. Loop is already working here. Items. So we can write I dot specs. Here we can write I dot specs. Now it is coming in this way. Data is coming, right? Data is coming. Or instead of showing this thing in list item, let me change it to paragraph. We'll change it later. Now this particular part is coming in this way. But this is how we don't want it. We want this particular part to come in list because there are two data sets. Here it is rendering the entire list at one time. Here it is rendering the entire list at a, if I'm writing specs of 0, so you will see that it is not defined. Means I'm saying that just give me the first indexing. So here if you are writing in this way, index, see. Now, this is where we have arrived. What I want is this particular part is exactly visible. After that, this screen details I want in the next line, or as a list item I want it. You are showing the entire specs list here. What we are showing? We are showing the entire specs list here. But by the way, what is I? See, understand the flow. I in I of items means whenever this I is going to type a script, it will be going to the first object. It will be going to this object, first one. So I means this entire first object, entire. What I want is I want to access specs. I want to access specs. Now do one thing. I will create here another object only. So this is a object, and as this is a object, if you're writing here first colon, so this is the first object. Now I will convert this to a object again, and I will give it a key as second. Now what I want is whenever these parts are working for the first object, it should show me in this way. Now if you're checking it, you will see object, 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 right? It is working fine. Whenever you are writing these specifications, it is working fine. There's no issue. But in screen, it is rendering object, 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 object. Now we need to change this part. How we will change it? For that, you focus on work. Now in this specs, you need to change this part. Here we are rendering I dot specs. It has two objects and they are getting rendered. If you're writing specs dot first, if you're writing in this way, you will see that object is possibly undefined. It is not defined, right? Now, this is what you need to solve now. This is what you need to solve. You have to use these logics only. This is your task for today. I'm removing this part. This is your task now. Okay? You have to solve this. Same way, like we have solved this particular problem, you can solve this problem also. Right? And then you can show the list. There is a possibility that you can run another loop. Okay, let me do it for you. This specs is an array, right? I'll cut it out. Wait. So what I have done is I have removed this specs array from this first object, right? I have removed it. This is the items array. Here we will write the specs array, right? So specs array, so specs equals to this array. And after that, this is the specs array. Directly keep the elements. So this specs array is having two elements. Now if you are running a loop here, so for that, let me create a paragraph. And here I will create ng for equals to let s of specs, and here you can show s. Data is coming, but data is coming a little bit different. Or let me do one thing. I will show it to a list item. Wait, don't talk. Or first, let's create it an unordered list. Okay, this mobile phone also we are showing it in list. No need. You can remove it from here. Right? Same thing is coming in all the mobiles. That is the issue. That even if you're writing it third time, second time, doesn't matter. It will come in the all the way. It will come in all the way. What I want is it should take only on the first indexing. So now half problem I have solved. That only you supposed to do. Second thing also, now that I will not solve. That you have to solve only this one. So this is how you create the use of directives. Let me upload it to GitHub because yesterday we haven't did. I hope from Monday onwards strength will be good, right? We are expecting full-fledged classes from Monday onwards. Sir, yeah, Rahmatullah, I went to my hometown in holidays. Dhanush, it is just for a different purpose, right? I just gave you a task to do, right? So solve this task. You can merge the arrays actually. It is not like hard and fast rule that you have to keep it outside only. It's not like that. Now, as the strength is not so good, so we will not teach the other directives, right? From Monday only, we'll start these things. If you have any other questions, just let me know. If you have any questions, just let me know, guys. Wait, Kushi, I'm just checking it. Yes, Kushi, it is totally responsive. There is no problem in the code. Maybe like the contact us section is not responsive, else everything is at most responsive. Yeah, it's impressive actually. Liked it. In interview, how to explain the project? Which point there is a big project? See, whenever your project is big and your interviewer is asking you to explain that project. So in that project, they will not ask you to explain what you did, how you did. They will ask you what was your role in that. Because generally, whenever you are developing a big project, you cannot develop it alone. There will be a team of two, three people. They will develop it. So at first, they will ask you what was your role in the project. Means what you did. So whatever part you have worked on, you can say that. Right? Generally, you cannot develop a big project by your cell phone. And if you are developing a big project by your cell phone, then I think you are genius. And if you are genius, you can explain that. It's very simple. Build projects as much as you can. If it is required you to build 100 projects, go for it. But at least develop two or three maximum, not maximum, I will say minimum three projects that are good project. You should have that. We are freshers. We don't have that much of big projects. And if you are saying this, Nagarju, it means that you are not aware of the internet world. Go on internet, thousands of projects are there. Take it and build. Never underestimate yourself. You will never be ready for facing interviews. See, I am working from like many years. If you ask me that are you ready for interview, I will say no, I'm not ready. No one is fully ready for interview, and you will never be ready for interviews. It is just a go and learn process. You will go there, they will ask you some question, leave it. If you don't know, learn it, right? No, cloning is not considered as a project, but if it is a working project, then only it will be considered as a project. It will consider as a project only if you are doing a job or you are applying for a front end part, right? If you are going for a front end developer only, then that is fine. Cloning Zerodha, Netflix, or any other website, then that is fine. But if you are going for a full stack developer, which projects are good for experienced? If experienced people are asking this thing, then I will not answer this question. That which projects are good for experienced people. If you have all, you already have experience, means you are already working. Means you should know that what is good and what is bad, right? For freshers, we can suggest something that these are the good projects. But those who already have experience, what for them? Internship presentation. Nagarju, you write a good question. Fresher project. Chandan, what is this question? You don't explain the code, Nagarju. You have to explain the working. Prasanna, I think for experienced people, company never ask the Dhanush. Yeah, what is this joke? You are sending your local host link to me. Are you crazy? Seriously, Dhanush? You are sending your local host link. How it will work in my system? This is your local host 127.0.0.1. Not it. How it will work in mine? Wow, genius. Which type of project is better for a fresher? Any kind of project that you have developed by yourself. Hold. Develop anything by yourself. Yeah, this is a serious question that every company asks minimum 1 year experience for job and interns. How the freshers get job? For that, you have to target those companies and startup who are having less budget. First thing, if they are having less budget, they will look for the peoples those who don't have experience, generally freshers, right? So you have to work with the startups, and at least once in your life work for a startup, any startup, even if they are not paying you, that is fine. But at least work for a startup, gain the experience, right? See, I have lots of my students who have dropped a mail, who went to any company and said, no, no, we will work for free. Just give us experience. It is like that, that we will not take any salary from you. Just give us 3 months work. We will be sitting in the company. But after getting that 3 months of experience, the same company hire them as their full-time employee, right? And now their package is around 15 to 18. Yeah, lots of students I'm having, they did like this. So it is totally your life. How you will play with it, it totally depends on you. No one can help you in this. No one. It is very rare that someone is helping you. You have to do your own struggle. You cannot skip that. It is your struggle. You have to do it at any cost. If you are trying to run away, then your job will also run away from you. It is tit for tat. Any other questions, guys? Saurabh, send your resume to me or my mail ID or my WhatsApp. your DOM right now. DOM means some content that you are displaying in the browser. Let's say this is your DOM. Now in this particular DOM section, let's say you are displaying a text, and it can be anything like any image, audio, video, complete web. Let's say I'm displaying hello world. Now this is a DOM, right? If you are talking about this particular part, I will say that this is DOM, right? This particular part is DOM now. If it is written and hard coded in HTML, it is a then if you want to change it. Now let's say this is what you have written, hello world. In that you have to add today's date also. Let's say today we are having 20th of January 2025. Now if this part is hard coded inside your HTML, you have to call that in JavaScript or TypeScript, then attach some on-click event, then you can change it. But if it is already available in TypeScript, then it will be easy to change, right? It will be easy to change. So directives are the classes or instruction that will change or manipulate the DOM. Simple thing. Directives are of three types: component, structural directive, and attribute directives. Component is the same component attribute that you are using at the rate of component decorator. That is only directive. I'll show you it. So sometimes we write this at the rate of component, right? This is the component directive only because it is manipulating the DOM by showing this particular file. That is also directive. Then we come to the structural directive. Structural directive are used to modify the DOM by adding or removing the child. It means that if you are using structural directive, either you will be adding some child to the DOM or you will be removing some child to the DOM. We have already discussed all of these things, but by looking at your faces, I understood that you are not getting this, so I'll repeat it. So this is a project, test project. I will talk about this one only. Okay, so in this test project we have this component. Now in this HTML you forget all these things. This also I'll remove. Now in this what I will do is, let's say I'm creating an unordered list. Now inside this I will create some list items. Let's say apple, banana, and papaya. Over this I will show a heading that my favorite fruits. Now let's run the application. Yes, what is the command to run the application? Remember or forgot in vacation? So we have not done anything new. It is just a heading that we are displaying along with some list item. So yes, we are getting these, right? That my favorite fruits and something like that we are getting. Now what I will do is I will create a button here. I will create a button, and button will add, let's say, plum, right? Plum is a fruit. Now what I want is whenever you are clicking on this plum button, it should add plum to the list, but it is not possible. Why? Because the content that you are taking is in hard coded in HTML, right? Now, do you know any method? If you want to attach some on-click event here, something like that, you know how lengthy the process it is. You got my question? You are displaying three fruits, and after that you want to add this plum also. I want that whenever you are clicking on this plum, the plum fruit should be added in the list. Now, if you want to do it as we are doing, so at first you have to attach a on-click to it. So I will write add plum, right? I will add the, and let's check whether this button is working or not. So go to console. See how you can check whether button is working or not. Open the console and click on the button. Now button is saying one error that add plum is not defined. Means this is working. So now you have to define this add plum in TypeScript. So here is the TypeScript. Here I will write that add plum written. Now here write one thing, console.log button is working. Button is working. Because you have to check that is it working in TypeScript also or not. For that again same thing we will repeat. Go to console and click on the button. And again it is saying that add plum is not defined. Mistake. You need to bind it actually, like attaching the event there and then holding it. Even if it is working, you need to create a child After that, add a new child, and it is going to be a very lengthy process. See, whatever value you are hard coding in HTML, I will tell you one thing. See, there are two options. Either you can easily develop your website using HTML, CSS, and JS, right? Any website. Frankly, I'm telling that no Angular, no React, no Vue, nothing is required. HTML, CSS, and JS are more than enough to develop any website. Then why we need Angular or React something? I have worked on both of these websites, like creating website only these three, using Angular or using React. The difference lies in the speed. If you are hard coding everything in HTML, as we know, HTML don't know any logic. You cannot perform logic in HTML. For that, you need JavaScript or TypeScript. So better to write the things in TypeScript or JavaScript as much as possible. Now, what we want is, I will remove this, and here I will declare a fruits array. I will declare a fruits array. So same fruits array I will declare apple, banana, and papaya. Okay. Now, how you will display this array, which is declared in TypeScript? How you will display this array in HTML now? For that only we have structural directives, right? For that only we have structural directives. How they are used to modify the DOM by adding or removing the child. Now, this fruits array is a child here. So we will add this. But how we will add this? For that, we have three built-in structural directive: ng for, ng if, ng switch. So I have written them with the asterisk sign because that is mandatory. Now ng stands for Angular. So now you will see that for, if, switch, isn't it like loop and then conditional statement? Yes, it is like that only. So this for is a loop here. Now you have to run this loop in HTML. How we will be running this? For that, the first thing you need to do is you need to import the ng for. So in the component directive, you will create a imports property. If it is not there, you will create a imports property. If it is not available, if it is available, then you can add it here. So here I will write ng for, right? I have imported ng for. It means now you can use ng for in your Angular. After that, what I will do is, here I will create a unordered list, simple, and then I will create a list item. Now, what you need to write in this list item is, you need to write asterisk ng for. It means you are running a loop here. So running a loop, let I, iterator, let I of fruits. I of fruits. Now this fruits is the exact your array name. This ng, this fruits is your exact array or list name or object name. So let I of fruits, and after that, here we will use the string interpolation and we will publish the I. Directly write the I. And you will see that apple, banana, papaya are coming. Now, if you are adding one more fruit here, let's say I will add plum. Now, if you want to modify the header components fruit array by using any function, it is very easy. How? Now we will try to do the same thing. I will not add the plum here. Means I will not hard code the value. I will use a function. Simple thing. For that, this is a case. Add plum function is there. Now, in the last section, we have done event binding, right? We have done event binding. So this on click is a event. In which bracket we need to bind it? Property binding then. In the last section, we have done two-way data binding or one-way data binding. And in that particular, we have discussed about two bindings, property binding and event binding. In which bracket we need to do? Property bind. This is event, right? This is an on-click event. Now you have to bind it. How you will bind it? So if you are writing in this way, and then you are going to your browser, here you will say that property add plum does not exist on header component. Now you can write this property here. So I will write add plum. That's it. Now what this add plum will do? This dot fruits dot push plum. Right? In the fruits array, you are push. I think you know push and pop. Push means inserting, pop means removing. Okay, so we'll check something. Okay, got it. Now what we want is, at first, let me remove this entire part. And from here also, I will remove this add plum. First thing, you should understand this part, that if you're directly attaching a on-click event to this, on-click equals to, let's say, add plum, and this add plum is a function. If you're directly attaching this, First, let's check it's working in HTML. So here it will say that it is not defined. Now, if you are defining this add plum directly here in this way, and then I will say this dot fruits dot push, and in this I will add plum, or this is a string value, so keep it like this. And after that, I will keep console.log function is working. Okay. Again, same thing we will do. This time again it is saying that add plum is not defined. And here we have defined the add plum. How many of you got this? Like you got this or not? The reason? How many of you got the reason? We have defined add plum inside the TypeScript, but it is not showing that it is defined. But we have defined it, right? Check it again. Again, it is saying that it is not defined. For that, you have to bind this event. For this, what we need to do is we need to bind this event. In Angular, this is the problem also, and the same is the solution also. But you have to bind this. Now, how you will bind it? So this is a on-click event. For that, in this way, now you are trying to bind this. Okay. And this time it is not throwing any error, right? It is not throwing any error, but it is not displaying the answer also. Let's say I'm not pushing anything into the array. I'm just directly printing function is working. Now it should show me that function is working, right? It should show me that function is working. We did this in event binding. Remember, I'm just directly printing function is working. Yes, now you tell me. Event binding. Remember anything or everything just went swipe in the holidays? Huh? Recalling anything or everything went off? Check your notes if you are maintaining something. Check. Serja, dollar event is required when you are writing something value. Event binding. You guys even forgot that which bracket we use for event binding and property binding. See, I have made changes to the code, and this time you can see that function is working, right? But you have to find it. Check your notes. I have already fixed the code. Function is working. But what change we did? How to attach the events? See, for the button, you don't need to write on click. You need to write click event, because on click is a function, not an event. But this is event binding. Click event, right? Click event you are doing. So here you need to write click. If you are trying to append the array now, so I will write this dot fruits dot push, and in this I will push the plum. So now let's check it, and you can see that it is adding the plum into the. I will create one more button. And to this button I will say remove last. Means whichever value is at the last, remove it. For that, again you need to attach a click event to it. Here you will remove function remove last. Define the same function in TypeScript, that remove last. And what this function will do, this dot fruits dot pop. And we know that pop will automatically remove the last one every time. Now refresh it and first add the plum, and you can click any time and it will add plum that much time only. How easy it is. If you are removing the last one, it will keep on removing. Now you are able to add the child or remove the child, and you are manipulating the DOM by using directive ng4, right? ng4. And that is what you are doing. Add the plum. You can create more buttons also. It's not like that. So here we will write ng4 directive is used to render over the array or any list of items. Right? Why we are using ng4? It will render the array or any list of item. Now this is an array. I will remove these two buttons. Now this is an array. This one, apple, banana, papaya, and this is getting rendered by using a for loop. You are not writing any hard-coded value. Values are coming from TypeScript and getting rendered in your DOM. So there are some of the steps. General steps are there. First thing is you need to import ng for. I'm telling you. Okay. First understand this. You need to import ng for in the component decorator over the class. So first thing we did is this is how you need to import it in this way. In the second very step, what do we need to do? Declare an array or list or array of objects in script file. So you can easily declare an array in this way. In the last one, render the array in HTML file using the directive. And this is the technique of writing it, that you have to first wherever you want to render it. If you are not writing this for loop inside this list item, you can write it here in unordered list. And then again same thing in list item, your result will be the same. There will be no change in the result. But every time it will create, listen last, there is one difference in whatever element you are writing your directive or you are running your loop, that element will be created multiple times. Here if you are writing it in the unordered list, means the parent tag, how many fruits are there? 3 fruits. It will create 3 different lists, not one list. 3 different lists it will create. Let me show you. So this is how it is coming now. Go to inspect and check the source code. So this is the header. Expand it. You will see that it has created 3 unordered lists: 1 UL, 2 UL, and 3 UL. So in whatever element you are writing the command, it will create that elements 3 times, 4 times. So better to use it in the child wherever you want it. Now you will see that it has created only one unordered list. Inside that one UL, it has 3 list items. And that is the exact technique, right? So that's how it is works. Yeah, Mansi, we can create. We are going to do that now. Like we will develop a to-do list. So you understood the use of ng for directive, right? Shall we move forward or you have any question? We have already discussed in last 2 classes, but you were absent, most of you. That's why I revised it. Understood ng for? Okay. Okay. Now we are going to discuss about ng if. We already know one thing. Why we use ng if? Why we use ng if? Wherever you want to write any condition, there you can use it. If is also same here. ng stands for angular. If is the condition. ng if is used to conditionally render the element. It will only render the child if the condition is returning true. If the condition is returning true. Now we will see that how ng if will work. For that we will go to one previous concept that we have already done. So I'll remove this part and I'll create an input box here. And in this input box, I will write the value equals to mobile. And this is how it will come. Because you are writing the value directly. Again, we are writing the value directly. So that's not a good practice. What I will do is here I will create a value colon string equals to mobile. And here I will create one h2, and for h2 I will write you have searched for, then I will keep a string interpolation here and I will write value, or not value, you can write here search text. Search text. Now what I want is, if I am erasing this mobile from there and if I'm writing here shoes, it should come here. We have already done this, right? Two-way data binding or one-way data binding. For that, instead of writing this value directly, we will write it a property, and in property I will give search text coming. Then we need to attach a input event to it, right? Input event, and this input event will call a function that is called simple text function with a argument as $event, right? It is saying that it is not defined, so let's define this here. Text, it is accepting one argument as event, and what it will do, type to any, and what this event will do, it will change the search text. So this dot search text equal to event dot target dot value. Now whatever you are writing here, it will directly change here also. Let's say if you're searching for shoes, it will come here. We have already done this part. Now let's say when you are removing, getting removed instantly, this also, this also, this also. Now tell me one thing, if I have removed everything from the input box, do we need to display this text? No, but it is coming that you have searched for nothing, and it is not looking good here. Got the point? Let's say if you are searching here mobile, so it is showing that you have searched for mobile. It is fine. You are searching for MOB, MO, or simple M. It is fine. But when you are not searching for anything, why this heading is getting rendered here? That is called conditionally render. That is called conditionally render. And for that, you have to use ng if. Steps are same. First step is you have to import ng if. Right? First step is you have to import ng if. What you want to display conditionally in this heading. So here, same way. Ng if equals to. Now here you have to write the condition. Here you have to write the condition. What you will write here? I want if this search text is null. If you are removing this mobile value from here, you are making search text as null. I want that if this search text is null, this heading should not be visible. So here I will write ng if search text not equals to null. Not equals to null. So you will see here, now it is visible. What I have written that search text is not equals to null. Is it true condition now? Search text is not null. True. Display the heading. Now I will keep simple M here. What the condition is, search text is not equals to null. True, because search text has M. When this condition become false, right, that is removed. Because search text become null now. There is nothing inside search text. And this condition is returning false. Why this is returning false? You are saying that search text is not equals to null, but search text is null. So means you are telling a lie here. This is a false condition. That is why this heading will not be displayed this time. Right? This heading will not be displayed now. Understood, NG if? Understood? Conditionally rendering. Conditionally rendering. If condition is true, then only that particular part will be rendered. Now, if you are writing anything back, let's say here I will write O. Again, that part is coming. Removing, that is also going. That's how it works. Right? That is how it works. So that is called ng if. Steps are somewhat same, so I'll copy paste. Steps of using ng if directive. First, we need to import it. Ng if here. After that, what we need to do, declare a condition or any property in the script file. So what condition we are declaring? We are declaring that search text is equals to a string, and that string is simply a mobile phone. In this way. After that, render the property in HTML file using the render the property conditionally. Whenever you are writing that, make sure that you are adding the asterisk sign in the starting. For that, this is the condition that I am writing. And in the last step, you can do one more thing, that declare an function to test the working of if. For that, first thing you need to attach a event like this. And then you can define the function in this way. That's it. So this was ng if. Now we are coming down to ng switch. Remember what was switch? It is just a simplified way of writing multiple else if else condition. Remember switch? I'll show you. Don't worry. Let's say user will enter a number, that 3. Now you have to print the corresponding day name. Day 1 means Monday. Day 2 means Tuesday. Sunday is not the first day of week. Monday is the first day of week. So remember how we will do that. So we will say that if num is equals to 1, console.log Monday. And then you have to write else if condition, that else if num equals to 2, then Tuesday, something like that. And it will become a very long code. Here user will give one choice and you have to print the corresponding result. Now see, then again you have to write else if for Wednesday, same else if for Thursday, then for Friday, then for Saturday, then for Sunday, and you have to write a default condition. We can easily handle this part using a switch condition. So here we will write switch. Switch will work on num. And inside that case 1. This 1 is a value here. This 1 is a value. That case 1. When the value of num is 1. Console.log Monday. After that you can break this. Now you need to use it the same way. Here I will write Tuesday and case is 2 here. If you're writing 2, it will print Tuesday. If you're writing 1, it will print Monday. And after that I will write a default case, wrong input. Generally there are 7 days, but I'm taking example of only 2. So if you're writing here 10, it will say wrong input. Right? Now this is a switch. We have already discussed switch in JavaScript. I'm just revising this concept. Now how we will be using ng switch, same example I will write in the here. I'll remove this part. See, I am removing all these things. I'm not giving you source code because we will develop a project. To-do list we will develop. After that, we will do it. Okay. For that, what we will do is here search text and these things I will remove. I will declare a value here. So I will write value equals to 1. Or let me create day here. The day will be in string equals to 1. Now I want to render that here. At first h2, you have given input. You have given input for. Inside this, I will write h3. But here it is a little bit complicated. This is the switch case. How many things it is having? First is the switch function, then cases. That's how you use it here also. That's how you use it here also. For that, I will create a div at first. Now this div will be using switch. First thing is this switch is not a direct condition. It is a property first. For that, you have to bind it as a property. ng switch. It will work on day. It will work on day. This day. First thing. After that, you need to write its case. Now, case are the direct conditions. So here I will write asterisk ng switch case equals to 1. And this 1 is a string, so you can keep it in single quotes. Now, if ng is equals to 1, you have to display here Monday. If you're doing this, it will not display anything. It will say that ng switch is not available. So you need to import it. And that is also a problem in ng switch. I'll show you. If you are importing this ng switch in this way, you have given input for and it is not showing that, right? It is not showing Monday. Value is 1 only. Value is 1. If you are facing that, okay, you have given it a string, I will remove it. Now let's say days directly one, and from there also I will remove this string. Now switch case one you are giving, and it should show Monday, but it will not show. And that is a bug nowadays in Angular, right? And it is coming from longer time actually. For that, what you need to do is, instead of importing ng for, ng if, ng switch, you can import something else, and it will work for all. So you will see that it is importing ng for, ng if, ng switch from Angular common, means common modules or common package. So what you need to do is, you can directly import the common module instead of these ng if or switch. Because if you are directly importing ng switch, it will not work. For was working directly, if was working directly, but this ng switch will not work directly. You have to import common module for that. What we are importing? Common module. And this common module will do the work of if, for, switch. For all these structural directive, it will work. Now it is showing that you have given input for Monday. Let's write or change the value. So here I will keep the value as 2. It is not showing anything because we haven't written the case for 2. Okay, so let's write the case again. Instead of h1, let me write h3 here. Same condition, asterisk ng switch case equals to 2. On 2 I want to show Tuesday. Now it is showing that you have given input for Tuesday. Now we will complete this. So copy paste it. Now this is the case for 3, for 4, for 5, for 6, for 7, and here ng switch default. If you're directly writing the default case, ng switch default. So here let me first show it for default. Here I will show wrong input, and I will give the value as 10 or 20, anything. So it is showing that you are giving a wrong input. Now let's change our design. So here I will show Wednesday, and here we will do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now if you are writing 5, it is supposed to say Friday. That's it. That's how ng switch works. Understood? Okay. Steps are again same for ng switch. Ng switch is used when you have to select one condition out of given multiple choices. In other words, ng switch removes the use of multiple if and else if condition. If and else if conditions. So whenever you are writing multiple if else, if else, if else, you can directly use switch. For that, how you need to do? Nowadays, ng switch is not working directly. You have to import common module for ng switch. For or if both will work in common module also. But they can see for was working independently. ng if was working, but ng switch is not working. So for that, we need to import the common module. Rest everything is same. Here we need to import the common module. So instead of these things, you have to import common module for that. And after that, declare a condition or any property. Directly property you will declare here. So I'm declaring day as 5. And after that, in this way, you need to use it. Understood? For if and switch. You have any question? No questions? Okay. Now we are going to work on a to-do list. I hope you are aware with the to-do list. Aware? To-do list. Okay, I will show you one example for that. Login everywhere. Like there you can write your daily task. If they are completed, you can mark them as completed or like that. I'll show you. Wait. So in this way, it is like that. So it will be having a profile panel. Last, what happened? Yes, middle 2%. What happened? Nothing. So it will be having these profile section which will be static. Like you will not be changing anything. Here if you are changing something, it will change. But we will develop this static, or else you can directly develop task here. And here let me first delete them. I'll show you from the starting only. So in starting it will be like this, right? So whenever you are clicking on add task, click on this, it will display a box for you. It will display a box for you. In that box, I will write here learn Angular 19. After that, you can add. See, these are the other functions today, priority, reminder. We will not show because for that we need a database. I will simply add the task. After that, learn Angular is added as a task. If you are clicking on this box, completed, removed. But we will not remove this. What we will do, we will convert this text to strike through. Means it will be there, but text will be having a line between them, strike through text, so that you can know. After that, here we will display one delete button. All these things we will not show. We will add a delete button, or you can add it later. But this is the basic thing that we will show. Okay, this is to-do list. For that, I'll close all of these. This also, and the first task is to create a new project for that. Ng new to do. Understood? See, it might be looking difficult for you, but when we are working, it will not be difficult. Till then, let's finalize something. Background color. You can use other websites also. And to-do list. Okay, done. So let's wait until the project is getting created. So project is created. To do. First work is we will check whether this project is running or not. So project is working fine. Now, as usual, we will delete everything. So src app. We will open the HTML file, CS file, and the TypeScript file. Three common file we will use. Removing everything from this. This is very simple. First thing, we will give it a background color, and that E2 color we will give. Now I want to write a global CSS. So style.css file is there. In this style.css file, I will write for body, and I will write background color as this one. Okay. It might not be looking as changed, but it is changed. This color, you can use any other color if you want some dark color. I don't like dark colors. That's why I never use these kind of colors. They are very bad. Means for me, they are bad. If you want, you can use. Second thing is font. I will change for that. I think I have discussed these things with you. Google fonts. Right. For that, we will use Google font, and I will use my favorite go-to font here. This is the import for it. I'll copy it, paste, and to the body I will give font family of go-to, and go-to comes under serif. You know the difference between serif and sans serif? Which one has curves? Which one has curves? Serif or sans serif? Serif. So in this, I will write one H1 for testing purpose. Means font. Font is working fine. Now we will create that. Here I will create a main container at first. So this div having a class as container. Understand it properly without discussing anything with each other. Now in this container, what I want is I will be giving some properties to this container. So first let's write this container. I will give it a width of, in the global CSS, let's call the universal selector at first, and write the margin as 0, padding as 0, and box sizing border box. Remove. Here I will give it a width of 100 view width, and then here we will write the height of 100 view height. That's it. It will not make any change, right? Inside this, I will create a main part. So div class as main. I will tell you why I am creating this. Now this main is my working part. I will write dot main here. I will give it a width of around 600 pixel, and height also I will give, let's say 600 pixel, and background color as completely white. So that's how it will look. You are seeing this part here. Now I want this in exact center. So to the container at first, I will say that you are displaying a flex and you are aligning the items in center and justifying the content in center. That's it. It's coming. And to this main part, I will give some border radius. Border radius of, let's say, around 20 pixel. I think 20 will be more. No, it's fine. Right? Visible? Or I should change the background color. Style.css. Okay, let's go with this one only. Now, in this particular main part, at the top, we need to show a heading. It will not be completed today, right? But how much is completed, we'll do that. In the H1, I will show to-do list. And then after that, we will show H2, plan your task and achieve maximum productivity. How many of you used to write your task? Yeah, any one of you having habit of writing your task, writing a diary? No? As a developer, it is a very crucial part. You should write your things. Whenever you are writing, you will get a focus. So this is what we are doing. To-do list, plan your task and achieve maximum productivity. That is fine. To the main container, let's give some padding. Padding of around 20 pixel, but it will match with the size. Now, showing these content in center. For that, you can directly write text align center. For these two things, it can work. The to-do list, plan your task and achieve maximum productivity. Now, here what I will do is in component, I will create a array, task array, tasks, right? As of now, this is empty. As of now, there is no task in this. There is no task in this. In that particular to-do list that we just now saw, there was a functionality. I will try to give you a clarification on all the things. So one task is here, I will delete it. And you will see that you are all done for the week, this particular kind of thing. So this image, and whenever you are adding some task, that will remove. Conditionally rendering, right? So what we will do is we will also show this image. For that, let's check if it is available. Okay, so it's not available. Let's check using another method. Then we will head towards Pixabay and search here to do illustration. Okay, this we will keep. How to use images in Angular? Where we need to keep it? In SRC, at first we need to create a assets folder. In that assets folder, you need to keep your picture, right? And I'll rename it to todo.png. After that, in the component, I will show that image src equals to assets slash todo dot png, and we know that it is not going to load our picture. Remember, it will not load our picture. For that, what we need to do? Huh? Angular.json. Inside this assets, where are your assets? Your assets are in src slash assets. In this way, we need to write. Again, it is not loading our picture. Sometime it happens, or else run the application again. Sometimes you, when you are making some changes to angular.json file, try to rerun your application. Right? Picture is coming. And let's decrease the size of picture. Width of around only 200. That's enough. Very small picture we will show. Right? Now we have to conditionally render this picture. Conditionally render means when the array is empty, means there is no task. When the array is empty, then only do this. For this, I will create a button here. I will create a button, add task. Add task. For of now, I'm not making any design to this button. And let's keep a br tag here. First thing is I want to conditionally render this. Add task. If you are clicking on add task, you have added some task and then it will be removed. Let me create a input box because we will create it a different way. Now, if you are writing some task in your input box, let's say learn Angular, and then you are clicking on add task, task should come and this picture should be removed. That's what we are doing for today. Rest thing we will complete tomorrow. Then after this, you need to render your list. So another list I will keep. In the list item, I will use ng for directive. That ng for equals to let I of tasks. Whatever tasks are there, render them here. And in task, let me write one static value. So I will write learn. So you need to import common modules, or directly you can import ng for here. So now it is building again. So learn task is coming here. Learn task is coming. You have given text align center in this way. This one. Let me remove this. I will give it to H1 and H2. See, learn is coming here. Now what I want is if array is empty, then only show this image. For that, wherever you are writing this image, I will write asterisk ng if. And what is the condition? Task not null. If task is equals to null, but here I want to say that if task is equals to null, if task is null, then only show this image. Now image is removed. If you are making your particular array as empty, oh, image is not coming. Okay. So here, tasks ng if tasks equals to null. Image is not coming. First, let's check it on a heading. So heading is also not working. Now if we are adding some task here, okay, some bug is there. No problem, we'll check it tomorrow. In this way only we will do whatever task you are writing here. We will click on add task. That task will be getting added with a checkbox and a delete button. All of these things we'll do tomorrow. Okay. Fine, guys. Let's connect again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll complete this application and we will learn other directives also. I will see that why this particular condition is not working.